Are you there? Can you hear me? Good morning. Oh, there we go. I was like, yeah, she's not working. Good morning. Good morning. Man, I'm alive. I'm here. I'm here, and I'm. Gotta like check myself. How am I looking? Rough. Great. Perfect. Looking rough. Perfect. That's the look. That's the look I was aiming for today. Good morning. Good morning. How you guys doing? Welcome to the stream. Ooh, what the hell? Whoa. Is the connection okay? Okay, it's fine. Hey, it started out a little bumpy. Maybe because I didn't show my face. Good morning, man. I hope you guys are doing good. We got another day of the trial. Get myself together. I was up late last night. That's a sin. I know when you're older and stuff, man, being up late is like the equivalency of like drinking and like doing all kinds of just being up late. It's like, ugh. But I worked out last night. I didn't work out this morning. I decided to rest. Last night I did watch like what's going on with my face? I watched like 5 minutes of that documentary called Crazy and Insane. And it looks really interesting. I'm gonna have to watch it. That Crazy and Insane documentary. I have to check that shit out. By that doctor, Dorothy, whatever her name is, Dorothy Lewis. Now that's the doctor that was saying that she the one that said that Tisha is insane. Everybody else says no, she's not insane. This lady says she is insane, but this lady has dealt with serial killers in the past and stuff. Cat, see, you're not blocked. You're here, and you're here and alive. Good morning. It's on HBO. Yeah, I don't know where else it's on. I think you can get it on. So I already have HBO because it came with my internet. You know, it was like an included thing. But Crazy and Insane is it's on Amazon Prime. It's on Hulu. You can rent it on YouTube, Vudu. Look, I'm over here promoting the shit. I wonder if they got like a lot of sales because of this trial. And I'm being facetious when I'm calling it Crazy and Insane. It's called Crazy Not Insane. I just thought it was kind of funny. Crazy and Insane. One of the interesting things that I saw about that in the couple of minutes that I watched was that she was talking about, like, they were talking about like these kids and these homicidal kids, and that in a large portion of them they had some type of abuse or something growing up. And I thought that was kind of interesting. It actually sounded really interesting to me. I'm gonna have to check it out. Let's see, they're already getting set up here. I'm gonna work on, I think we have some pretty good angles, but I'm gonna work on the angles today too. Whatever I need to fix and adjust to make it easier and a better experience, viewing experience for us. If you guys could hit like too, I appreciate that. Thank you. It's cloudy over here. I feel like I'm a airplane pilot. Buckle up, guys. It's cloudy. What did they say? Rain, something else. And so tomorrow, I think the trial starts late, like at 12:30 p.m. Eastern. They're like, I think the prosecution is towards the end. When these doctors start coming in, it's going to be really interesting. I want to watch this Crazy and Insane documentary before they start with the doctors, because I think it'll give some interesting perspective. I've also been kind of following a little bit the Tucker Carlson debacle. The internet caught the internet by storm. Don Lewis, or what is it? Don Lemon? Don Lemon is not, that whole thing is not even that interesting. The Tucker Carlson thing is interesting. And people were trying to say it's because of the Dominion defamation lawsuit. But when I was kind of watching more videos and learning a little bit about it, I believe he wasn't even named in that lawsuit. It wasn't even that anchor. It was other anchors and stuff. The thing that is interesting is that there's some woman, though, that was on his show. I sent myself I don't know if we have time. We might. These people have been starting even a couple minutes early. But I sent myself a link. I thought that had a decent little summary. I don't know which one it is. Oh, and some Comcast news came out. I was excited when I heard about, not excited for the person that had to deal with whatever at Comcast, but just like, yes, Comcast, they got those bastards. But it's just an employee of Comcast.
Good evening once again. I'm Stephanie Ruhle. We begin with the stunning announcement rocking the media and political worlds tonight.
But with Tucker Carlson, well,
this morning, Fox News announced Tucker Carlson, the highest rated host in primetime cable news, was officially OUT. According to the Murdoch-owned Wall Street Journal, sources say, quote, Carlson found out he was being let go 10 minutes before the network announced his departure. And on Friday, it was clear he had every intention of being on air tonight.
We'll be back on Monday. In the meantime, have the best weekend with the ones that you love. And
they're ready back.
All right.
On the break,
call
we'll talk
20
about this.
CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Defense, have you had an opportunity to look at the issues regarding exhibits 229 and 238?
I have. I think they were, my recollection, they were
Admitted, so there's no objection to them.
Your Honor,
Go ahead.
Your Honor, I was able to clarify.
Okay.
Exhibit 229 was not admitted because Detective Brian Rogers admitted Exhibit 716.
Okay.
It was a cellular telephone extraction.
Okay.
That should be on the record.
That one I think is the
People versus Crazy.
Your Honor, it's
716.
usually a duplicate, but really it should be Exhibit 716.
Oh, and I have that. I knew the data extraction had come in, and it was admitted as 716 because that was not a pre-numbered exhibit.
Yes, Your Honor. And then to be clear, Exhibit 238.
Is the ticket from the airport.
Yes.
And I recall that being in, and there's not an objection to 238. Okay, 238 is admitted. 230 or 229 is not because it's actually 716.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And other than that, it looks like we're all in agreement. So that's pretty good after 49 pages of exhibits. So
Every once in a while we get lucky.
every once in a while, got to take it when you can get it. Okay. Is there anything that we need to address prior to bringing the jury in prosecution?
I don't believe so, Judge.
If there is one thing, I apologize.
Mr. Young?
We're going to start calling some mental health experts as early as this morning after this first witness.
Let's
I just think it
go.
might be appropriate for the court to instruct the jury that their evidence is being presented solely for the purposes of the insanity issue.
Let's get
because
it.
I don't plan on getting into physical evidence of the guilt versus not guilty aspect of this. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I'm not sure that I would give a specific instruction on it, though.
I just throw it out there for the defenses.
I would request the instruction, I think, because the evidence, especially the statements of Ms. Stout, are used only for the sanity. It's almost like a 404B instructions, based upon the case on so forth, since it's a unitary trial. Her statements made to mental health professional only go towards her sanity, not towards case. That's what my position, so I do think the instructions.
And in addition, Your Honor, I did get a chance to talk to Mr. Tolini this morning. Some of the witnesses are going to be talking about the competency evaluations, which clearly would go to the issue of insanity. And I think that would further elaborate the need to instruct the jury for the limited purposes of
I am not familiar with a stock instruction on that. We've had unity trials for a number of years now. Anybody have one?
I just would think that if the court said, I'll paraphrase, that the evidence you're about to hear goes to the issue of insanity.
Look at Tisha. Look
and
at Tisha's
insanity
hair.
alone, or words to that effect. Is that
That would be my request.
so? Something simple like that would be fine.
Oh shit, Tisha's stud. Whatever she's trying to do. She got a pink something. Oh, what she got? She did her hair.
All right. So the evidence you are about to hear goes to the issue of insanity and insanity alone.
Sounds great.
Defense.
That would for me.
Good morning, guys. Good morning.
You're going to have to give me a heads up as to when I need to give that.
It'll be before our second witness this morning, Dr. Christine Moore. And
Okay.
Dr. Grimmett will probably be on, I don't know, we'll get to her in the morning, but at 1:30, I would guess.
Okay. All right. We can do that. Is the anticipation that we're going to be all day with evidence?
Well, we've got 3 witnesses lined up, Judge. It'll just depend on how long each one takes.
The only reason I ask is I'm trying to get I've sent an email to Judge Bain and Scott Sosby about possible weather delay. So if we have something, I may know about it beforehand. But if we don't have a full afternoon, I doubt they'll have an answer. And they may not have an answer even if we go to 5. So
Yeah. So just context-wise, there's typically when we know there's a big storm coming in, there's a phone call that happens usually 4 a.m. of the morning of the storm that I actually participate in as well. And I haven't seen any notification of that yet. If I see that, I'll let you know as well.
Okay.
But the updated projections looks like it's going to be only in northern El Paso County, although the snow totals that I've seen have increased up from 6 to 14 inches now, as opposed to, I think it was 6 to 12 maybe yesterday.
Right.
So it sounds like potential for more snow, but more northern El Paso County.
Yeah, I know the county does county maintenance does a phone call about 9 o'clock at night, and then Judge Bain is on the phone. It's 4 or 5 in the morning.
It's usually 4 a.m. Yeah.
So yeah. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in then.
And Judge, while this next witness is on the stand, I'll be running the projection from the podium here.
Okay.
Good morning, guys. Welcome, man. If you guys could hit like, thank you guys for joining. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. So we got mental health experts possibly, I think, coming today, they said.
Okay.
So I want to watch that documentary today. I have to. I'm going to make it a mission between today. Yeah, today. It has to happen today. So I can see Dorothy Lewis. Crazy, not insane. Little Lucila, the chat's on fire this morning. Hope you guys are doing well. Let's check it out here. Stream running smooth. Everything look good. All right. And if we can get to 1,000 likes, that'd be great. I'm curious about these mental health people that are going to come in.
All rise for the jury, please.
Hey, Amy. Me. Good morning. Her hair is hilarious. Yeah, I'm surprised. So I guess she's doing her own hair, or does she have somebody? There can't be anybody with her in prison, right? Like she's probably by herself in a cell or something. So she's doing this herself? Is she doing it the night before, the morning of? Oh. Maybe she's heard the comments about her hair and stuff. She's a little bit self-conscious because it's all about her, you know?
iCkEdMeL be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response? All right. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Kevin Hoyland.
Last name?
Hoyland.
Hoyland. Mr. Hoyland, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please. You swear to affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Everybody's done that.
I know. It's a habit.
Good morning. How are you doing today?
Well, thank you.
Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your name for the record?
Sure. My name is Kevin, Kevin, Hoyland, Hoyland.
Who are you employed by, sir?
The FBI.
What is your job title or assignment?
I'm a special agent with the FBI assigned full-time to the Cellular Analysis Survey Team.
How long have you been in that role?
Full-time with them in that role since 2019. Prior to that, in 2016, I became a certified member of the CAST team, where I still handled investigations like you would think a traditional agent does. And then I did the cast work on the side as an ancillary duty, no different than evidence response or a SWAT team duties.
So when you say the cast team, you go around putting casts on people's broken limbs?
No. The Cellular Analysis Survey Team is a specialized group of investigators responsible for analyzing phone records provided by the phone companies to understand the general location of where a device was historically when it had made calls or texts.
What kind of education do you have that allows you to do that?
Do you mean the training to?
Sure, yeah.
So the training that I went through and everybody goes through to become certified in CAST at the time was approximately 400 hours of specific classroom instruction. That instruction came from other FBI agents, other government entities, vendors in the cellular industry, and then most importantly, CAST receives training directly from the phone companies themselves. So legal compliance, engineers from all of the major companies come to train us, come to our certification to educate us on how their network specifically works. And to my knowledge, CAST is the only unit in the country to receive training directly from those phone providers.
When you say vendors, who do you mean by that?
Companies that design tools that the carriers may use in their networks. That's primary.
Okay. And then you said companies and carriers. Are you talking about companies like AT&T, Verizon, those kind of companies?
Exactly. At the time when I went through certification, Sprint still existed, US Cellular. So all of the major providers send their engineers and subpoena compliance folks.
So what does that training look like when you get that information directly from the companies themselves?
Well, it's unique, and again, in the sense that we're the only group, to my knowledge, to receive training from them. But it's great in the sense that it allows us to formulate really close and strong relationships with the phone companies. So we know their networks inside and out. And so when we see something amiss or askew in records that we receive, we have folks that we can reach out to, bless you, and engineers that can help us, problem solve or troubleshoot something that might be unique in a set of records.
When you say that you receive records from those companies, what kind of records are we talking about?
The records that I'm referring to are call detail records. So it's really no different than a billing file or billing statements you may have received in the past. It says who called who, when that call occurred, how long it lasted. And then most importantly, the information that we receive pursuant to search warrants includes the cell tower and sector that was utilized. So that's the piece that's really important to us, because that allows us, when we marry up that cell tower with its physical location on Earth, allows us to formulate an opinion as to the general location of where a device had to have been to use that particular tower.
How many people are in the CAST or on the CAST team?
Now there's approximately 80 of us, 60 field assets, as they're called, where they split their time working in traditional cases, and then approximately 20 of us, like myself, who do it full time now.
What do we mean when we talk about historical cell site analysis?
So historical cell site analysis is a little bit of what I just mentioned. It's taking these records that your phone and network have generated and mapping out the information to, again, formulate an opinion as to where the phone would have generally have been to utilize a particular tower and sector. And there's hundreds of thousands of towers across the US. Each transaction that we see shows the tower that it used. So out of those hundreds of thousands of towers, it only used one, right? And that tower's only located in one spot. So by looking at how networks are configured and where the other towers are, it allows us to be able to, again, formulate that opinion.
So when you say that you get specialized training due to your assignment to the CAST team, and I know I keep saying CAST and then team, that's a little bit redundant, right?
It is, and I do the same thing.
Okay.
Right? We're technically a unit now. We've grown so much that we're now considered a unit with the FBI.
Well, then I'll say CAST unit.
Sure.
All right. What kind of training do you get regarding cell phones themselves?
Regarding the devices?
Yes.
So we don't necessarily partake in the forensic analysis of phones. So when you think of dumping a phone or extracting information from that device, that doesn't fall into our team's purview. But we definitely utilize all that information. Our team is called upon whenever there's a kidnapped child, or we, need to locate a fugitive, or try and identify, crime scenes that maybe were not known to investigators. There's the phone data from the phone companies. There's the phone data from a phone itself. And then there's a litany of other geolocation data sets from other companies that sort of fall into our bucket of trying to figure out where a phone was at a time.
Can you describe, in a general sense, first of all, is a cell phone essentially a small handheld radio?
That's exactly what it is. So while your phone is on in your pocket or purse or wherever, it's constantly scanning its environment, and it's looking for cell towers associated with your carrier that it sees, and takes measurements of the signal strengths from those towers. And this is going on in the background, and it's constantly ranking which tower and sector is a side of a tower, that it sees as best. So that when you hit send on your phone, your call goes out to that tower that your phone saw as best at that moment in time. That's what gets logged in those call detail records. We see that tower's identifier with that timestamp. After that happens, network takes over, and it can move your phone around to other towers in the area that might provide service that still are functional. But at that moment, when you hit send, or when a call comes in or a text, your phone is making that determination.
What about giving the jury a description of cellular technology?
Sure. I won't bore you with a history lesson, but I think most people have seen commercials lately. We're now on 5G. That's the newest technology. Each increment in technology expands the capacity in terms of how much data can be transferred from a phone to a tower at a particular time. But with that expansion, the offset to that is the towers themselves can't cover as far. They can't penetrate buildings as well. The radio frequency that's utilized just doesn't allow for that. So in this particular case, we were looking primarily at, most of the towers were 4G. I believe there was a handful of 3G towers. But at the end of the day, that's just the generation of technology. Your phone is using radio frequency to talk to the tower, and that's sort of what's going on.
Okay. How do you go about analyzing call detail records, the information you get from the phone companies?
Well, first thing we do is, make sure we got all the files that we would expect from each particular company. And then based on information provided to me from investigators who are actually working the case, locations of interest, dates and times of interest, I would begin to map out that data. Look at where those cell towers are located, which cell towers that phone utilized at the times, again, listed in the records, and begin to put the pieces together as to what was going on with that particular device.
Okay. How many separate cases have you worked on where you've had to help the investigation determine location of cell phones?
Oh, gosh, cases. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. I don't keep a list of all the cases I've worked, because a lot of the times it's sort of like a one-off. A local investigator will call and say, "Hey, I got a set of data. Can you help me just understand what's going on?" And that would be considered a case, but I wouldn't necessarily have done a product for it per se. It might be a one-off assistance kind of thing.
Okay. Do you go through any sort of validation of your analysis of this information?
Yes. So before any report is provided, any final report is provided, we go through a peer review process. So I send all the records that I received, that I utilized in my analysis, a copy of my draft report to another CAST person, and all the dates and times, all the information pertinent to my analysis. That CAST asset would then essentially recreate my analysis. He or she would go through and look at all the same records, make sure that everything makes sense, that all the towers are correct, all the directions that sectors face are correct. Obviously, quality control and spelling and stuff like that. But it's a robust peer review process that all the reports go through. After that, he or she and I would then discuss any differences, right, and resolve those before it gets finalized.
Okay. Have you used this type of data you mentioned sometimes you'll be asked to look for fugitives or missing persons, kidnapped people. Have you actually used this information to locate people like that?
Yes, I have, many times. And that's sort of the bread and butter of what CAST does. As I mentioned, when a kid goes missing in the middle of the night, oftentimes our unit's the one who gets the call to go help locate devices associated with whatever child is missing.
When you're saying that you're finding persons this way, the data that you actually look at, the call detail records, does it really just go to a particular phone, not a particular person necessarily?
Correct. So the records never say that, so-and-so is holding a phone at a particular time. It just says that this phone number had activity, right? So I can never say that a particular phone is being held by a certain person at a certain time. But we know that the phone had activity because that's what the network had logged.
In today's day and age, is it very common for people to carry around cell phones with them almost everywhere they go?
Yeah, I have two.
Okay. Do you have them both on you right now?
I take them off when I go on the stand in the bag.
Have you trained others in this technology?
Okay.
Yes, I've led formal training and classroom instruction to over 500 state, local, federal, and international law enforcement partners, and then countless sort of informal trainings at conferences and so forth over the years.
Okay. Have you been qualified as an expert witness in historical cell site analysis, cellular technology, and geolocation?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
36 trials as of yesterday morning in Phoenix.
Okay. So you were just in Phoenix testifying yesterday?
Yes.
How many jurisdictions have you testified as an expert in?
Federally, Colorado, Wyoming, Arizona, Massachusetts, and Connecticut. At the state level, Colorado, Arizona, Wyoming, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Nebraska, North Carolina. There might be another couple in there. I don't recall.
All right. At this time, I would move to qualify Special Agent Hoyland as an expert witness in historical cell site analysis, cellular technology, and geolocation.
No objection.
Thank you,
Witness
Wanda.
will be so qualified.
Special Agent Hoyland, the case that we've been hearing evidence on is regarding investigation to Gannon Stauch's disappearance. How did you become involved in this case?
At the time, I was assigned to FBI Denver's office in the Fort Collins RA, doing the same CAST work. And I don't remember who specifically reached out to me, but somebody from the Colorado Springs office reached out about the investigation and asked for my assistance.
When you get asked to assist on an investigation, is it typical for you to get sort of a briefing of the case?
Yes.
What about specific locations of interest? Do you get that as well?
Yes, and I sort of need that because there's the data that we get from the phone companies is often quite voluminous, right? So I need a place to start.
Okay. Did you get those sorts of pieces of information in this case?
I did.
On the desk in front of you is People's Exhibit 293, which in the folder itself is page 1, your cover page of your report, and then pages 9 through 60. Pulled out separately is People's Exhibits 2 through 8. In total, is that your report that you prepared for this investigation?
Yes, it is.
Is it a fair and accurate representation as to the work that you performed in this case?
It is.
As far as People's Exhibits 2 through 8, which are pulled out, we intend to use those for demonstrative exhibits. What are those generally?
So 2 through 8 in this case is sort of our or my boilerplate slides that go into, again, how networks are designed, how phones work, and also I show examples of what the phone records look like from the different carriers.
And does it also provide some educational basis to understand how cell phones and towers interact with each other and that kind of thing?
Yes, exactly.
And then as far as your cover page and then 9 through 60 inside the binder, what are those?
So 9 through 60 are going to be all the substantive slides that I put together, which highlight, devices of travel over a period of time, locations of interest, et cetera.
Okay. As it relates to that portion of your report that's in the binder, is it a fair and accurate representation of the geolocation work and cellular historical cell site analysis and cellular technology work that you did in this case?
It is.
Now, at this time, I'd move to admit People's Exhibit 293, which is his cover page of his report, and then pages 9 through 60, which is the maps that he prepared in this case.
No objection.
Exhibit 2, and that's a cumulative, right? All of that's in 293.
Yes, it's in one binder, yes.
All right. Exhibit 293 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And then as far as publishing this to the jury judge, I do think it'll be helpful to have Mr. Hoyland go over 2 through 8 pages as demonstrative exhibits just to augment his testimony.
All right.
That's fine.
And then we'll just need the TVs turned on and running from here, Judge. Thank you.
Tisha got a new hairdo. Shit. I don't know what do you call that hairdo? What is that?
So describe what we're looking at as far as on this cover page. What does this page tell us?
Just the old cover slide here talks about the case numbers, both the FBI and El Paso County ones. The date of my report was finalized in January of 21, and that it's just related to the Gannon Stauch homicide.
Okay, page 2. What does page 2 tell us?
So page 2 is sort of the beginning of some of the boilerplate slides. This is a brief overview of the investigative information, the purpose of the analysis, which again was just, as sort of discussed, I was called upon to help with the phones to try and identify where Gannon was located. And then the methodology. So briefly, I touched on that. Phones connect to towers, and that radio frequency is what is used to exchange that information from the phone to the tower. Based on the locations of those towers, which are provided by the phone companies, we can map all that out and start to see which, the locations of where towers were utilized to inform an opinion as to the general location of a device at that time.
Okay. Judge, it may be helpful. Would you mind if I turn off the ring lights? Just so.
That's fine there.
Yeah.
The 2 green dots.
Just so there's a little less glare on the.
Man, it should look worse. Right.
Special Agent Hoyland, to the very bottom, there's a note that says all times herein are in the local time zone. Can you describe what you mean by that?
Sure. So all phone companies provide their records in a different time zone, which is somewhat annoying. And so in this case, we have multiple phones from multiple carriers. All the data here has been normalized. So it's an all apples to apples comparison. So anytime that you see on a map, on subsequent maps, will be that time, not any sort of time that the phone company had provided the records. And because my analysis stretches a good chunk of the US and we go from multiple time zones, just know that that is, again, always local to whatever location of the map we're looking at that time.
So if we're looking at a map that shows central time zone, it'll be local time for that central time zone.
Correct.
Okay. We're on page 3 now of your report, and this is still a demonstrative slide. Tell the jury what we're looking at in slide 3.
Sure. So similar again to what was mentioned, your phone's always looking for the tower that has the best signal, right? It's always scanning that in the background so that it's ready to go when a message comes in or you need to place a call. And that's, again, what gets logged in those call detail records. One thing to note, though, is that your phone's not always going to use the closest tower, right? It's going to use the tower it sees as best. So cleanest, clearest, and just generally best signal. So one way to think about that is imagine you're in an office building and you're standing at a window and you see a cell tower, your phone sees a cell tower a mile away. There's no obstructions, clear line of sight. Now, on the other side of that office building, maybe a half mile away, there might be another cell tower your phone sees. Your phone may choose that tower that's a little bit farther away because it provides a better signal. The radio frequency from that tower to your phone and from your phone back won't have to penetrate the rest of that office building, the concrete, the rebar, the steel, just to get out to reach that tower. It's a little bit closer. So something to just keep in mind, I guess, when looking at the analysis.
Okay. Now we're on page 4. What does this one tell us?
As part of this, we also did what's known as a drive test or an RF survey, and that is gear that we have that is standard in the cellular industry that allows us to go out and measure the cell signal strengths in different spots based on antennas we have on our car and a GPS puck. And so from that, we can begin to draw the estimated boundaries of where a tower's coverage area would begin and end, and where a different tower's coverage area would start. So in a couple of slides in my report, that type of analysis is shown.
So does this mean that you're physically driving out to these locations to test the signal strength essentially from a tower?
In this case, I didn't specifically do it. I was tied up with some other stuff, so somebody else did the driving. The gear is ours. The data comes back to our server, and I analyzed it. But yes, it's a lot of right turns. You're just driving all around.
Okay. We're now on page 5 of the demonstrative exhibits. Tell the jury what we're looking at here.
So this is a slide to help you understand the concept of sectors. So as I mentioned before, not only do we receive information about which cell tower was utilized, but we also get information about the sector. So if you think of a cell tower as a 360-degree circle, most towers are broken up into 3 sectors. Not all, but most. And so each sector, if you divide 360 by 3, each sector would cover approximately 120 degrees. Where this becomes helpful for us is, imagine behind me, the phone was utilizing that tower. I guess I don't have a laser pointer, but the one at the top, sector 1.
There's actually an extender pointer up there, an old school pointer, telescoping. Even though you're talking about technology,
Old school
we
indeed.
like the old school method.
Yeah. So that one. So imagine a phone's using that tower and sector. Well, we know that the phone is not going to be down here, right? Because it would choose that sector. And it wouldn't be down here because it would choose that sector, right? So it helps us better narrow down the location or general location of a device relative to that tower. And again, all of this information is provided by the phone companies. They're the ones who decide which direction these towers face, because they don't all face 0, 120, and 240. Each sector can face however they want to configure it. But it's this additional information that really helps us narrow down on our analysis.
On page 6 of the demonstrative exhibits, tell the jury what's depicted here.
Sure. The big takeaway on this one is this pie wedge looking thing up on the top. That is how we reflect the sector that was utilized for a tower or for a phone when it utilized a tower and a sector. So you'll see that sort of pie wedge shape all over my reports. The other thing that's important on this is don't mistake that little yellow filled in area as the coverage area. That's not what it is. It's merely to help you understand the direction that pie wedge faces.
Okay. Now we're on page 7. Tell the jury what we're looking at here.
So in this case, this slide, this is just an example of some Verizon call detail records. As I had mentioned before, these are really just billing statements, right? It just shows your phone's activity. But off to the right, you start to see, and I guess I'll keep going back to the pointy thing. You got your cell sites listed there. And it shows first serving cell site, first serving cell face. So that's the cell number that Verizon assigned to the tower utilized. And then the cell face, 1, 2, 3, sometimes it's, 4, 5, 6. But nonetheless, that's the information that we take. And then we marry that up with a tower list from Verizon. So Verizon says, here's where all of our towers are by the numbers given here. So we can go ahead and take the latitude and longitudes. For in this case, first serving cell site 285. We could go to that tower list and say, 285. Well, that is right here on the Earth. It used sector 3. Sector 3 faces southwest. Okay, well, we know that the phone was generally southwest of that tower at that point, that moment in time. Yeah.
Is it common that, say, I get on a call outside of the courthouse here this morning and I walk down Tejon for a couple of miles? Would it be common for my phone to switch towers while I'm on that call?
Yes, your phone should at least hand off to other towers. When, imagine your call drops in the middle of that, what happened there is the network didn't have proper overlap between towers, right? The coverage area from one tower didn't properly overlap with the coverage area of the next tower. So there was a gap. And when there's a gap, your phone disconnects or drops the call. In this particular instance and how we analyze the records, we traditionally just use the first serving cell site at that moment, because again, that's the moment the phone initiated contact with the network. The phone is making that determination. All of those handoffs to other towers are network derived. So the network says, oh, okay, I'm going to move you over here now, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Also, not every carrier provides that information. AT&T is the only one who actually provides handoff info.
Okay.
And one more thing on the Verizon.
Yeah.
Verizon only provides us the cell tower information for phone calls. It does not provide it for text messages. And so, there's somewhat of a gap there. We see the text messages, we see when they occur, but we don't see the cell tower associated with them.
Does a text message access the cell tower the same way a phone call does?
It does.
Okay. And then now we're on page 8 of the demonstrative exhibits. Tell the jury what's depicted here.
So somewhat of the eyesore behind me is the AT&T records. So all the carriers provide their records in slightly different format. AT&T likes to provide it in PDF and a text file, where everyone else uses Excel. But suffice to say, it doesn't really matter what format the data comes in, because at the end of the day, every carrier is saying the same thing. This phone number utilized this tower and sector at this date and time for a call or a text or whatever it might be. So the headers, the format, how it's laid out, somewhat irrelevant. All that information is available to us to do our analysis.
Okay. Now we're on to page 9 of your report, and this actually is now getting into the admitted exhibit. What is the purposes of the information contained here on page 9?
So on page 9, we have a lot of the different devices that I was asked to look at in this case. So the first 4 are different cell phones, and you see the number, it's in the selector column behind me. Those are the phone numbers associated with those devices. I have the associated party, the provider of those cellular service, and then the map icon on the far right. So whenever I'm showing activity for Gannon's phone, it's going to be the red pie wedge. Letecia's had a phone with AT&T as well as Verizon. For consistency, I just made them both blue. It'll be very clear in my analysis when that changes. Harley Hunt's device was also an AT&T, that's gray. Then the bottom 4 are additional geolocation data sets that we were able to obtain. So there was information gleaned from a Volkswagen Tiguan. Those are going to show up as a yellow marker on my reports. There was a rental car, a rental cargo van, I should say, that the rental company had GPS data associated with it. You'll see that in green, as well as a separate rental car where a GPS tracker had been placed on it. That's also in green. And then lastly, there was an application known as Life 360 that was on Letecia's device, one of Letecia's devices. So we received information from Life 360 that also was able to be mapped out and is highlighted by that pink icon at the bottom. So there's a legend on each of my maps. Don't feel like you need to memorize this, but you're going to see a lot of colors and a lot of moving parts on some of these subsequent slides.
And just for the record, as we're looking at page 9 of this report, item A, which is 843-504-6724, the records for that were admitted under Exhibit 708. Item B, which is 843-655-7460, was admitted as Exhibit 704. Item C, which is 407-375-3463, was admitted as Exhibit 706.
Phone stuff.
Item D, 843-957-3486, was admitted as Exhibit number 707. The Tiguan telematics, which is item E, was admitted as Exhibit number 291. The cargo van GPS was admitted through Mr. Watton's testimony and is Exhibit number 292. The Nissan Altima GPS tracker was admitted through testimony from El Paso County Sheriff's detectives, and it was Exhibit number 230. And then finally, the Life 360 data under line H, 843-655-7460, was admitted as Exhibit number 705.
Letecia.
All right, let's go on to page 10. What does page 10 depict and tell us?
So as part of the returns from the phone companies, they traditionally provide subscriber information. So in this case, for the phone associated with Gannon, AT&T was the service provider. It was subscribed to Eugene Stauch at the address given in Colorado Springs. And then just the date of my analysis with this particular phone was from January 26th of 2020 through January 28th of 2020.
Okay. And then on page 11, what are we looking at here?
Again, same information. This is for Letecia's phone ending in 7460, also with AT&T. Also subscribed to under Eugene's account.
When it shows that the subscriber information is under Eugene Stauch, but you indicate that this is associated with Letecia Stauch, is that based off of information you get from the investigative agency giving you information about who is associated with each individual phone number?
It is, because again, the records don't tell me who's holding the phone per se, right? But through that, I learned that this number was primarily used by Letecia. Okay.
And then now on page 12, what does this one tell us?
This is the secondary phone that we came to learn about associated with Letecia. This is a Verizon phone ending in 3463. The subscriber information was listed as a Kylie Britt in Orlando, Florida, with an effective date of February 1st of 2020. And this was a prepaid device. Right? So not one where a monthly bill shows up. This is you can go by minutes whenever you want kind of thing.
Did you have information from the investigation that this was a phone that was purchased by the defendant at a Walmart in Trinidad?
I did.
Okay. Page 13, Ooh. What does this one tell us?
This is the phone that was associated with Arlie Hunt, number 3486, again, AT&T, and also subscribed to under the Eugene Stauch account.
Page 14.
So these are the other 4 data sets that we saw previously on my sort of summary slide of the selectors. So it just goes into a little bit more detail. The Tiguan telematics data that was extracted by our OTD shop. The cargo van that was rented by Letecia from Budget. Their vendor was Air IQ. And while it wasn't breadcrumb trail type GPS, where you can see it going every couple seconds, every 6 hours, it was set to essentially ping the vehicle. Where is this vehicle located right now? There was a Nissan rental car, which didn't have, to my knowledge, any sort of GPS built into it, but a tracker was attached to that by the Colorado Springs Police Department. And then lastly, the Life 360 app. So an app on your phone sources the data, sources the GPS of your device and reports it back to Life 360 so that they sort of know where you are, where your family members are, if you have a shared plan. That information was provided to us. That account was associated with a user of Letecia Stauch, email TeciaLynn2006 at Yahoo, and then the same phone number as her AT&T device.
When you were talking about the Tiguan telematics, you said the OTD shop with the FBI. What does OTD mean?
Operations Technology Division.
Is that in Quantico, Virginia?
It is.
Okay. We're on page 15. Tell the jury what we're looking at here.
So for the first 5 days of my report, there was a variety of locations of interest that were provided to me, as shown here. They all don't show up, of course, on every single slide. As we go through the maps, the ones of relevance I will have populated, so I won't necessarily bore everyone with going through it one by one, but suffice to say, the icons on the right will appear on some of my subsequent slides with the description of what that location is.
And are these locations things that you just pull out of thin air?
No. These were locations, again, that the investigative team had provided to me as locations of interest for my analysis.
Okay. Now we're on page 16. What are we looking at here?
All right. So a little bit busy, so I'm going to take a few seconds to sort of walk everyone through what's going on. You see in the top right, there's a legend, right? So whenever we're looking at a map, everyone's going to have a legend. It's going to tell you all the key sort of pieces going on the slide. So we have the Stauch residence, which is in the bottom right, the little icon that has the house on it. We then have the pink Life 360 markers, which you see sort of walk us from the house up to the Garden of the Gods. The yellow is the Volkswagen Tiguan telematics data, which I just mentioned. And that in the Life 360 data sort of follows a very similar path. And then we have the cellular records. All right. So in this case, we have AT&T records, this call out box here. So at on January 26, 2020, at 11:15, Letecia's device received an incoming text message, a system-generated short code, which is those 5 digits off to the right. And it utilized that tower and sector down there that faces in the direction of the Stauch residence. So when we look at this call-out box, and we'll see many of them, you've got the phone number associated with the record, and it's color coordinated. So you may see a call-out box that has like 3 or 4 different phones all at the same time. Each phone will be color-coded based on the actual user. Then we see the timestamp, again in local time. Whether or not it was an incoming text, an outgoing text, incoming call, outgoing call, that's all going to be listed next. In this case, the 110 is the direction that sector faces. So 110 degrees is, if you think of a clock, roughly like 4 o'clock. And you can see that that's how that's drawn. So 110 degrees from the center of it. But when taken in totality, we see that at approximately 2 o'clock, the Tiguan and the Life 360 information supports that this device and the car are traveling away from the residence up to the Garden of the Gods. At 2:56, we see Letecia's phone, and it's sort of buried under that. This might be easier to see here. You see that Letecia's phone uses that tower and sector to receive 2 text messages. The other thing, just to note on this, so these other blue dots here, those are the other AT&T towers in the area that her phone didn't utilize during this period in time. But all told, again, consistent with Letecia's phone traveling from her house up to the Garden of the Gods during the time frame shown on the 26th.
Is it helpful to know that other things happened that sort of corroborate the same information, other ways to verify that there was a visit to Garden of the Gods?
Yeah, obviously, the more corroboration you have of a data point, the better.
Okay. And then as far as your analysis on this, is this the first time on that day, Sunday, January 26th, that the Tiguan left the 6627 Mandan Drive based on your analysis?
I believe it was.
Okay. Yes. And so if we've had some prior testimony that there was hiking in a selfie taken at Garden of the Gods on January 26th, that would corroborate this, what shows a visit of the defendant in her Tiguan and using her cell phone up at Garden of the Gods.
I would say so, because you have the Tiguan, the yellow dots sort of terminate right there. But then the Life 360 points sort of continue off of and away from the Tiguan. This would support the theory that the car was parked and then people got out and walked. And then obviously there was the 2 incoming text messages, as I mentioned before.
The fact that there was a selfie taken on the defendant's phone showing herself and Gannon and a little girl named Lena that was on her phone, does that also corroborate that she was actually in possession of this phone?
Without a doubt.
Okay. Now we're on page 17. What are we looking at here?
So in this instance, during from approximately 4:20 to 4:46, we see Tiguan and Life 360 data sort of reverse paths, right? And there was no cell phone activity during this time that was mappable. So we're left with this. But again, you see the path of travel that the device and the vehicle take back to the Stauch residence.
Okay. And then on page 18, what are we looking at?
So at 5:08 that same evening on January 26th, the Life 360 app recorded a variety of points consistent with a path of travel as I show here. So leaves the house, goes down here, you got an activity at 5:14, 5:22, you've got another data point a little bit farther east, and then the next one back there at 5:26. So sort of a quick jaunt away from the house, and then back in 15 minutes or so. And then at 5:27, and then again at 5:48, that device, Life 360 recorded locations of that device back at the house. There wasn't any AT&T activity. There wasn't any Tiguan telematics activity during this time. But there was, from the Cellbrite, or a dump of the information on Letecia's phone, conversations that she had with Harley via iMessage at 5:11 and 5:13, mentioning she was out getting food because Gannon had an accident in his pants. Now, the important thing here to understand about iMessage is, if anybody has an iPhone, when you send a message to another iPhone user, it doesn't show up as a traditional text message. It goes over the data side of the network. So we'll never see that message in the log of texts for Letecia's device. Only traditional text messages or iMessages that fail and have to be sent as an SMS would show up in her text messages.
You used a SMS. What does that mean? Just so the record's clear.
Short message service. It's the name for a text.
And then MMS you mentioned also. What is that?
A multimedia service. That would be like a picture message.
Okay. The fact that there's no Tiguan telematics data here, does that indicate that the defendant likely drove a different vehicle besides the Tiguan?
It would support that, yes.
Okay. Page 19. Now, what are we looking at?
So after that 5:48 event, we don't really have much during the next 4 hours. So at 9:27, 9:28, 9:35, there's some Life 360 activity as shown here. And then at 10:19 p.m., Letecia's device placed an outgoing call using the tower and sector facing back towards the residence to the AT&T customer service number.
The fact that you've got the two entries at 9:28 and 9:35 basically at the house, and then there's that one 9:27 that's sort of kicked out southwest away from the house. Does that tell us anything necessarily?
Yeah, when I looked at the totality of the Life 360 data, it seemed to track quite closely with other stuff. And we didn't see really much derivation from expected paths of travel. So, if I was, looking at this data sort of live, I would have expected that the phone would have not been at the residence, but instead would have been somewhere outside it, south of it.
Okay. And then are we still talking about Sunday, January 26th in this slide?
Yes. Sorry, we are now evening of Sunday, January 26th.
Okay. Now we're on page 20. What are we looking at here?
Sure. So this is the first of a couple slides that is the drive testing I mentioned. So the way we go out and map the coverage areas of a particular tower, and it's not the full coverage area. The area could extend in certain areas beyond it where we can't drive. So if you look off to like the bottom right, there's certain areas where there's no roads. We can't go out there to do our drive testing. But what we can see on the roads that we do drive, is that this particular tower and sector provides coverage back towards the location of the Stauch residence. Right? So if a device was at that residence, I would expect it to utilize this tower and sector for any of its calls or texts or anything.
And is this going to be the main tower that is used for connection throughout this presentation for the Stauch residence?
Yes, this tower is utilized over and over again by all the AT&T devices when we have corroborating evidence to support that they're at the residence.
Okay. Now into slide 21. What are we looking at here?
Sure. So the taking a little bit step back in time, we're now back into the early afternoon on January 26th, but this is Harley's AT&T device. And you see it 2:41 and at 3:10, her phone is utilizing two different cell towers facing the Massage Envy area or business. Prior to that, at 1:48, her phone had placed an outgoing call using that same tower and sector we just looked at that was facing the Stauch residence. So this would be consistent with her device being near the Stauch residence at 1:48 and then clearly traveling up sometime between then where it first utilized a tower near Massage Envy at 2:41. After that, there was two more incoming calls at 7:35 through that same tower off to the left. So consistent with her being there. She also had clocked out of work at 10:18 that evening.
So that's what I was going to ask you, and you just hit it. Would this basically corroborate testimony that we had previously that she was at work from basically 2 until 10 roughly p.m.?
Yes, it would.
Okay. And again, is this on Sunday, January 26th?
Yes, it is.
Slide 22, what are we looking at here?
So we've now migrated to the morning of January 27th, and we see both Letecia and Harley's devices utilizing the tower and sector that faces the Stauch residence. So Harley's entry, she only has one. It's at 2:40. There's an outgoing text message, which was system generated. And then at 4:46 a.m. through 8:42 a.m., you see a bunch of activity from Letecia's device, a lot of outgoing text messages, incoming calls, etc. So when we looked at the Cellbrite for Letecia's phone, we see that she sent a message to Albert at 2:48 related to Gannon feeling ill. Again, that was an iMessage, so it's not going to show up in our logs here, right? It's not going to show up as a traditional text message. Subsequent to that, there was then at 4:36, you see some messages to her employer saying that her stepfather had passed away and she wouldn't be coming into work that day. At 8:18, as you can see, as I've written here, the last known photo of Gannon was sent to Albert, showing him lying in bed. Again, all of this activity is utilizing that tower and sector facing the residence. This would be consistent with her device being at that residence for the duration of that time, or at least when these messages were sent and received. And then lastly, in terms of chronological order, Harley was listed as clocking into work at 8:30 that morning.
And so just so we're clear, when we're looking at the box with the different activity, the blue box there, you mentioned that Harley's is listed in gray. Will you just stand up and point to that specific thing just so that we're all tracking with the same thing? And so that would corroborate with your key up at the top where Harley's phone activity is listed in gray as well, right?
Exactly. So all of Harley's stuff is going to show up as gray. All of Letecia's phone activity is blue. Gannon's is going to be red.
In the time span for this particular slide, just so you were saying 2:40 and 4:36, we're talking about early morning hours, AM hours.
Yes.
And this is the morning of January 27th, is that right?
That is correct.
Moving on to 23, what are we looking at there?
So we're continuing on now, still in the morning of January 27th. There was another iMessage sent at 9:54 saying that she was leaving her phone. This is Letecia saying that she was leaving her phone and to be contacted via Gannon's Apple iWatch, which is paired, to be contacted on her Apple iWatch paired with Gannon's device. When we looked at some surveillance video, we see that that Albert's truck leaves the residence. It's written over it, but around
10:13.
10:13. Thank you. There's a lot of info. I couldn't memorize it all. And then at 1:22, we see Letecia on surveillance video at Petco. The Albert's truck then returns based on surveillance at 2:20. And there's no Life 360 app data available because, again, Letecia left her phone at home. She only took her Apple iWatch. So when we look at the activity from Letecia's AT&T phone, we see beginning at 10:39 local time and stretching well past when the truck returns, All that activity is inbound. Again, supporting the idea that her phone was left at home.
Teabag.
None of the
Check this
calls
out.
appear to have been transferred to Letecia's Apple iWatch. So, yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna show you guys something. I'm checking Discord. You guys got to check out Discord.
I'm sorry, page 24 of this exhibit. What are we looking at there?
Check this out. Hold on, I'm gonna show you.
So again, same sort of time frame, but now we're looking at just Gannon's phone. What had happened with Gannon's phone? So we've been talking about voice and text data or informations thus far. AT&T also has data sessions. When we have voice and text, we traditionally use just that. Data sessions require a different level of sort of investigation to validate and confirm accuracy and reliability. And so in situations where we don't see text messages, we don't see phone calls, sometimes we'll use data sessions. And that's what I did in this case with Gannon's device. So you see his phone again in red. At 10:19, he has 2 data sessions open up off of the tower and sector that faces the Stauch residence. You see some of the towers that his phone utilizes along the way. I don't have the timestamps for those, but I jump up here to at 11:07, a data session near the Petco. Then at 1:19, and then again at 1:20, there's another data session off the tower sector there at Petco. One thing to keep in mind with the data sessions is when they open up, they may stay open for as long as 60 minutes. And so it's not, again, a transactional kind of record wherein we'll see every iMessage back and forth. We'll see every time that person goes out and surfs the web and the associated cell tower. That kind of granularity doesn't exist in the data. It's just that the data session opened up at this date and time, may have been open for up to an hour. What happened during that hour, we can't specifically say. But in this instance, it's consistent with the idea that Gannon's device moved from the residence up towards the PetSmart Petco area. When we looked at the forensic analysis of Gannon's device, we see that the Safari mobile app was used at 11:12 a.m., and then there was no more activity till 1:20. There was an iMessage received on his device at 12:06, which indicates that his device was on and at least connected to some sort of Wi-Fi or cellular, in this case, likely cellular. Sorry, I just lost my thought here. At that 12:06, that's when the message was sent. But it wasn't actually reviewed or viewed by somebody holding Gannon's phone until 1:20 that afternoon. So roughly an hour and 15 minutes after it was sent, somebody opened up iMessage and looked at that message. Yeah.
Okay. And so again, similar to what I've asked in the past on some of these other slides, the last two, page 23 and 24, outside sources that show that this is valid information. You mentioned the trip and departures on neighborhood surveillance cameras, like Ring doorbell cameras. Did that corroborate them leaving at basically the same time that we're looking at in these 2 pictures?
Yes, it does.
And then you mentioned surveillance video at Petco up on North Nevada showing the defendant and the red pickup being there at that same time. Also, does that corroborate and show that this information is valid?
It does, yes.
On page 25, what are we looking at here?
Still on this January 27th date, early afternoon time frame, we're looking at 12:18 through 4:25. But this is specific to just Harley's device. So you see Massage Envy, you see the 3 towers that her phone recorded activity through during that period in time. She was recorded as clocking into work at 8:30 that morning. And then at 4:15, she had clocked out, and shortly thereafter, she was seen returning to the residence.
And does this slide validate the testimony that Harley Hunt was at work and not at the 6627 Mandan Drive during these hours?
It would, yes.
And this is Monday, January 27th?
Correct.
And let me go back to page 24 and 23. Essentially, does this basically, these two slides show that Letecia's phone and Gannon's phone leave the residence in the morning hours and then return to the residence at roughly 2:20 in the afternoon?
Well, we don't see Letecia's phone actually leave. So Letecia's phone stays at the residence the whole time. What we do see is that Gannon's device leaves and goes up to the PetSmart. Her Apple Watch, we don't have any sort of geolocation data to ascertain where it was at any particular point in time.
And then that same, though, information, Gannon's phone showing them arriving back is corroborated by other surveillance video in the neighborhood.
That is, yes, correct.
Okay. And then moving on to page 26 of the exhibit, what are we looking at here?
So that evening of the 27th, we see in this call out box, we have three different colors, right? We have gray, which is Harley's activity. We have blue, which is Letecia's activity. And we have red, which is Gannon's phone activity. So beginning at 6:38 through 6:58, Letecia has a variety of outgoing calls, including a phone call at 6:55 to 911. Again, using the tower, and all three of those phones are all using the tower and sector facing the residence. At 7:31, and then again at 7:32, Gannon's device places an outgoing call to the same number ending in 6679. There was significant vehicle activity based on surveillance that we observed. And then at 8:05, Albert, who was not present, contacted the El Paso County Sheriff's Office as well. So again, this would be consistent with Letecia's device being at this, in and around the residence from 6:38 through 8 o'clock. Harley had three calls, all outgoing at 7:01, 7:02, and 7:02 as well. And then there was a smattering of Life 360 activity on Letecia's device, placing it in and around the residence at 6:52 through 6:59.
You make note on there that the Letecia's phone called 911 at 6:55 p.m., right?
That's correct.
And then you also make note that there are two outgoing calls from Gannon's phone at 7:31 and 7:32 p.m. If Letecia is calling 911 and reporting Gannon as being missing at that 6:55 p.m., is it likely that it's not Gannon using the phone at 7:31?
Yes, that would make logical sense.
Okay. Page 27 of this exhibit, what are we looking at here?
Yeah, so from 8 p.m. on the evening of the 27th through 6:19 a.m. the morning of January 28th, 2020, Letecia's phone had 65 different calls or texts utilizing the two towers shown here. 64 of them went through the tower and sector facing the house. An incoming call at 5 a.m. was off the tower and sector just south. Additionally, Gannon's device had a variety of incoming calls, text messages, outgoing calls, again, utilizing the tower and sector shown there. The El Paso County Sheriff's Office was physically present at that residence from 10:09 p.m. through 11:39 p.m. on the evening of the 27th. But you can see, again, the variety of activity sort of throughout the night for those devices.
And is this basically showing Monday, January 27th, nighttime hours into Tuesday, January 28th?
It is, yes.
And then again, similar to the last slide that we were just looking at, the fact that Gannon's phone is showing activity, even though he'd been reported as missing 6:55 p.m. on the 27th, is it also likely that it's not Gannon using the phone at this particular point?
Yes, because some of the calls that occur are during the period when the police officers or the sheriff's office is there.
And some of these are outgoing, meaning somebody's actually physically manipulating the phone.
Correct.
Page 28, what are we looking at here?
So on this slide, we were in the early morning hours of January 28th. And at 6:21, Letecia's device sends an outbound text message utilizing the tower and sector, again, facing the residence. Around that same minute, the Tiguan is seen on surveillance video leaving the residence. When we look at the Life 360 app data, we see 624, data point there, 625, and it's 627 up here, a little bit north of the house. At 627, her phone also receives an incoming text message through that tower and sector there, the same number that she had recently just texted about 6 minutes prior. After that, we see the Life 360 app data come back south. 628, 630, 631, back at the residence. At 640, Letecia's device receives an incoming call through that same tower and sector facing the residence. And then surveillance video also shows her, or shows at least the Tiguan backing into the garage at 636. So what it appears to have happened is that her device left in the Tiguan, got a little bit north, for some reason turned around and returned back to the house.
Did her device grow legs and go up there by itself?
I've never seen that. Okay.
Page 29, what are we looking at here?
So as you can see, 6:43 to 8:11 a.m. Both Letecia and Gannon's phones have a variety of activity, incoming and outgoing calls through the tower and sector facing the residence. 2 out of the 3 calls with Gannon's device were outgoing at this time.
And we're talking about January 28th now?
Yes, still on the 28th, morning of the 28th.
So that would be Tuesday morning?
Yes.
Is this basically showing that both of these phones are at the Stauch residence with no departures, at least as we can tell by phone activity?
Yeah, it would nothing to indicate that these phones had left the sort of the general area of where the house is, for sure.
Okay. Page 30, what's on page 30?
So at 8:13, we have a Life 360 app marker just west of the house, along with some Tiguan data starting to show up. We have some calls, 8:16, or texts and calls at 8:16. We have some more texts and calls, 8:21, 8:25, and then a call incoming at 8:34, utilizing a tower at the Colorado Springs Airport. And based on the imagery there of the Tiguan locations and Life 360 app locations, it would be consistent with the device and the vehicle both traveling to Colorado Springs Airport, arriving somewhere between 8:27 and 8:31. At 8:25, Letecia had sent Albert a text, and he had responded 4 minutes later, saying that he had just landed, asking if he was still going to pick her, asking if she was still picking him up. And then subsequently, during a search of the Tiguan, a parking receipt was found at 8:28. The last data point for the Tiguan for this day is at 8:31 that morning. So for the rest of January 28th, we don't have any more Tiguan data.
Okay. And then as it relates to this particular slide, the cell towers that you have indicated here, they have little red numbers in a circle. What is that all about?
Sometimes when we have lots of data, our maps get busy, and sometimes it's hard to make everything fit. So all these refer to is the corresponding cell tower. It's just like a visual to help you identify that, this call out box here is associated with this tower that has the 3. The actual cell number itself is that CID number after it, but that's all it is just to help you vector into which tower we're talking about.
And so does this also corroborate the idea that Mr. Stauch flew into the Colorado Springs Airport on this Tuesday, January 28th, and the defendant picked him up at that airport roughly at the same time?
It does.
And Judge, just thinking ahead as far as break, what do you want me to shoot for as far as?
It's your call. If another 10 minutes or so would be better, but if we need one now, it's okay.
Right.
No, we'll go another 10 minutes. Thanks. Page 31, what are we looking at here?
Page 31. Still that morning, January 28th. So following the slide that we just looked at, At 8:48, and again at 9 o'clock, has shown up here. And through 8:45 through 9:02, Letecia's device is utilizing this tower and sector and has a bunch of Life 360 app hits there. We learned that that Letecia had rented a Kia Rio from the airport around this time and picked up Albert at approximately 8:50 that morning. And when we continue to look at the cell tower usage and the Life 360 app data, we see that her phone travels south away from the airport, returning back to the Stauch residence at approximately roughly 9:15. When we looked through her phone dump, Letecia's phone dump, we saw that she had sent an iMessage to Harley minutes prior to picking up Albert, asking Harley to move the Jetta into the garage. And then surveillance again shows the Kia arriving back at around 9:15.
And so does this slide basically corroborate the idea that the defendant left her Tiguan someplace and then now is mobile in the Kia rental vehicle that was rented at the airport?
That's correct.
And so now we don't have any Tiguan data anymore. We're just looking at Life 360 data and any cell phone activity.
That's correct.
Okay. And again, is this Tuesday, January 28th in the morning hours?
It is.
Page 30. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I cut you off?
No,
Okay.
no, I'm good.
Page 32.
Thanks.
What are we looking at here?
So a little bit, a few minutes later, 9 o'clock hour, 9:37 to 11:44. Again, Tuesday the 28th. You see the activity shown here. So from 9:37 through 10:55, Letecia's device utilized that tower and sector for a variety of calls and texts. But we also see, beginning at 11:01, some Life 360 data. And we see that data continue up until 11:44, where it puts her device near French Elementary. As you can see, there was a tower that was utilized at 11:30 all the way up there for an incoming call. Also sort of supporting the theory that her phone had traveled away from the residence. And also as part of her trip, we see that her phone, based on the Life 360 data, sort of stops here at a strip mall for about 25 minutes before continuing northward.
And just so we're understanding how the Life 360 works, does that app essentially just drop breadcrumbs as it's moving along, or why are we seeing so much activity on the Life 360 and maybe not necessarily as much phone activity?
Well, the phone activity isn't going to be GPS derived, right? The phone activity is only going to occur when there's activity on the phone, when somebody's making or receiving calls or texts. The data sessions are aside from that, and that's not mapped here with Letecia's. The Life 360 app, though, its purpose is so that you know where your family members are, right? And so it's sourcing and harvesting that GPS. It also uses Wi-Fi and Bluetooth based on what they have on their website, but it's recording that information and storing it so that you can look and see where, your son or daughter had been, or, where somebody in your family might be. So that's their business model. They need to record a lot more precise location data than what we would see from a traditional phone record.
Okay. Moving on to page 33, what are we looking at here?
So beginning at noon, Letecia's device receives an incoming call through that tower and sector that's actually sitting right under the French Elementary tower or location. At 12:07, again, more Life 360 app data begins to show that device traveling south. At 1 o'clock, we see, let me take a step back. At 12:24, through 1:14, you see in that box up there, that's associated with this tower here. There's a variety of activity from her phone using the tower and sector facing the residence. So, bless you. A little after 1 o'clock, we see Letecia's device travel away from the residence based on the Life 360 app. And we see at approximately 1:30, it stops near a Starbucks. That is where Letecia ended up being interviewed by the sheriff's office. And following that, and we also see some phone calls right in the box there off of that tower and sector facing Starbucks at 1:40 and then 2:23. Then more Life 360 app data brings that phone back to the area of the residence at approximately 2:45.
So does this show basically at that 12:07 traveling from the residence up towards French Elementary, what you have indicated with an FE on the map, correct?
This would be travel away from French Elementary.
Okay, but showing being up by French Elementary and then coming back towards the residence and then going to the Starbucks for that interview with sheriff's office personnel and then back to the residence.
That is correct.
Okay.
Tisha.
Page 34, what are we looking at there?
So afternoon of Tuesday the 28th at 3:06 through 3:45, we have some activity here off of the tower and sector again, facing the Stauch residence. Sorry, so 4:07, 4:17, and then 4:25. So all of that activity taking place there. At 4:25, we see the Life 360 app data begin to move away from the residence up north. Letecia's device, the Life 360 app records a data point right off Route 21 at 4:32, a little bit inside the airport area. At 4:50, we see Life 360 right there, back on Route 21, along with an outgoing call through that tower and sector adjacent to it. And then at 5 o'clock, the Life 360 data puts Letecia's device, that northern section of the airport. Yeah, and the call at 4:51 was to Albert's device.
So if we had prior testimony that Al was at the sheriff's office at roughly this 4:20-ish timeframe on this particular day on January 28th, this shows the defendant traveling separate from Al, who would be at the sheriff's office.
Yes, that's correct.
And then where the AP marker is up there, is that essentially obviously it's the Avis car rental, but is that the airport, Colorado Springs Airport?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then page 35, what are we looking at there?
Now beginning at 5:18 and 5:38, and then you see an outgoing call from Letecia's device off the tower and sector facing Massage Envy. There's a decent amount of activity from her device in and around that Massage Envy area. Following that, Life 360 data brings Letecia's device southward from Massage Envy back towards the residence. You can see the multitude of incoming and outgoing calls that she made and the different towers that she utilized. But at 5:56 and 5:57, she used that tower and sector facing the residence. And between 5:55 and 5:59, that Life 360 data puts her device in and around that area of the residence.
Okay. And again, is this still that same Tuesday, January 28th?
It is, yes.
Okay. Judge, this might be a good time to take our break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning break. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 10:35, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own investigation about any aspect of the case. With that, we'll see you back in about 15 minutes or so. All rise for the jury, please.
Okay, so a little 15-minute break. This thing to me is like they're just basically going down the timeline, and they're using that Life 360 thing, which that's its purpose. A lot of tracking and GPS and whatever. Yada yada. Good morning, man. Welcome, guys. If you guys can hit the like button,
be seated,
please.
Mr. Hoyland, you can
Like
step
button?
down if you would like to.
Thank you.
My nose is a
All right,
little
we'll be in
runny.
recess. Thank you.
All rise.
A recap? I don't even know what happened. To me, it was like they went down the timeline, I was listening a little bit, but to me, it's like the timeline. A lot of this stuff I think is like stuff that we already went over in the affidavit, but now they're presenting the actual data on the screen from Life 360 and cell phone tower information. But yeah, funny to ask me to recap. I don't fucking know what happened. maybe Diggs knows. Shit, I don't know. Let me get the super chats real quick. To me, it wasn't that interesting. I'm sure maybe I missed something. It wasn't that interesting because I feel like the stuff we already knew. Well, especially if we read the affidavit. Let me see here. Tisha, thank you for the super chat. Says, what did I say? Tisha? Mandy. I'm reading her super chat without reading her name. Mandy L, thank you for the super chat. Tisha is looking for a man today. 90s hair today. The Wanda Life, thank you for the membership. Oh yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you for becoming a member. The Wanda Life, thank you for the super chat. Says Mel's Lunch Fund. Thanks for all your time and dedication. Thank you. I feel like my nose is kind of like running today a little bit. So I've been kind of blowing it out. Amelia, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate that. JLM, thank you for the membership. Says 418. Oh, I'm reading. Mod your mods. At least one is power tripping. Okay, just send me an email and your other screen name and we'll talk about it. And we'll look into it. Because there's a lot of people in the chat. I can't keep everything. The mods do a great job. Maybe it was an accident or maybe there's a reason. So if you send me your name via email, iCkEdMeL@gmail.com, we'll look into it. Ebony, thank you for the super chat. Says thank you for covering a trial. Thank you. Chrissy B, thank you for the 3-month membership. Best chat on YouTube. Love you. Bloopers. Thank you, mods. Thank you, Chrissy. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're maintaining. Job for 9, 15-month membership. Thank you for keeping it up. Appreciate that. iCkEdMeL, keep up the great work. Hey to the chat. And thank you, Rennie, for the stars on Facebook. Amazing. Amazing. Maybe it's allergies. I don't know. Let me see here. Mods. I'm sure there's a reason. The other thing too is a lot of the times they keep track of everything. So, whatever the situation was, I'm sure I'll talk to whoever. We'll know what it is. Probably a reason, but I'll give the benefit of the doubt and have a conversation. Brandy Shiver Decker. Says Mel is happily taken. I am. I didn't see the question though. But I am. It's over. It's a wrap. What do we do? Should I go over this this Tucker Carlson shit? I know it's unrelated. Keep it separated. So tomorrow again, I think they're starting late. Again, everybody just FYI. I set up the stream for tomorrow. DNA analysis was yesterday. Testified. That testimony about the FBI guy yesterday. Was that yesterday? That was dope. Oh, and thank you so much too for the membership. So Catsy, thank you for gifting a membership. And Be Real, thank you so much too. Appreciate that. Members. Mel, there's no problem with your mods. There's always one Karen in every crowd. Oh no, Raven, cancel. Cancel Raven. No. No. I think the little bit says, I think they're showing this isn't insanity. All the pre-planning, the plotting. Yeah, I think that's what they've been showing the entire time. I'm really curious about when those doctors come. When them doctors come. Rebecca says, does it help if I watch the entire ad? I think if you just skip it immediately, I don't think I get anything. I think unless it's like a forced thing that you have to watch, like it ends at the end. But like if you, I don't think you have to watch the entire thing. I don't remember how much it is. I don't know. It's like 30 seconds or 60 seconds. I think it's 30 seconds. I thought. Then we get credit. I'd have to look that up. Thank you for asking. Yeah, for sure. Legs. I feel like. Should I lotion them up a little bit first? Is that weird? I'm like, lotion up. How dare you do that? This is a trial. I didn't work out today though, man. I worked out last night. Mel met the stalker at his P.O. box. Shit, I'm that P.O. box thing. I'm keeping that. Like whenever I go, it's gonna be random. I might have to pay somebody to go check that shit. Now I have somebody looking out, watching me and shit, following me and shit. I'm gonna find out where he lives. I know where he's at. Yeah, I have YouTube Premium too. I didn't have YouTube Premium for a very, very long time. And then I got it. Somebody was, I kept getting I was trying to watch videos while streaming and I kept getting bombarded. Even if you have that ad blocker thing, it just gets annoying sometimes. So I got the premium and I like it. I was like, damn, I should have did this a long time ago. 50 push-ups, hell nah. I'd probably do maybe 25 or 20, 25, depending. Back to back, I don't know. I want to know how much L's doc was paid to do. Ooh. No. Girlfriend's not my stalker. You're so dry. You have a sisterhood of the traveling uteri stalker. The traveling uterus thing, that was funny. I wonder what happened to that lady. She was like, I'm a traveling, she said, what did she say? I'm a traveling uterus. I'll come to you or something like that. I never heard of that shit before. That was so funny. Traveling uterus. Yeah, I just want to hear about these psychology people today. Damn, somebody talking about it over a year ago blocked? The hell? Okay. I'll take a look at that. Damn, a year ago. Holy shit. Well, I don't know. I can't remember yesterday. I'll take a, they sent me, I don't know if this is that same person that was sending those super chats. It might be a different person. But yo, you don't know how many, the block list is pretty big. I'm gonna have to look for that name. Okay. Three years ago, I was blocked. And oh, so you know about the Kachava thing, man? I don't know about the Kachava stuff, bro. The dark side of Kachava. I was talking to a friend about it last night. I don't know if I have the empty. Let me see if I have the empty shit. Kachava, bro! I love me some Kachava! Oh yeah, Kachava! Oh yeah! Oh, it's the best thing ever! Oh, I love Kachava! Oh my god! Kachava, bro! I used to be sick and depressed. I don't know, I just started feeling better, bro. After Kachava, like, life's changed, you know? Kachava, man. It's the best. Java. Java, bro. I think my legs alright. Legs. Java, bro. Maybe I should do full screen. Kachava, bro. I think it's ridiculous. Why did I show my legs? I think I like legs, decent legs. You know what I'm saying? All right. So listen, the Kachava shit, right? We debunked this shit, right? Hold on, I have food coming. 4 minutes away. Okay. I don't know. I kind of like, check this out, right? You see that? Kachava, 15 servings per container. Okay, this thing, right? This thing here is like $90 for this shit. 15 servings per. That shit, they don't even last you a month. It's half a month. So if you wanted a month's supply, you'd have to buy 2 of these, right? You'd have to spend $180 for some shit that has, I'm just keeping it a buck, 25 grams of protein, right? Okay. Now, the other thing with this, it tastes good. It tastes good, but you really could go buy like a regular protein shake and like save some money. They load this stuff with a bunch of vitamins, right? And I think they purposely just list like dozens of fucking ingredients to make it look like, holy crap, it's from the jungle, born in the jungle. It's a decent thing, but like realistically, who's gonna pay like $180 if you wanted to if you really wanted to take it every day? It doesn't even keep it full, right? Realistically, who's gonna pay $200 a month for this shit? And look at this one blend, Super Greens Vegetable Blend, right? They got like 15 shits listed here, right? 15 shits. And it's a proprietary blend. So out of these 15 ingredients, there's 500 milligrams. So what? You get like a little speck of dust with each ingredient. They're just putting specks of cabbage and like beets and carrots, and that's it. And just so you have the name on there, so it looks like, wow, oh my God, we're shit in here. Whoa. That's it. And it's plant-based protein, which, I mean, you know, plant-based is aight. Plant-based is aight. I've had plant-based before. Plant-based is aight. Plant-based is aight. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know that Kachava is all that is cracked up to be. I like it. Tastes good. Is it like the miracle protein, the miracle thing? I don't know about that. The other thing. So, Flossie showed me this. Lord almighty, this woman. Kachava. Better Business Bureau? No, guys, no. Don't say it, guys. No. Where's it at? Here it is. Oh, no, guys. Oh, no. Say it ain't so. Oh, no. Amy, thank you so much for the super chat. Says for showing your legs. Thanks. K Love, 9-month membership. Mel, just want to thank you for covering us. Thank you. Gypsy, thanks for the super chat. Says my cousin's trial was postponed at the last minute. Jeez, I think he's being pushed. GG LLC, thank you for the membership and a little bit. Thanks for the super chat. Oh yeah, I got that. I think they're showing this isn't insanity. So check this out, man. No, see it ain't so. F. Oh no, the dark side of Kachava. But does that mean they'll stop putting ads? I shouldn't have said all that shit, right? Oh no, Kachava. Tribal Nutrition LLC. F. Oh no. But it's based off of 9 reviews. And maybe the people that are making these reviews are just pissed off people. But, well, customer complaints, 17 complaints close in 3 years. Okay, 11 complaints close in 12 months. Oh no, Kachava. Dark side. Oh. I don't know. So I have like another, I don't know how long it's going to last, the rest that I have, but I don't know, the dark side, man, the dark side of Kachava, bro. I don't take it every day. So maybe that's where they're hoping like people are not going to have to, I don't take it every day, but I mean, realistically, if you were to take it every day, because I have this other protein thing that I take that I really like a lot, this Fruity Pebbles thing that's really gangster. It tastes like legit Fruity Pebbles. I don't know that it's great for you. It has some shit called Red 40 in there. But that Fruity Pebbles protein thing is gangster. Gangster. I love it. And it's like packed. I think you get more serving. You definitely get more servings. And I think it comes out cheaper. I believe so. I just realistically, I don't know who's gonna spend $200 a month, dude. Like that's just, I don't know, right? It's crazy. Oh, Leo, that's a good. Leo said, Allison says, isn't the Kachava the same price as your special brush? Bristle brush. This brush, I want to get the toothbrush. Can I get a toothbrush version of this? I want the toothbrush. I want to get a toothbrush, a boar bristle toothbrush. I want the bristles of a boar brushing my teeth. So like for the finest brushings available. I don't know. I want to see that. Boar bristle. Oh, let me pay attention to my phone. Oops, in case these people call. Oh shoot, did I ever get a missed? Okay. Yeah, Kayla, you did tell me about that. Okay. Does Fruity Pebbles have sugar? It's really low on sugar, but it has the red 40. We were kind of joking about that the other day, like the red 40. Uh-oh, like what is that? Can you show me the Fruity Pebbles one? Yeah. Fruity Pebbles! So I got this one, ISO 100. This is pretty, I like this one. The Fruity Pebble one. Fruity Pebbles, ISO 100. I don't know how this ranks. And I actually have a bigger one in my closet, in my storage closet. This is almost out. And I bought a bigger one because I like it so much. I forgot how much this cost, but this is 20 servings per container. So I bought the bigger one because I actually really like it a lot.
Where's that?
It says 2 carbohydrates. The Kachava actually has...
Agent Hoyland.
Oh, he's back. They're coming back. The Kachava has 24 carbohydrates. This one has actually a lot more sugar. This one has...
Just so you're aware, Judge,
25.
I think Mr. Hoyland is Mr. Tellini's witness, so
I don't know,
I
man.
can't get started until Mr. Tellini gets
Bro.
back.
They're walking together.
Oh, perfect. No.
Yeah.
I was just mentioning that this is your
line.
witness.
What do I take for energy? I just take my pre-workout.
Are you gonna make the-
Remind you through that you're still under oath.
But you really gotta try to like exercise and get sleep. Really, it's the best thing, man.
All right. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
I think she's
Prosecution.
can't find a place.
Mr. Tellini? Okay. Go ahead and bring the jury in.
No, I haven't kept up with the West trial. How many grams per sugar per serving? This is 2 per serving.
Sometimes the jury won't go back.
I wonder what they use to artificially sugar this thing up. Sucralose and Stivol. I don't know what this person. I think they're lost. Be right back. Let me go. Get this person.
All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of Agent Hoyland's testimony. That's where we will resume. Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Judge. We had just talked about page 35 of the exhibit, Special Agent Hoyland. We're going to move on to page 36. What are we looking at here?
Sure. So to orient everybody, we are still on Tuesday, January 28th. We're in the evening. So you see over here in this call out box at 6 o'clock, there's an incoming call to Letecia's device using the tower and sector facing the residence. Subsequent to that, her Life 360 data brings her phone south towards that Starbucks that we had previously mentioned where she had done an interview. During that time, her device sent some iMessages back and forth with Albert and Harley's phones. Subsequent to that, the device returns back into the area and utilizes the tower and sector facing the residence, 635 through 638. You see at 643, it now uses the north-facing sector, as denoted by that 350 degrees right there. 643, 43, and 644, using that tower and sector. Life 360 data continues to bring Letecia's device northward, terminating at the airport parking lot at 649.
Moving on to page 37, what are we looking at here?
So the yellow identifiers are the Tiguan, right? So the Tiguan now has some new data for us. We're still on that evening of the 28th. Beginning at 7 o'clock, there's Life 360 and Tiguan data at the airport. There's some phone activity off of the towers there. You got 703. And then you got 726, Letecia's phone is using that tower and sector farther north near Falcon. In conjunction with that, the Tiguan data shows that vehicle leaving the airport and also heading north towards Falcon. The Life 360 data terminated at 714. So all we had was the vehicle data after that during this period. Harley's phone during this time was utilizing the tower and sector down near the residence, which is obviously not shown on this map. This is just Letecia's phone.
Okay, so just to orient, we're talking again about Tuesday, January 28th. Is that right? And I ask you right when you're taking a sip of water.
Sorry, I should have known. I knew the question wasn't going to be long.
Yeah.
Yes, you are correct. Evening of January 28th.
And roughly, I think the first entry that we have on this particular page is 6:51 p.m. Is that right?
It is. Again, using a tower and sector for Letecia. There's an outgoing call, two outgoing calls off of that tower and sector just southwest of the airport, facing back towards the airport.
So this would be roughly 24 hours after a phone call was made on Letecia's phone to 911 on January 27th.
That's correct. Yes.
And then the 7 o'clock p.m. entries at AP, the Avis car rental, is that again in the airport parking lot area?
It is, yes.
Does this indicate travel to the airport in that Kia rental and then getting into the Tiguan, and now we're seeing Tiguan data again?
I guess I don't know. I don't recall anyone telling me how Letecia's device made it to the airport, but we clearly see the Tiguan now, powered up and leaving the airport and heading north towards Falcon.
So either a vehicle swap or walk to the airport or something like that, and then Tiguan access from that point forward.
Correct.
Okay. And what is up? You may or may not know this, but in that Falcon area, is there a shopping center up in that area where it terminates at 7:27 p.m.?
Yeah, I remember looking at that when we were early on in this investigation, still looking for Gannon. And when I looked at Google Earth, it appears there was some sort of strip mall shopping center area near that intersection.
Were you aware of any search efforts being conducted based on this type of information? So like this area in the Falcon area, search efforts being conducted there in dumpsters and that sort of thing?
I do recall hearing about some search efforts there because it was sort of our last data point, right? We use whatever information we have. If that's the last point, then maybe something happened there.
Okay. Moving on to page 38, what are we looking at here?
So the same evening, so following that last call There wasn't any other AT&T activity until 12:53. And based on looking at the records, her phone was disconnected from the AT&T network at that point. And I can say that with some certainty because we don't see any other data sessions or any other things going on that we would traditionally see with her phone if it was active and connected to the network. So placed in airplane mode or turned off would be the two primary reasons a phone would be disconnected from a network. The Tiguan, though, as you see here, beginning at 7:57, paints a breadcrumb trail up towards where a board was recovered near Palmer Lake. There's a slight deviation off the main sort of path there for about a half hour at 8:34 through 9:07. We see from the phone extraction of Letecia's device, Albert had sent her a iMessage at 8:16, but was not read by her device until 9:54. So that means that at least at 9:54, her phone had been turned on, but was not connecting to the cellular network. So likely airplane mode. I'm not sure how else it would work.
So you said, I just want to delve into this with a little more detail. You said phone disconnected from the network, and you mentioned either airplane mode or turned off. When a phone either is put into airplane mode or turned off, does that require conscious effort by whoever the user is on that phone to get it into either one of those two modes?
Yes, I guess the asterisk to that would be your battery could die on your phone. That would turn your phone off without user interaction. But the other two, for sure, you'd have to hold down the power button, or you'd have to, swipe down, click the little thing that turns off all your antennas. One thing to note, though, is when you put your phone in airplane mode, it doesn't necessarily turn off Wi-Fi. It often just turns off cellular. So that could be one reason why you would not see any activity on the AT&T network, and why the AT&T network can't see the phone because the cellular antenna is turned off. But the Wi-Fi or Bluetooth could still be active.
And the area that we've noted on this particular page 38, the BR or board recovery, that board recovery location, was that provided to you by investigation contacts in this case?
Yes, it was.
And this doesn't mean that the board was recovered on this particular date, right? It was subsequent some other time.
Correct. And if memory serves me, I think we looked at this data and had a reason to go up there and do a search based off of this data, which is when the board was recovered subsequent to it.
And from the time that Gannon was reported missing on January 27th at 6:55 p.m., noted by that 911 call from the defendant's phone, is this the first venture into this part of northern El Paso County / southern Douglas County by any of the data points that you analyzed?
Yes, it was.
Moving on to page 39, what are we looking at there?
Again, it's just Tiguan data on the later hours of January 28th. You can see on there 9:23 is sort of when I picked up, and I start showing all of that data traversing back south towards the Massage Envy location. The vehicle arrived in the shopping center approximately at 11:30, and at 12:53, as I had mentioned before, is the first activity with Letecia's device back on the AT&T network, and that's going to be 12:53 a.m. on January 29th. Calls prior to that were routed to voicemail, and there was an outgoing call to Albert that was via Wi-Fi at 12:34 as well.
So does this page signify traveling from the area where the board was eventually recovered after this initial visit, just prior to on page 38?
It does, yes.
And then you indicate, tell me the time, was it 12:53 a.m. when the first actual outcoming, or I'm sorry, how did you talk about that?
Yeah, so right around 12:53 is when we first start seeing activity with the AT&T device.
That's exactly the words I was looking for. Meaning now that the phone is either turned back on or taken out of airplane mode, somehow is now accessing the cellular network again.
Exactly, and an outgoing call was placed at that moment.
And then we see ME on this map, just for we're all tracking with what that is. What is ME?
That would be the Massage Envy work location for Harley.
Okay. So essentially traveling from the board recovery location down to location roughly of Massage Envy where Harley works.
That is correct.
Page 40, what are we looking at there?
So following, you can read it, but following that activity near Massage Envy, Letecia's device, AT&T device, then travels back towards the area of the residence and begins to make some outgoing calls and receive some incoming calls and texts. That began at 1:23 and in the morning, and then stretched until 8:29 a.m. that same morning of January 29th. So bringing her phone back to the Stauch residence.
And is this basically Wednesday morning, early morning hours of January 29th?
Yeah, early morning hours through breakfast time.
Page 41, what are we looking at there?
So as you see in my first line there, the Kia was returned at 9. I don't show that on the map. At 11 a.m., the Tiguan records its first activity for the day of the 29th, and it's still near the Massage Envy location. When we look at the Tiguan data, the Life 360 data, and the cellular data as shown on here, it's consistent with the device and vehicle travel from the Massage Envy location down towards the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. At approximately, you see here 11:43 with the Life 360, 11:46 with the Tiguan. Shortly thereafter, her last outbound call was at 11:48, and then El Paso County seized her vehicle and her phone.
So is this going to be the last slide that we see Tiguan telematics data?
We have one more, but then yes.
Okay. But essentially, once it's seized, we don't need to look at any more telematics from that point forward.
Correct. All it would show is the parking lot at the police station.
Yep.
Oh, is the parking lot at the police station. I should have said sheriff's office, but.
Page 42, what are we depicting here?
So this is actually going to be the last one with Tiguan data. So as part of that travel that I just showed you on the prior slide, I noticed there was some oddity in terms of how long it took for the Tiguan and the Life 360 data to get to the sheriff's office. So when I dug into it a little bit, I noticed that the Life 360 and vehicle data took a sort of an unusual route. So here's the main road that it traveled, Platt. 11:20, you got the two data points up there. 11:29, you have a data point right here near your car wash. And then, while I don't have timestamps for all of them, what happens is the vehicle goes up here and it's recorded with Life 360 as well, coming back down and continuing on its way. So it's almost like call it a 5 or 6 minute deviation. So when I looked at Google Earth to figure out, hey, what's there? Why would that happen? Why would it jump on Boulder Road and then snap back to Platt? I noticed that this car wash was located right there. So who knows? It was an interesting sort of find, if you will. I would have thought somebody would have just traveled straight from point A to point B.
Okay. Did you have information from the investigation that when the defendant showed up at the sheriff's office, it appeared to people at the sheriff's office that her car had been recently washed and was still wet?
I did, actually, yes.
Okay. And so does this potentially corroborate that information, that possibility that this car wash was used to wash that vehicle?
Definitely.
Interesting.
Moving on to page 43, what are we looking at here?
So following Letecia's phone being seized and the Tiguan data, or the Tiguan vehicle being seized, we no longer had Letecia's AT&T records, we no longer had Life 360 records, and we no longer had the Tiguan telematics records. So there's a gap, as you see here, from January 29th around noon for a little over 2 days. The next data set that we had geolocation activity for was on January 31st at approximately 3:30. Now, between that time, and you can obviously read it, a Brenda Acquard had rented a Nissan Altima on January 30th. And at 9:44 on January 31st, Letecia had rented a cargo van, which is not shown on here. At 3:38, a GPS tracker happened to be affixed to that Nissan that was rented, but Letecia was seen driving. So following that at 3:38, we started to get data. And as you can see here, these green dots are GPS, location markers for that Nissan. We see that Nissan up back in the area of where that board had been was subsequently recovered. And the device or that vehicle spent approximately an hour up in that general area.
So is this the second trip up to that area in a vehicle associated with the defendant after Gannon was reported missing on the evening of January 27th?
That I was aware of, yes.
Okay.
There could always be other ones that we don't have data for.
Okay. So Tiguan is in custody at this time with the sheriff's office. Is that right?
That's correct.
Her cell phone, the AT&T cell phone, is in custody of the sheriff's office at this time?
Correct.
And so then this GPS tracker is the only way to really track any potential movements that you are aware of at this particular time?
That is correct.
And just so that we're tracking as far as record, this is the early evening or late afternoon, early evening of Wednesday, January 29th.
No, we are...
January 30th.
Nope, we've actually jumped 2 days. We're now on January 31st that afternoon.
So Friday.
Yes.
Okay. My apologies. I got cattywampus on the days.
A lot of days. There's a lot of stuff.
What are we looking at in page 44?
All right. So these are the new locations of interest for the back half of my analysis. So you see the dates February 1st through February 6th. Again, a variety of locations. Each map will have a legend. Don't have to memorize it. The ones that are pertinent will show up on those maps, but we have a lot of different areas covering a lot of different parts of the country.
And so, again, are these randomly selected by you, or are these given to you by somebody with the investigation as points of interest?
These were provided to me as points of interest based on what the investigators were uncovering.
The subsequent slides that we're going to look at, does it essentially show travel from the Colorado Springs area into the Pensacola area and then terminating in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina?
It does.
Page 45, what are we looking at there?
So on the morning of February 1st, Letecia rented a cargo van from Budget in Colorado Springs. And as I'd mentioned earlier in my testimony, this particular van was equipped with a GPS device that recorded locations every 6 hours. So again, not the breadcrumb trails like we saw with the Tiguan, but it does give us helpful points of reference a couple times a day. Following that, that rental, we see a data point down here at 1010 near a truck stop or a Love's truck stop in Pueblo along I-25. So clearly the vehicle has already began to move away from where it was rented.
So we're now south of the Colorado Springs area, closer to Pueblo at this truck stop?
That's correct.
Okay. And this is on again, the date would be Saturday, February 1st?
Correct.
Page 46.
So I was provided some financial records and surveillance that indicated that Letecia had visited this particular Walmart in Trinidad. We then subsequently learned of a Verizon phone that was associated with her that had been activated on that day. What we're looking at here is Verizon has a unique data set known as RTT, which is essentially an estimated distance from tower measurement. So as long as the Verizon device is powered on, these RTT events are, for the most part, recorded. And I say as long as it's powered on because smartphones these days, there's a lot of things that are going on in the background. Your apps are trying to update. You may have surfed the web, but you didn't actually close your browser. So there's stuff being sent back and forth. You might have, a number of apps on your phone. You might have Facebook, whatever it might be. All of those network interactions between your phone and the towers generate signaling data, which is what RTT is. And so what we saw here is the Verizon network at 1:01 p.m. on the February 1st, and then again at 1:02, had recorded 2 distance measurements. And so what Verizon is saying is that based on, it's essentially based on how long it takes the signal to go from the phone to the tower, they divide that by the speed of light, and that gives them an estimate as to how far away the phone is from the tower. So they're saying at this moment, that phone was approximately 1.55 and 1.6 miles away from this tower and sector, which conveniently or coincidentally, I guess, corresponds with the location of the Walmart. So these, again, are the first 2. So this is only going to happen when if it's a prepaid phone, the first time you turn on the phone, it needs to connect with the network, right? So the phone was powered on at approximately 1 o'clock. Verizon can't say where in this band the phone was, right? So the phone could have been over here. Phone could have been in this corner. Phone could have been on I-25. Verizon doesn't know, but it knows based on that simple calc of the time divided by the speed of light that that phone is estimated at that distance away from that particular tower.
And this is corroborated, I think you already mentioned it, but by information you obtained that the defendant bought a phone at this particular Walmart.
Correct.
Page 47, what are we looking at here?
We've now jumped a little bit further in the day. We've now transitioned to Central Time as well. We've changed time zones. At 5:10, there is a GPS marker from the van as recorded there near that town, Dalhart, Texas. Letecia's Verizon device placed a number of outgoing calls during this time. Again, consistent, using towers at least, consistent with travel. Well, I guess the towers were along 385. I can't necessarily say which road she was traveling on. But you see, based sequentially, that her phone is continuing to travel southward into Texas.
And the Verizon records that we're talking about now are based off of that phone that was purchased at the Walmart in Trinidad, Colorado.
That's correct. And the other thing to note on this one, of these 5 calls, even though it's not shown here in the call-out box, when you look at the raw records, 067 was used prior to dialing the number. So if 067 basically blocks your caller ID from appearing on whoever's device you're calling. So, and then similar to the blues, the Verizon towers in the area are red. Blue was AT&T previously.
Is 067 and *67 essentially the same thing depending?
I meant to say *67.
Okay.
Did I say 0?
You said 067.
My apologies. *67 is what you would use to block your caller ID.
Does that *67 require conscious effort to do that, or can a phone just automatically do it?
Yeah, no, you'd have to do that yourself. I'm not sure I don't know of any way where you could accidentally do that or have the phone accidentally do that.
Requiring conscious effort by whoever's using that particular device.
I would say so.
Page 48, what are we looking at here?
We're now farther south into Amarillo, Texas. CS is the Candlewood Suites, a hotel in that area. From 6:59 through 9:59, then 6:59 p.m. through 9:59 the next morning, you see that Letecia's device uses that Verizon tower adjacent to the hotel. I have a little zoom in right there, and you can see the cargo van's GPS putting it outside that same hotel. At 7 o'clock, her device also placed an outgoing call to the same hotel. And then financial records support that she had at least rented a room there that night. As I mentioned before, their Verizon records don't give us the cell tower information for text messages. So all we're going to see for Verizon are phone calls or those RTT events, those distance from tower measurements. But her device placed its first outbound user initiated text at approximately 8:38 that night, which went to a 312 Chicago area code.
And basically from the area where this Candlewood Suites is located in Amarillo, Texas.
Correct. Well, I can't say where the text message came from, but based on the phone activity from her calls, her last call before that was at 8:55, or last call before that was at 7:56. First call after was 8:55. How far can your phone go in 20 minutes, kind of thing?
Okay. So generally in the same general area.
I would say so, yeah.
Okay. Page 49, what are we looking at here?
So later in the morning into the afternoon of February 2nd, Letecia's device leaves the Candlewood Suites area and continues traveling southeast, as shown here. So when I zoom out on my maps, it becomes hard to see the sector. So I've replaced them with just these red dots to indicate the cell towers utilized. But you see there's a variety of calls being made, all outgoing in this instance, to a number and a North Carolina phone number ending in 5030.
And then all of those other little red dots in the map, are those just other cell towers in that particular area that would show up on this map?
Yes, those are other Verizon cell towers in the area that the phone could have utilized if it saw that tower as being best at that moment in time. But the phone chose those towers that have the associated numbers on them. And those towers seem to align with the 287 roadway.
Does this indicate, again, just consistent travel southeast through Texas, eventually going down to Pensacola and then Myrtle Beach?
Exactly, yes.
Page 50, what's depicted here?
Same afternoon. We see Letecia's device now approaching Bellevue, Texas. The 6-hour cargo van GPS marker shows up there at 5:10. She uses that same tower for an outgoing call at 5:27 with that same 5030 number, which was associated with an Amy Lowry. But long and short is this is just consistent with her device continuing to travel south, utilizing towers along the 287 roadway.
Page 51.
So this is Decatur, Texas. That evening at approximately 6 o'clock, her phone utilized that tower and sector at 607, facing back towards the Candlewood Suites. Again, there's a GPS marker as shown at 1110. But a variety of activity through the 3 towers shown by Letecia's phone. Again, multitude of outgoing calls to that same 5030 number. Of note, when I looked at some of the activity, there was a 45-minute call with a number coming back to an Abernathy residence, followed immediately by an 83-minute call with that same Amy Lowry. And when I looked back throughout the day of February 2nd, Letecia had spent nearly 5 hours speaking with that Amy Lowry number ending in 5030.
And the 3 hotels that are going to be denoted in these slides, are they all Candlewood Suites?
99% sure, but I just wanted to double check.
So the one in Amarillo and now the one in Decatur and then in Pensacola?
Correct.
Okay. Page 52, what are we looking at here?
All right. So now the morning of February 3rd, Letecia's device has some activity around 9 a.m. through that tower, just through a tower just north of the Candlewood Suites. Overnight, you saw the budget run-a-truck pings that are, right there near the Candlewood Suites as well. Shortly after that, around 11:23, you start to see her phone traveling because we have an outgoing call using this tower and sector here, which is far south of the suites, and then this one over here at 11:25. As you see, there's not a lot of stuff going on there. You just got a Verizon tower here and a Verizon tower there. There's nothing really in between.
Not much going on in that part of Texas, apparently.
Probably, well, the carriers put in towers where they have customers, right?
Yeah.
Because every tower can only handle a certain amount of phones. So that would tell me there's probably not a lot of Verizon customers right there.
Okay. Page 53, what are we looking at here?
So I jump ahead a little bit. There was a call outside of Dallas that afternoon of February 3rd that I didn't show, but Letecia's device and the GPS from the truck are consistent with travel eastward towards Mobile, Alabama. That evening, you see at 11:10 down here, outgoing call about an hour earlier, just west of Mobile.
And so we're on February 3rd, I believe here. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
So roughly a week after Gannon Stauch has been reported missing by the defendant on January 27th at 6:55 p.m.
That is correct, yes.
And then page 54, what are we looking at here?
So this Candlewood Suites is in Pensacola, and we see her device, the Verizon device, show up with first recorded data session at approximately 12:39 a.m. the morning of February 4th. We have some outgoing activity the next morning, like later that morning around 9:47. But at 4:15, we have a GPS marker from the cargo van. In February, if you remember, that the cargo van flags every 6 hours, but it also has a power-up event once a day that occurs at not a consistent period. It was traditionally in the morning, but not at the same moment. So this event at 4:15 puts this cargo van approximately 1.8 miles away from where it subsequently records a GPS marker at 5:10, so approximately 55 minutes later. As you see in the red icon up there is where Gannon's body was subsequently recovered there in Pensacola. Yeah.
Okay. Let me just make sure that we got everything I want to get out of this particular slide. We made note of this at the very beginning. When we're talking about 4:15 a.m. or 5:10 a.m., this is local to the Pensacola area.
That is correct. Yes.
These times. Okay.
Yeah.
Page 55, what are we looking at here?
So just to be sort of thorough, I had asked one of my colleagues who lives down in this area, one of my CAS colleagues, if he would be able to go do some drive testing for us, because I wanted to understand the coverage area of these Verizon phones, or the Verizon towers that Letecia's phone had used. And you see the two towers shown here that she has had some data sessions with in the early morning hours of April 4th. What you see, and it's a little bit muddy and somewhat of an ink blob, but the serviceable coverage areas of those two towers don't extend all the way to where that budget or where the GPS marker was recorded on that cargo truck. So what does this tell us? Well, if the phone had activity during the early morning hours around that 4 o'clock window, we would have expected it to have utilized a different cell tower, right? It was about 1.8 miles away. So this just confirmed to us that at the time shown on this slide and at the previous slide, that the phone was in and around the area of the Candlewood Suites and was not as far up as where the budget truck was, GPS marker was.
Could it also mean that just no phone activity is being initiated on that particular phone while the budget truck is moving?
Oh yeah, definitely, right? Because we can only talk about the general area of where a device is when there is activity, right? When it records a connection with the tower. So without that, we wouldn't know where it was.
If there had been phone activity beyond the coverage area indicated by these pink and green blobs here, would it likely have connected to a different tower if there was phone activity?
Yes, it would have.
Okay.
All aboard! Are people sleeping?
Page 56, what do we have there?
Florida.
So around noon on the April 4th, Letecia's device left the Pensacola area along with the truck. And these multitude of red dots are all the Verizon cell towers that the phone utilized along the way. And this was generated primarily from that timing advanced data, that stuff that's going on behind the scenes. During this case, we had somewhat gaps in some of the data as provided by Verizon, so we didn't have consistent timing advanced data for everything. But as you can see, it's pretty clear cut the direction and path that phone takes as it travels south into the Orlando area. And it arrived in the Orlando area at approximately 12:10 a.m. Eastern time. We've now jumped one more time zone on February 5th.
Okay. Sorry. Thought you were done with that one.
So did I, but I screwed you up on that one.
Okay. What else? What else?
Nothing. They can read it. We're good.
Okay.
Sorry, everyone.
All right. Moving on to page 57. What are we looking at here?
Letecia's Verizon device remained in Orlando in that area until dinner time. And at approximately 6:30, again, based on the red dots, you can see that phone starts to travel northward. This 10:17 a.m., that was a time stamp mistake. That's actually 10:17 p.m. I didn't catch it. Peer reviewer didn't catch it. My apologies. As I mentioned, there was gaps in the data. So once that phone traversed into Georgia, we didn't actually get any more RTT data. But we do see at 10:12 a.m. On February 6th, that the truck is at least now outside of Savannah, Georgia, technically in Pooler, Georgia.
So we have van data down in the Orlando area at 6:10 a.m. and then again at 12:10 a.m., signifying that 6-hour gap when it would do the drop of breadcrumb.
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else of note on this one before I move on?
Nope.
They can read it?
Yeah.
Okay. Page 58, what are we looking at there?
So we're now morning, a little later in the morning on February 6th. Letecia's phone utilized a tower down here at 5:20 for some outgoing calls. At 10:42, it utilized that tower and sector facing the Abernathy residence for some outgoing calls. You see the GPS pings from the device or from the vehicle. There's a budget rental location down there, which is where the vehicle was subsequently dropped off. That star 67 that I mentioned before, these outgoing calls on this day also had that star 67 to block the caller ID to the person answering it. And there was a total, Letecia's device had 73 text messages recorded by Verizon. Again, we don't get the cell tower, but we at least know that there's a decent amount of activity going on with her device during this period.
It just dawned on me to be a little more clear on the star 67. If I put star 67 into my phone and then I call you, what's it going to show up on your end?
I think each carrier handles it a little bit differently, but typically it says like private number or blocked number or no caller ID available.
So it essentially, if somebody on the outgoing call phone puts in star 67, it's to block the receiver from seeing who the call is coming in from.
That's correct.
Okay. Page 59, what do we got there?
The overview slide. So going back to February 1st, bringing it all the way through to February 6th, here's all the various GPS or location data that existed during the time. So we have Letecia's Verizon phone, and we have the rental truck's GPS. And so that is what you see here, bringing it from Colorado Springs area all the way down to Florida and then up into the Myrtle Beach area.
And spreading across basically from February 1st all the way to February 6th, so roughly 5 days worth of travel.
That's correct.
That sort of travel route, would that require multiple stops along the route in a gas-powered vehicle like what this van was?
Oh, yeah.
To get gas?
Use gas, use the bathroom, eat.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let me just check with my colleagues to make sure I didn't miss anything. That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Tellini, cross-examination. Pardon?
No
Do
question.
any of the
All right.
jurors have any questions for Agent Quinley? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step
There you
down.
Thank you very much.
All right. What'd you guys think of that?
Well, if he's stepping down, I'm just going to think that's what it's.
I feel like it was kind of what the probable cause affidavit talked about, but this was like more in depth, a lot more detail. We got visuals.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Next.
Morning, Your Honor. We call Dr. Christine Moore.
Yes. Bring in the doc, the psychiatrist. Well, I don't know what kind of doctor this is, though.
You want that?
What the name?
Dr. Moore, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am.
Moore.
Do you swear affirm the testimony about giving this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead, have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step. Did you step into the stand?
Let's do it.
Mr. Young, on the matter that we talked about earlier, qualify the witness first, and then I'll give the instruction.
Sounds good, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. I am Dr. Christine Moore, MOHR.
And what is your occupation?
Currently, I am a clinical program director for Larned State Hospital's sexually violent offender treatment program.
And how did you get the title doctor?
I received my doctorate in clinical psychology in 2014, completed over 2,000 hours of clinical training for towards my licensure, and then applied for my licensure, took my licensure exam, and have been a licensed clinical psychologist since 2016.
And what kind of roles have you had, jobs have you had as a clinical psychologist?
Typically, I've worked in psychiatric hospitals, jails, prisons. I've been a forensic psychologist, so conducting sexual and violent risk evaluations, sexual predator evaluations, parole evaluations, assisted with civil commitments for individuals who are mentally ill. So worked in a variety of settings.
And in those variety of settings, have you both treated patients and also done forensic examinations of patients?
Yes.
Could you distinguish those two for the jury? What are we talking about when we say clinical examination?
So a clinical examination is typically something, an evaluation where you're looking to provide a diagnosis or understanding of what could be concerning about that person, what sort of mental illness might they meet criteria for. Whereas a forensic setting, you're typically looking, again, maybe assessing for risk, any sort of violence risk, sexual risk. You assess for faking mental illness, so feigning illnesses. Also forensic wise, in some of my prior roles, I've conducted pre-sentence evaluations, lack of mental state or insanity evaluations, competency evaluations, pre-sentence evaluations. So again, you're kind of looking to assess somebody's, you're either wanting to diagnose and help develop a treatment plan, or ultimately look and assess somebody's risk in more of a legal setting.
And so approximately how many clinical examinations have you conducted as a psychologist?
Hundreds. I'd say probably close to 400 at least.
And how about forensic examinations as a forensic psychologist?
About the same. It's been kind of my roles have switched back and forth. So in those roles, I've conducted hundreds of evaluations.
And are you licensed to practice psychology in any states?
Yes, I am licensed to practice here in Colorado as well as in Kansas.
And what does it mean to be licensed to practice psychology? Let's talk about the state of Colorado.
Sure. So it means that you've met the required qualifications to, as required for the Colorado Licensure Board, and here it's called DORA, the Department of Regulatory Agencies. So I've met all of those qualifications based on my education, experience, and training, as well as passed what we call the ePPP. It's the psychologist examination, and you have to score above a 70% on that exam in order to become fully licensed. And once you've met all of that criteria, then they will authorize you to be licensed and to practice as a psychologist in the state.
And does each state have its own requirements to have a license in psychology?
Yes.
And are you licensed in other states?
Kansas.
And is that where you currently work?
Yes.
Are you, do you have any training, or do you have what we call as lawyers CLEs? Do you have annual training that you have to go to keep your license?
Yes, so I have to do that both for Kansas and Colorado, between 40 and 50 hours of continuing education, and specifically in ethics, also about diagnosing, ensuring that you are familiar with the DSM-5 and making sure that you are able to accurately diagnose, and then things specific to your field. So especially when I've worked mostly in forensic related settings, I also tend to prefer to obtain additional CEUs in those sort of settings. So being trained and qualified to perform the risk assessments, personality assessments, malingering assessments, intellectual disability assessments, things like that. So I also focus my CEUs in those areas.
And you mentioned the DSM-5. What is the DSM-5?
That is a diagnostic and statistical manual. So it's in the mental health field. We typically use that as a guide to help with diagnoses. So it has the criteria of what each diagnosis is required that you have to meet. It also provides kind of some associated symptoms related to different diagnoses, just to help the clinician really ensure that that's the person that they're assessing is meeting that criteria.
And is that used throughout the country?
Yes.
Do you stay up on recent literature and things that are going on in the field of psychology and the fields of forensic psychology?
Yes.
And what do you do to do that?
Mostly that's CEUs, but again, just going out, ensuring that I am trained and seek out related to trainings that do allow me to do my job. So, for example, like a sexual risk assessment, you have to be qualified and trained to conduct that sort of assessment. So I'll go out and get additional CEUs in those areas just to make sure I am trained and qualified to do what I do.
Okay. And have you given presentations or have you taught classes with regards to psychology and forensic psychology?
Yes. A couple years ago, most recently was at the National Commission on Correctional Healthcare. I had conducted and written trainings there, but also just numerous other trainings related to personality disorders, just different symptoms. I always, in some of my roles as a supervisor administrator, I've also had to train other people on how to conduct these sort of evaluations, whether they're the clinical or the forensic evaluations.
And when you're teaching these classes or giving these presentations, are they to other psychologists?
Usually there's other psychologists, mostly at the master's level, but typically other psychologists as well and other experts in the field.
And have you received any honors or awards in the field of psychology and forensic psychology?
Yes, I can't remember what they are off the top of my head.
Did you give us a resume or CV?
I did.
We don't need to go through those, but have you testified as an expert in the field of psychology and forensic psychology?
Yes, most specifically in civil commitment hearings, conducting sexual predator evaluations, risk assessments, things like that, yes.
Approximately how many times?
A lot of times, despite writing the evaluations that I did, I wasn't called to testify, so it's been more the civil commitment side, probably around 30 times.
And what is a civil commitment proceeding?
So that's typically when somebody is mentally ill. they have a severe and persistent mental illness where they do not want treatment. And so we have to commit to them to a psychiatric hospital against their will. And so we're essentially telling, usually it's a magistrate judge, some of their symptoms and why they would benefit from treatment against their objection.
Okay. At this time, I'd ask that Dr. Moore be qualified as an expert in the fields of general psychology and forensic psychology, and ask that she be allowed to give opinions in those fields.
Defense?
Can we approach?
They're trying to pull it back. Don't put it back now. Too late, motherfucker. She's an expert in detecting BS. Okay, let's get it. All right, let's get it. Shit, All right, we're ready for this shit. They always have to do like these, I don't know, like the certification of expertism. So, Your Honor, please hold on. We need a second. What happened to the no pushback? Shit. Why y'all ain't pushing back? What happened? What'd it be? Let it ride. Let it slide. Come on. We're going to need a minute.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you are about to hear evidence or testimony from this witness. The evidence you are about to hear goes to the issue of insanity and insanity alone. With that, prosecution.
Thanks, Judge. Dr. Moore, could you give the jury a little bit more specifics of what your role is now and what you're doing in your job out in the
Sure. So as the clinical program director of the sexual predator treatment program, we have over 250 civilly committed sexually violent predators. So in the state of Kansas, when somebody is deemed a sexually violent predator prior to their release from prison, they go for 2 evaluations, a clinical service evaluation and then a sexual predator evaluation. And then they're civilly committed to the program. So we are required by law to provide them care and treatment related to their sexual offending behaviors. So I oversee all of the clinical aspects of that. I supervise numerous master's level psychologists and master's level social workers. They're the ones that are typically providing treatment. I also chair what we call the progress review panel, so help evaluate if people are progressing in treatment or need to be returned to more intense levels of treatment. I supervise the forensic evaluator, so that person's role is to conduct initial evaluations to clarify diagnoses, and they also do annual evaluations that are required by law for the court to determine if that person still meets civil commitment criteria as a sexually violent predator.
What were you doing back in March of 2020?
I was the mental health director at the El Paso County Jail. In that role, I supervised the master's level therapist there, the discharge planner, oversaw all of the psychiatric care. So supervised a psychiatrist, the psychiatric nurse practitioner, the psych nurse, just again, ensuring that care was adequately provided to approximately 1,500 inmates at any given time in the jail setting.
And before we get into the details with regards to this case, we talked about a clinical diagnosis or your role as a clinical psychologist versus your role as a forensic psychologist. Can you explain the difference between the two? And let's start with what a clinical psychologist might do and how you treat a patient who may come see you.
Sure. So in a clinical psychologist role, somebody is typically coming in due to some either whether it's them self-reporting some mental health concerns. It could be something like anxiety, depression, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, things like that. And what we do is we start by conducting an initial evaluation and diagnostic clarification to make sure that we do have an accurate diagnosis. And then from there, we develop a treatment plan in order to help stabilize them, whether that would include individual therapy, group therapy. We might refer them to a psychiatrist for medication management as well, and then typically try to work with a team in the sense of whether nursing staff are involved. Like I said, the mental health staff, psychiatry, just trying to have a pretty collaborative approach to somebody's needed treatment.
And in a clinical setting, are you relying much like a medical doctor may do on what the patient's telling you, at least at the beginning, to see how that mental illness may be treated?
Yes. So typically we will ask them kind of a broad series of questions to cover any potential diagnoses. So kind of casting a wide net to see what concerns that they have. And then if it's pretty clear what their diagnosis is, we'll kind of hone into that area. So maybe they report, for example, that they're depressed and they meet criteria for a major depressive disorder. And we'll go in and develop a treatment plan specific to that. If we are not sure, or they might have symptom overlap, which tends to be common. We don't all fit into nice boxes. So sometimes there might be prominent depression with maybe some anxiety on the side. So we'll, if we need to clarify, we might do some testing in order to make sure that we know that we have the accurate diagnosis.
And this diagnosis that you're making, you alluded to, if it fits the criteria, or you words to that effect. What do you refer to see what the criteria is for any given specific mental illness?
The DSM-5.
And within the DSM-5, is that where the criteria might be listed for whatever mental illness you're looking at?
Yes.
And do you use that in a clinical setting to make a diagnosis as to whether or not someone actually has a mental illness?
Yes.
Now, before we talk about the forensic psychologist evaluation, is there any cautionary statement in the DSM-5 in the use of that manual with regards to forensic evaluations?
Yes, you always want to make sure especially in a forensic setting, to be very cautious, because in forensic settings, just by the nature of them, there could be some ulterior motive or gain. So you want to be extra sure and clear, make sure you are clarifying that is in fact the correct diagnosis that you are going to then provide treatment for or write in an evaluation report that goes to the court per se.
And is that statement in the DSM-5, or do you know why it's in there with regards to forensic interviews?
Just because of the nature of them, and because people can have a tendency to maybe elaborate or exaggerate maybe fake symptoms of a mental health diagnosis, so that way that they are deemed they're not taking full responsibility. They're kind of blaming it on maybe a mental health diagnosis as opposed to their true own behavior.
Well, I understand you correctly, is the clinical setting, they may not have as much to gain or lose by what they're telling you, versus a forensic setting, they might be motivated to tell you something because they have something to gain. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And is that why, for instance, in a forensic setting, would you rely on everything a prospective patient might tell you, or would you want to look at collateral information to see whether or not that makes sense?
It is very pertinent to look at the collateral information. So yeah, you would take that person's self-report. If you could talk to any family members, if you could obtain prior records to, again, confirm. You also do assessments that have validity scales in them. So most, let's say, personality assessments, they have embedded in them certain questions that will detect if someone is feigning or faking symptoms or over-exaggerating under reporting symptoms. So we do that. And then there's also a specific set of tests that are specific for, again, malingering or faking symptoms. So I've been trained in those assessments as well. And again, we'll typically use those to just confirm or refute a diagnosis.
Okay. I'm going to go back to March of 2020 in your role at the El Paso County Jail. As part of that role, were you one of the individuals who might screen inmates as they come in of serious criminal charges?
Yes.
For instance, inmates who are charged with first-degree murder, is there a process that they go through when they come through the jail?
The process is typically consistent for almost anyone coming in the jail. The first thing that we do is a receiving screening that the nursing staff will do. And so they kind of go through, get all of the baseline or historical medical concerns, kind of do a brief suicide assessment, initiate any mental health or psychiatric referrals. And then if it's maybe somebody who's a little bit more concerning, they will be referred for a mental health assessment, typically within 24 hours. At the latest, it would be at 7 days. So everybody would come in, have the receiving screening, and an initial mental health assessment.
And why do you do this mental health screen with inmates, particularly inmates that are charged with first-degree murder?
To ensure that whatever anybody is coming into the jail for, that we can adequately care for and manage any symptoms. In a higher profile case, given my higher level of licensure compared to most of my team that worked there, they were mostly master's level clinicians. I typically would try to meet with those individuals that have higher profile crimes, just because I have a pretty extensive history working in that forensic setting and providing diagnoses. So that's why I would typically go see somebody, and specific for higher profile crimes, because of the nature of them, we always want to ensure somebody's safety. So typically people who come in, again, with higher level crimes, I'll, as a safety precaution, put them on suicide watch initially, just to ensure that, given the nature of the crime, sometimes in and of itself, going to jail is traumatic. It's kind of a scary place. And so I just want to ensure that that person is safe. I mean, ultimately in the jail setting, safety is the key. So we will also do a pretty thorough suicide risk assessment with them.
Do you also do an assessment to make sure they're not a harm to anyone else at the jail?
Yes.
We're going to talk about this case and this defendant. Did you have an opportunity to do an assessment of a Letecia Stauch on March 5th of 2020?
I did.
And is it the same Letecia Stauch that's seated to my left, seated in between the two male attorneys at the table here?
Yes.
May the record reflect identification of Ms. Stauch?
Record will still reflect. Okay.
Earlier, you alluded to that high-profile cases, first-degree murder charges, you might take a role. Is that how you got involved in this case?
Yes.
So tell us about that. What was why did you meet with Letecia Stauch on March 5th, 2020?
I met with her to conduct her mental health initial assessment. Again, assess for suicidality, homicidality, again, initial diagnostic assessment, see what referrals might be needed, specific to her given the nature of the alleged crime. Also, just checking in as a stepmother, making sure that she's safe, she's okay, and see how she was adjusting. To my knowledge, she does not have a criminal history. So again, like I said earlier, going to the jail for the first time, it can be somewhat traumatic. It can be scary. People don't really know what to expect. It's a totally different environment. So again, just making sure that my intent was to assess her to ensure her safety and stability while under our care.
And what was her demeanor like when you first met her?
She was, from my recollection, generally very calm, polite. She reported kind of some general symptoms, but we had a very lucid, fluid conversation where there weren't any significant concerns raised. I do recall she was not really in agreement with being on suicide watch, but again, just due to the nature of her alleged crime, as well as being somebody in jail for the first time, I had placed her on suicide watch just as a safety precaution.
And have you done that with many inmates who are charged with first-degree murder just as a precaution?
Mm-hmm.
As you're talking to her for the first time, did you notice any obvious signs of any mental illness that she may have had at that point?
She not anything overt. Again, just being in jail, I think everyone can be a little bit anxious or nervous. I do recall her reporting a history of a generalized anxiety disorder diagnosis. So that seemed fairly consistent. Her self-report of that seemed consistent with how she was presenting.
And as part of your role at the jail there is to prescribe medication that the inmate might need if they do have a mental illness?
My role is not to prescribe. I'm not licensed to prescribe medication, but what I do is put a referral in for somebody to see the psychiatrist. If somebody comes in with prescribed medications that we can verify, then the nursing staff can call the doctor and get those medications started, or the doctor can meet with them and start the medication themselves.
And do you know whether or not that was done with regards to Ms. Stauch?
Yes, our psychiatrist, Dr. Hargraves, had also met with her, I believe on March 5th as well, and prescribed her, I believe it was hydroxyzine, which is an anti-anxiety medication. It's a very kind of generic low medication. It's not something like an antipsychotic, which has helped to kind of prevent some symptoms. It just kind of helps calm down your anxiety a little bit.
And I still want to stay on the March 5th, 2020, your first meeting with Ms. Stauch. Are you also, is this a kind of a clinical evaluation at this point? Are you also evaluating if there's anything or some mental illness that she might need that you can either refer out or facilitate at that moment?
Yes.
And as part of that evaluation, do you ask her if she has any mental illnesses?
Yes.
And how did she respond to that?
She had reported having the prior diagnosis of generalized anxiety disorder.
As you already alluded to. Did she mention any other potential disorders that she might have?
Not that I recall.
Did you see any signs of any mental illness other than what she was telling you about the generalized anxiety?
No.
And when I talk about signs, what does that mean to you?
Signs or symptoms, typically when people have a mental illness, they will have, you can kind of see it. So let's say, for example, somebody could be responding to internal stimuli, and that might be consistent with more of a psychotic disorder. None of that was observed. So sometimes they might be looking around at the room or talking to themselves under their breath. They might seem very sullen or depressed or uncontrollable crying. They might be having more of a manic sort of mood episode. So they might be talking very rapidly. So just a lot of behavioral observations. So speech, affect, body presentation, things like that. We just look at all of that in order to determine a sign or symptom.
And why is the term psychosis kind of what you're describing, where they're looking around and acting like someone's there who's not there, or hearing voices that you can't hear, that only they can hear, that kind of thing?
Yes.
Why are you looking for that, or why is that relevant in your evaluation, and particularly with Ms. Stauch when you first met her on March 5th?
That's going to play in how we're going to treat her. So Somebody who might be psychotic, so to speak. We might need to, again, just to put them in a potentially restrictive housing. If their behavior is very erratic, we might need to bump up a psychiatric referral, monitor medication compliance if they're prescribed medication, just to ensure that stability. So looking for that, it's just important to see how we will manage them in a jail setting, what sort of unit or housing location is best for them. And again, just to see how often we might need to follow up with them.
Okay. Is psychosis, where you're hearing things or seeing things that aren't there, is that tied to a severe mental illness? Did you see that in someone?
Yes.
And is that one of the things you might be looking for when you meet anybody in your initial diagnosis, or someone who's entered at the jail for persecuted murder? See that, you may have to go to a plan B, C, or D.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you didn't see any of that with Ms. Stauch when you first met her?
I did not.
Okay.
Did you ask Ms. Stauch about whether or not she had any outpatient treatment for any mental illnesses?
I did ask her that.
And how did she respond to that?
She denied any prior hospitalizations or treatment.
So does that include any inpatient or outpatient treatment?
Yes.
I know it's pretty obvious, but what's the difference between the two?
So outpatient treatment, you might go to therapy. You might drive yourself to therapy once a week. And inpatient is where you're living there. It could be something as short as 72 hours to years. Again, a higher level intensive treatment is inpatient treatment with 24-hour around-the-clock care. And outpatient is you're able to fairly well manage your own symptoms, but might need a little bit of assistance. So you see a therapist.
Okay. Now, if she would have said that, hey, I had inpatient treatment before I was hospitalized for whatever mental disorder, would you have taken additional steps to see what you needed to do within the jail to help her?
Yes.
No need to do that in this case?
Correct.
As you're talking to Ms. Stauch, and we're going to get into several days where you met with her, how are you documenting your meetings?
I always, when I would go to the unit, I would take a pen and paper with me, a little notepad, and I would write down my notes. I would quote things that people said, write down my behavioral observations of that person, and then I would go back to our office area where there was a computer and document that in our electronic medical record system.
And would you document things so that others can see those, particularly in the jail? If, for instance, you mentioned the psychiatrist wanted to come see her, they could look at your notes and get a historical documented path of what has been going on, Ms. Stauch?
Yes.
And does that go for all the way to today? You know that she has pled not guilty by reason of insanity. Can other doctors look at your notes and use that in determining whether or not Ms. Stauch is sane or insane?
Yes.
Did you also note whether or not any psychotropic medication was needed for Ms. Stauch?
I noted that, again, my understanding was her primary care doctor had prescribed her hydroxyzine to help with some anxiety, and I believe lorazepam to help with the same. Sometimes that's a little bit more of a medication that it's a bit quicker acting.
And did you note that in your notes then?
Yes.
All right. Now, with regards to the prior diagnosis, did Ms. Stauch tell you when she was diagnosed with this generalized anxiety?
I believe it was about 2 to 3 years prior to coming into the jail.
If your notes indicate that it was at age 16, would that be accurate?
If my notes indicate that, then yes.
If I can approach, Your Honor. I don't have a bait page on these notes, but it's from March 5th.
Which one?
I may approach you.
You may.
And I'll just direct you to this sentence here.
Yes.
Now, are these your March 5th, 2020 notes?
Yes.
Has that refreshed your recollection as to when she said she was diagnosed with generalized anxiety?
Yes.
How old was she?
16.
Did she happen to tell you who diagnosed her?
No.
Did you talk to her about any past suicide attempts?
Yes.
How did she respond to that?
I believe that she said that she had not attempted suicide before.
Again, I have the privilege of looking at your notes.
Sure.
If you have your notes with you, you can use those, okay? If it helps refresh your recollection, just let us know when you're doing that. That's okay.
Okay.
Mr. Young, can you find a reasonable breaking point in the next 5 minutes or so, please?
We can stop now if you like, Judge, if it's convenient for you.
Give her some time to look through her notes then.
That's great.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our noon recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at say 1:30, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. Do not do your own independent research about any aspect of this case. With that, I'll rise for the jury, please.
Emma, they really punched the time today.
Great catch.
So this is interesting. This is getting interesting. I'm kind of excited. You know what I'm saying? I can't wait. I just finally they brought one of these doctors in. Doctors. Doctor, help me, doctor. They brought one of these doctors in. I gotta dip out. These people, they ran their shit to the clock. They're really not playing with this thing, man. They're running ahead of time in the trial, which is amazing because I don't think I've covered any trial that's like ahead of time. I've only covered two
Thank you.
other
May
ones.
all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Dr. Moore, you can. All right. Court will be in recess. Thank you.
So I'm just
All right.
An expert in bullshit. When they coming back? I guess the normal time, right? So the normal time that they come back is like, oh, I forgot to check into the music. I know you guys told me, hey, iCkEdMeL, can you put on some music while you're gone? I forgot. Lunch. Official. And I heard some people talking about Kohlberger and stuff. Lunch official return 3:30 p.m., I guess, right? Come back a couple minutes early, though, because these people may be jumping back early. I'm going to step away for like 30 minutes. The stream is going to be up. Please hit like. If you guys can hit like, please hit like on the stream. Subscribe. Turn on the bell's notification. Por favor. Gracias. Amy, thank you for the super chat earlier. Thank you for the information you're sending me in the DMs. I'm going to try to get to that when I get back from picking up the baby. We're going to hang out for a little bit. I'll be back like in 30 minutes. Callie Sandy, thank you for the super chat. Says your last knock DMs. Mel subs name suggestion. What? Your last knock DMs. Mel subs names the suggestions. Okay. Sam Panther, thank you for the super chat. Says hi all. I want to buy a belly full of cash, not gas. Kim, thank you for the membership. Mandy L. Tisha's face she makes when Christine Moore goes up. I know the look that she has. She's staring intently, paying attention. Whew. All right, I'll be back. I don't know about the music thing. I was supposed to test it out and I completely forgot. Also, tomorrow's trial, I don't know if they're starting late or not. I think Amy was saying that it depends on the weather. So we might have to find out early in the morning whether they start on time or later. I don't know. Or we'll wait till the end of today too to see what they say. So Leo the Lioness says, I was an alcoholic with that anxiety. The thing is that alcohol makes an anxiety worse. Like maybe in the moment it makes you okay, but then after it's like worse. Oh my God. Okay, I'll be back because I got to run. I'll be back about 30 minutes. Love you guys. The doctor's here. I got to get the music going, but I don't want to play some whack music. Thank you, Daisy. Dazzy. How you say it? Dazzy? No, Daisy. Thank you, Daisy. You play one of your own videos? I could play the affidavit. Y'all want the affidavit? Shit, I gotta go. But y'all want the affidavit? I could play the affidavit or something. I don't know. It's a long one though. The affidavit. Y'all seen the affidavit already though. Could play the affidavit or I don't know, bro. I don't know. But y'all everybody seen that shit already, right? Affidavit. Alpha David. Or you talking about like a different story that's like maybe long enough? Oh man. Alpha David. Oh, Ronnie calling about Kylie? Lord Almighty. Lord Almighty. Oh man. But the thing is, if I play something, if it starts, something else starts after and run it back, that missing child basement shit is so gangster. If you've never seen it, oh man. But it's 26 minutes long. I don't know. I'll be back in 26 minutes. That shit is so gangster. One of my favorite ones. Y'all seen the basement shit? That's one of my favorite ones. Affidavit. Koberger. It's that Koberger is identifying as a woman now and shit, so he gets put into the woman's prison and shit. Daisy. You can say my name anywhere you want. Koberger. I guess I'll go. This is what happens when this gets to the end of it. What happens at the end? Let's see. 25. What plays next? Does it just stay there or is it going to play some other shit? Can I play this one? Let me play this one for y'all. Play this one and I'm going to go. Oh, damn, that look crazy. Bro, that shit look crazy. And I just can't see. I saw it started and I said, babe. So hopefully nothing plays after. Because I don't want the whole stream shut down. Let me see. Killed. Take care of yourselves. Love you guys. Peace. Bloop, bloop. So that's it. It's going to stop, right? Nothing else going to play? What's that? Autoplay or some shit? Turn on autoplay?
Take a close look at Charlie. Missing.
Let me put the lunch break on.
His friends knock on door after door, hoping to find his son. The FBI and police working together to find him.
Tonight, a little boy is missing. Take a look at him. Charlie Bothell, father of the missing child. Is it true that you have been going door to door trying to get people to help you find your son?
It is. I've been going door to door since he disappeared.
Bruh, this story is crazy. Now, I was sent this video the other day by Jazz. We're going to watch this together because my reaction, she heard my initial reaction, and I pretty much had one word to say. I kind of screamed out loud, and I was like, it was just kind of crazy. And so I had to go look up and see what came out of this story. And make sure you check out the channel sponsor, Swag It. You can find exclusive content on there. We're doing a $500 giveaway at the end of the month. All you got to do is click the link, download the app, follow my page. You can earn swag bucks on there by watching videos or posting videos, and you can convert those swag bucks into gift cards. I'm about to get one myself, a $200 one. A free, easy way to help out the channel for free by supporting me through my sponsor. So we're going to watch this together. And there's a couple other things that we're going to watch together regarding this story.
Out to the father of the missing 12-year-old boy, Charlie. With me is his father, Charlie Bothell. Charlie, we're getting reports that your son has been found in your basement.
So they're literally, this guy's kid's been missing. I think it was for 11 days at the time. They're on a live broadcast, okay? Doing an interview. While they're doing this live broadcast, they find this guy's son.
Sir?
Yo, look at Nancy's face.
Mr. Bothell, are you?
What?
Yeah, we are getting reports that your son has been found alive in your basement.
What?
Yes, that's what, if you could hand me that wire very quickly. Yeah, we're getting that right now from yeah, how could your son be alive in your basement?
Comment down below right now. Don't look at anybody's comment. Just go type in the box. Tell me what you're thinking about this.
Oh shit. I have no idea.
Look at Nancy's face.
Now, this is just a report that we are hearing out of Detroit that we're trying to confirm. Everybody in New York, please get on it. Let me know when we get Charlie Langton from WWJ. Sir, did you check your basement?
I checked my basement. The FBI checked my basement. The Detroit police checked my basement. My wife checked my basement. I've been down there several times. We've all been checking. How?
Okay, this is what we are hearing, that the missing 12-year-old boy has been found alive and well in his father's basement. Now, this is what I don't understand why you guys would have reported he's missing, and all our viewers have been on the lookout for him.
We've been on the lookout for him. We searched that entire house repeatedly. The FBI searched, the Detroit police searched. We've all searched. Oh, God, they brought dogs, everything. Everybody is searched. What? Oh, God, my son.
Have you checked your cell phone?
My cell phone is dead. I actually getting down here, I left it in the car charging because it had died on me. Okay.
And you're telling us that you searched your basement and your wife searched your basement?
I searched my basement. My wife searched my basement. The FBI searched my basement. The Detroit police searched my basement. We've all searched my basement multiple times. I mean, yes. They had the dogs searched. We've all searched the basement. The dogs searched my basement. Oh, God.
Okay, well, you know what? I'm going to give you a chance to call home and see what you can find out. Charlie Langton, WWJ News. Charlie, we're getting reports tonight that the boy has been found alive in Daddy's basement.
Yeah, Nancy, we're just getting word right now, and we've just basically confirmed that, yeah, the boy has been found alive in the father's basement. And we're just getting reports right now that is true. And literally, it just broke moments ago. Now, why the father didn't know about that for the last 11 days, what if the child was afraid, if there was any other collusion amongst anyone, what the child ate, all of those are questions that we are trying to get reports on right now. We understand that we're sending news crews right now to the scene. We're also understanding that the police chief is going to make yet another announcement that should be coming up a little bit later on. But, yes, the boy has been found alive in his father's basement.
So this part now, okay, I think this is like the day after, or I don't know if it's the same day, but the media catches the father and they wanted to talk to him. There's a portion behind this that explains how they find the child, and I'll play that after, but I first want to get the father's reaction.
Did you know that he was in the basement? Man, no, I didn't know that he was in the basement. I searched. My wife searched. We've had dozens of police officers, FBI agents here, dogs. We've all been searching for my son. You know, so any intimation that I knew that he was in there somehow, it's absurd. Literally, I couldn't find him. You know, if the FBI couldn't find him and the Detroit police couldn't find him, for anybody to intimate, they did finally, yeah. They've been living in my house for the last 10, 11 days. They've been here. We looked in my basement. I looked in my basement. They looked. They went down there with search dogs. My wife looked.
When was the last time you looked? How the hell did these people go down there with search dogs and not find this child?
When was the last time you looked for your son down there?
The last time I looked for my son down there was a few days ago, before the FBI did, before they came with the dogs. No, I've been in the basement, but
Has he ever hidden in the basement before? Has he ever hidden down there before?
No, he hasn't.
We heard that your ex-wife may have been hiding him down there from you and feeding him.
That's absurd. And my ex-wife did not take off. The FBI or the task force was here executing a search warrant. They forced my wife to leave. I was here. You guys were here.
How dare any of you question me?
They stated we could not be in the house while the search was being executed. That was a decision of law enforcement, not the decision of my wife.
How surprised are you that he was found in the basement?
I'm shocked because I looked, like I said, the Detroit police looked, the FBI looked, repeatedly. They've been through here. They've been in my house until 3 in the morning on occasions and all night. When the lieutenant kept me and my family at the police station from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. The Detroit police and the task force were here all night executing search warrants. So to say that, for anybody to imply that I somehow knew that my son was in the basement, it's absurd and it's wrong. I love my son. I'm glad that he's home and he's going to have the great future that he deserves to have.
Well, no one
when we talked to you earlier today, there was deeper concern perhaps about a homicide.
Yeah, man, you broke my heart with that, man.
Because I think there was blood found in the bedroom and somewhere else, which in the other portion of this video we'll watch after, it has that information.
Tell me about your range of emotions based on what the police were.
Man, they thought my son was dead, man.
Have you seen your son yet?
No, I haven't.
Do you know where he is?
Where's your wife? Where's your wife at right now?
No, I don't.
Where's
my
your
wife, she left. They wouldn't let her in the house. But I want to see my son.
Okay.
Wow.
All right, and you are watching.
God is good. God is good.
The father of Charlie Bothell, 12-year-old Charlie, his father, Charlie IV, obviously overcome with emotion at the news that his son has been found. Charlie was just at a studio recording a...
Oh, my God. Look, it's so beautiful. They're all holding him and hugging him. It's time for a prayer circle now. Let's pray for the man.
Segment for the Nancy Grace Show, pleading for his son's safe return. He had told us all along he believed that his son was alive. This day has been a crazy range of emotions, with the chief telling us earlier that he actually thought the child may have been a victim of homicide. Take a look.
Yes, I believe my son is alive and I want him home. Period, full stop.
A father focused on finding his son. 12-year-old Charlie Bothell has been missing since June 14th, when he allegedly left his home on Nicolette Place after refusing to finish his workout and his chores. His stepmother, Monique Dillard Bothell, allegedly threatened to tell his father, so 12-year-old Charlie took off.
We've gotten a number of tips, leads, and certainly we've gotten evidence in this investigation that suggests that this is more than just a serious missing. So I can tell you we're not ruling out the possibility of homicide, but we're still treating this case as a serious missing.
Here's the deal. My 12-year-old son has been missing. This is serious. He needs some intervention at this point. He needs a whole lot of help at this point. Absolutely.
Can you tell people, you and your wife, his stepmother,
no knowledge that my son was in that basement. And I don't know that he was in that basement the whole time. How could me, my wife, the Detroit police, the FBI, and all of these task force who have lived in my house,
did he have the means to get it out here? Did he have a key to the house?
He was eating. It was implied that perhaps that your current wife might have been keeping him down there and hiding him perhaps from you.
That is absurd.
Does your ex-wife
ride or die defending his the stepmother?
That is absurd.
Did she say that she's told you point blank that she does not know where he is?
Yes, she has. Period. My wife wouldn't do that.
Would you have noticed would you have noticed any disturbing of the property? I mean, you would have noticed he was coming in and out, wouldn't you?
It's amazing how people can do this with a straight face.
I could think I would have, but I would think that I would have noticed that he had a Twitter account that I didn't know about, which the FBI told me, and some, additional money that they found. So, I mean, as a parent, you do everything you can to keep as close a track on your children as you can.
Did he have a key? Could he have gone in and out?
We had extra keys around. I mean, so it's possible. We have extra keys.
Are any of them missing at this point? Have you looked at that?
That hadn't crossed my mind.
A lot of people were talking earlier about the whole lie detector situation. Your wife declined to take one with Detroit police. You said yes to the FBI.
The FBI did not ask my wife. Agent Scott Wheeler, Special Agent Scott Wheeler, after I declined to take the lie detector with the Detroit police because of the way the lieutenant treated me and my family, the agent said, well, okay, what about with the FBI? And I said, yes, absolutely, because I didn't do anything to my son, and I believe my son is going to be found safe and alive, and I want him home.
Did your wife volunteer? Did she consider volunteering for the FBI examination?
The FBI didn't ask her. If the FBI would have asked her, I don't see why my wife wouldn't have. But to be clear, the FBI asked me and not her.
But if you were looking to divert attention, why not volunteer her?
But listen, the FBI, obviously the focus was on me. And even today, I got a call from the reporters and even from you guys saying that they're looking at this as possibly, you know what I'm saying, a homicide case. You know, the focus was on me, and that's why they asked me, and I wanted to clear it up, point blank. If the agent would have asked my wife to take a polygraph test, she would have had no reason not to, because my wife didn't do anything to my son, just like I've been saying that I didn't.
And you guys are both still willing, in the aftermath of everything that's happened here, you're both willing to take polygraphs with the FBI now to show that you had no knowledge. I
want to take it with the media, because the FBI doesn't release that kind of information, and I want this information out to the public. Period. I want my name cleared and my family name clear, and I want my family to be able to go forward. So I'm asking you, the media, to get the retired FBI, CIA agents, however you guys do it, because I want the truth out to the public.
But Charlie, they said that it looked like there was a barricade that someone had to have constructed.
You know, yeah,
he would have needed help to construct it.
Charlie couldn't have done that on his own. It looked like maybe there was some food placed.
And you can go down and look at it. I mean, it was a big 5.
Yeah, go take a look at it.
Gallon drum. Do you think your son's big enough to lift that?
Listen. Have you seen the pictures of my son? My son, and where exactly he was found? What were the subjects? Was he in the drum?
No, he was behind a container. But they said he was.
Okay, we have all kinds of stuff.
Okay,
you know what? After disappearing like that, I'm sure he would be nervous. I mean, of course. I mean, why would he not be nervous? Simple as that.
How soon will you be able to see your son?
That's gonna be up to Police Chief Craig and these other folks, I'm supposing, and I hope they don't leave before I get a chance to ask him or talk with him, because I want to talk with him. So my son, he's obviously gonna need some counseling. He still needs to get his education. He needs to move forward with his life. So I'm gonna do everything that I can to help my son get his life back on track, which is what I've been doing right along.
The evidence that was already taken out of that house.
And see, evidence is implying that we did something wrong, just like people were accusing me of being a murder. It's only evidence if there was some crime committed. No crime committed here. That's not what happened.
Had there been any other sort of abuse? There was blood evidence that was taken out of that house.
Yeah. There was no abuse of my son. There was no, they said that there was evidence of a murder. That was nonsense then, and it's nonsense now.
What do you think Charlie's going to tell him? What do you think his explanation is going to be? You know your son.
Would there be any blood evidence from a
I know my son to a certain extent, but I can tell you, I can't say what my son is going to say to them, and I don't want to.
Hey, what's interesting about this guy is how close he gets to your face, looks you in the eye, and has a straight face.
Do any more guessing. There's been guessing about me being a murderer, actually being a murderer. I'm a nurse. I take care of people for a living. That's what I
Wow, you're a nurse too.
do. And I take care of my son, which is what I've done his whole life. So I don't want to do any more guessing. I want to get to the facts, which is why I asked the media to do a lie detector test so that we can get to the facts. That's why this has been the focus, my whole focus through all of this. That's why I agreed with the FBI agents when they asked me. They said, okay, let's get to it. That's why I agree with the FBI agents. And that's why I'm asking the media right now still, hey, let's do a polygraph so we can put it out, all of these questions and innuendo about us.
Charlie ever said, I'm going to hide, I'm going to run away, and can you actually see him being able to do this?
Charlie ran away before.
Excuse me.
But just for a few hours.
Well, he was found within a few hours. He was found within a few hours. So, what his intention, was there, I mean, I can't say. But you know what? Right now, I'm happy that my son is
I wonder why he ran away.
home, and I want to catch the chief and the other.
Okay, go ahead.
Are they leaving?
Go ahead.
I want to catch them before they leave. I want to catch them before they leave.
All right.
All right, you see that is Charlie Bothell.
So this is the beginning part where they describe the chief here, what they found or what they saw.
Arrival, but there's no way he could have erected this makeshift area of concealment, I'll call it. He certainly was excited to see us. I had a chance to actually talk and embrace Charlie. very excited to see us. I mean, this is a great story.
It really is a great story because just earlier today, you folks said that you had not ruled out that he could be a victim of a homicide. So what does this mean in terms of the investigation? Are the parents now being questioned? What's happening next?
Well, what it means is, first of all, let me just applaud the work of the investigators. We had a collaborative, the FBI, state police. In fact, the fourth time we've been to this location together diligently, very thorough. And this was, in fact, the fourth time we've been to
the fourth time.
This location, and one of our visits, we came with a cadaver dog. So we're not certain that Charlie was here doing those visits, not certain at all. Because the question I would have, how could we miss? Certainly we know when there's a missing and we go into a family home, we check places that children can hide. Sometimes if children are afraid, they will hide and conceal themselves. But for whatever reason, I don't know what it looked like the first several visits, but certainly this time, the detective who was in that area thought something was strange and began to moving, and Charlie didn't alert his presence.
It was only when you found him.
It was only, and you could see that he was nervous but excited and glad to see the police.
Describe his condition. What was his condition? Like, did he look like he was hungry or what?
Well, he indicated he was hungry. Certainly, I saw evidence that there was food around the area where he was hiding. But he seemed to be both nervous and excited. In terms of his medical condition, he's being medically evaluated now. So I don't know what the doctors are going to find during that examination, but he appeared fine when I saw him.
And Chief,
what about his parents?
Live on Local 4. Talk about that moment when the investigators came in contact with Charlie. How did he respond? What did he say?
Excitement. I don't know his exact words. I guess you could describe it as nervousness, excitement. He made some statements that I wasn't there then, but certainly lots of excitement to see us.
What are the parents?
Talk about the parents.
The parents know.
His parents aren't here right now, correct?
That's correct.
The father told us he was going to go and do an interview with Nancy Grace a little while ago. The mother, once we told her that you guys were looking into the possibility of a homicide, the stepmother, I should say, she took off. Is there any reason to believe that some adult had to know Charlie was in that house?
I will tell you, we're not ruling that out. It would be hard for me to sit here and tell you that someone didn't know that Charlie was there. But I can't say definitively.
Chief, you described this area that was barricaded that even looked like someone had put food there. You said Charlie could not have erected this barricade himself.
There's no way in my judgment. I can't see how he could have. We're talking about a 5-gallon drum. We're talking about a 12-year-old child. Certainly, I don't see how he could have done it.
Describe the environment where he was at.
He was in the basement. Certainly there was some bedding. It appeared to be some kind of wooden, looked like a wooden stand that was nearby the area where Charlie was at. And then the drum, by the time I arrived at the location, the drum had been moved by the investigators.
And you all don't believe that he had been there the entire time? Because you all searched this, the police searched this home several times.
Four times.
But today, that's when you all found the barricade in the basement.
But we're not certain that he was there each and every time. As I pointed, I think what's telling is that we had a cadaver dog go into the location. And
the cadaver dog found nothing?
Found nothing.
Chief, for people that are just tuning in right now, kind of bring everybody up to speed on what happened. We know that 12-year-old Charlie, who's been missing for a week and a half, has been found alive in the very basement of the house where he was last seen here. Bring everybody up to speed.
Charlie's alive. Charlie's excited, and we're excited. We're as excited as Charlie. In fact, Charlie wanted to meet me, and I promised Charlie that once he gets through this part of the ordeal, he's going to visit the chief's office.
Did you and tell where he was found.
Have the parents been notified?
I can't go into the notification. I'm not certain. I came here for one specific reason. I wanted to see, and I wanted to touch Charlie.
And he was
Does it appear that Charlie has been a victim of abuse?
I'm sorry.
He was hiding in the basement, but not in a way where you think he could have done it himself.
That's my judgment, my opinion, based on what I saw, but I can't be sure. I mean, we're talking about a 5-gallon drum, and so not certain.
But Chief, based on what you saw, does he appear to be a victim of abuse? Was he bruised?
I didn't examine Charlie. That's the medical professionals will do that. Certainly, he was talkative. He was excited. I didn't do an examination, so I can't.
Chief, since finding Charlie, have you had a chance to have a conversation with his parents about you finding him?
I have not. And I am not certain that the investigators, they may have made contact with the parents. I would hope that the father, who is now doing a show on Nancy Grace, that someone would interrupt the show and advise him that the location you just left, your home, your son was downstairs.
And the mom has disappeared. Do you not find this a little odd?
I find a lot of things odd, but, my opinion doesn't count at this point.
So the end result of this is that both the mother and father, or stepmother, I should say, were both charged with child abuse and second degree. Let me see here, specifically charged with torture and second-degree child abuse charges. They both entered not guilty pleas, but then I thought they actually pleaded guilty or something. I thought they pleaded guilty, or they were found guilty. Prosecutors have brought torture and child abuse charges against the father and stepmother of a 12-year-old Detroit boy who was found in his father's basement last year after an 11-day disappearance. Charles and Monique systematically physically abused the child, forced him to live in the basement, and did allow him to socialize, Wayne County prosecutors said. They found him in the basement of the family's condominium. This is the mother, stepmother, and father here. This guy was actually a nurse. This guy was on TV putting on a show. Charlie was deprived of food and forced to engage in extreme and unreasonable exercise regimen. He has experienced physical abuse by his father for the entire 2 years he has resided with the father. The abuse included being physically disciplined with a PVC pipe on his butt. That's what I heard. They found a pipe over there. Feet, chest, head, thighs, sides, and arms. He was often too sore to sit or walk, but Charlie told caseworkers that his stepmother ordered him to the basement on June 14, 2014, because she believed he had not completed one of his twice-a-day workouts. So they had him doing all these crazy workouts. It included 100 push-ups, 200 sit-ups, 100 jumping jacks, 25 arm curls, and 25-pound weight, and 1,000 of revolutions on the elliptical machine. Wow. Charlie said his stepmom, who has 2 other children, told him, "Shut up, stay quiet, and don't say anything no matter what you hear." Wow. Holy crap. Look at that. Charlie said Dillard told him at times, "I know where the sharp knives are. I can make you disappear." Charlie was discovered in a cramped basement behind a makeshift barrier of boxes. Confusingly, FBI agents previously searched the basement, even using specially trained cadaver dogs. It then emerged that there was an underground tunnel easily accessible from the basement, connecting the other condos in the block and leading to the outside building. The tunnels outside the door is usually locked and only accessible but to the maintenance men. But crucially, it was left open during the time he was in the residence because residents were getting rid of a buildup of trash in a dumpster left outside. That means Charlie could have left the property in the day before returning at night, explaining why FBI agents could not find the boy. Court documents apparently state that Charlie has claimed he even snuck upstairs for food when the house was empty. Wow, that reminds me of that thing, that show where the people that kind of sneak into people's houses and live there, even though this is his own home, but live there when the people are gone by the day, they go and get food and stuff. That's crazy that this kid had to live through that. Thankfully, this kid is alive, and survived. This could have been a whole nother story. They added in a court filing last year that the boy told authorities he was forced to rise before dawn for his intense workouts. And in case you didn't see it pop up on the screen, it says on January 19, 2016, the case was resolved when the father pleaded guilty to 4th-degree child abuse in exchange for the removal of the 2nd-degree child abuse charges. Prosecutors revealed that Charlie was very thin and had marks on his body from the abuse when he was found after being reported. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure you check out the channel sponsor. We're doing a giveaway at the end of the month, $500. Plus, I'll probably do my own giveaway. Click the link, download Swagit. It's a video app. I'll be posting content on there as well. And thank you so much for watching. Please hit the like button, subscribe, turn on bell notifications. What a crazy, crazy story. I couldn't imagine, because sometimes when I see these stories, I couldn't imagine, but I do imagine what it would be like had this happened in this day and age. But like the internet, the sleuths, how crazy, how even more magnified this would have been. I have friends that sometimes hit me up, right? And they send me like a video link or something, and they want to hear my reaction. So I'll literally put them on speakerphone. I'll put the link up here or the video up on my little iMac, and I'll play it out loud. And this one, because I meant to tell you what my reaction was. My reaction to seeing this guy and Nancy Grace, because a lot of times my reaction is probably going to be more unfiltered than in streaming. Bullshit. I was like, yo, there is something up with this guy. And so I was like, let me sit down here today. And I just started typing up and looking up because I wanted to see what happened with this. And you can see. Thank God Charlie's alive. Thank God he's okay. Hopefully he got therapy. This could have easily been a case where this child was killed. Take care of yourselves. Love you guys. Peace. Everybody left. Gone. They left me, man. The video stopped playing and they left. They turned it back on me and said, fuck that guy. They turned it back on me. Well, you're not entertaining anymore. You're a former shell of yourself. I used to like you. You're cool. I started watching you 10 years ago before you started YouTube. Fame has gotten to you. You've changed. Money, girls. I think you're all that now, huh? You used to be the sweet guy, the sweet, innocent man. Mama's boy. What happened, huh? You scream all the time. Going off the hinges. Okay, I'm back. Guess I'm back. I guess I'm back. I don't know, man. Took some pills, vitamins, just vitamins, nothing crazy. I want to light a candle. I want to light it. Yes. Yes. I think a video playing in the background when I leave and then it ends is not good because it looks like the end of a YouTube stream and people think the stream is over. And so they thought I was gone. And these words, because people keep asking, when they coming back? You gotta make this shit like big, bro. Yeah. So they keep asking the same thing, right? When's lunch coming back? So you gotta like make this shit. How big you gotta do this shit? I mean, like the whole screen and shit. Let me see. Transform. They make this shit like this. Boom. And they're still, when's lunch coming back? When they coming back from lunch? Boom. Can't miss that shit, can you? I might start doing that with the music background. Official return. Not the best font. That's just kind of blurry too. Trial blurry, you know what I mean? All right, so chill with that. Hey. So I wanted to light a little candle. Fauci candle. Fauci. Little candle. This actually smells really good. Come on. There you go. Fauci candle. Spiritus Santos. Anti-Santa Muerte stuff, you know what I'm saying? Combat Santa Muerte. I'll blow it out. Fauci. That video that I did with the basement boy, Charlie, but you know, I call it basement boy. That story is so crazy. And I did a following update. We don't have time to play the update. And there's a lot of talk about Kohlberger too. I think I should do a Kohlberger update. I think it's about time. Do a Kohlberger update. It's interesting, fascinating. Oh, I'm so excited. I want to know. Even though everybody already knows, I guess. Where's this shit at? Boy in the basement. There it is. I'm just going to play the intro of this, but this is another 30-minute video. Can you make it a bit bigger for us? The boy in the basement. It's actually initially it's a crazy, like, what the F kind of story. That's what I was, it's kind of like, wow, everybody was like shocked and this guy's full of crap. But that's when I used to edit videos. I got time for this shit now. I just do jump cut.
With me is his father, Charlie Bothell.
I mean, I still edit videos, but I don't always put that much into it.
Charlie, we're getting reports that your son has been found in your basement.
What?
Sir?
Yo, look at Nancy's face.
Mr. Bothell, are you?
What?
Yeah,
what?
We are getting reports that your son.
How crazy is that? Do you think we'll ever get a story like that? Like on live national TV, your kid's missing, you over here doing an interview and they find him.
Son has been found alive in your basement.
What?
Yes, that's what, if you could hand me that wire very quickly. Yeah, we're getting that right now from yeah. How could your son be alive in your basement?
And Charlie and your son would never hurt Charlie?
Well, you will not hurt him, harm. You will discipline him. So that.
Well, would he ever hurt him? Well, like, you got to think about that shit, bro. You got to think about that. I think this is the father's mother or something. Like, I mean, you know, the Charlie's father's mother.
In your basement.
And Charlie and your son would never hurt Charlie?
Well, you will not hurt him, harm. You will discipline him. So that much I know. You will discipline him.
Discipline him.
You will discipline him, but not hurt him.
Now Charlie Bothell is fighting back against TD personality Nancy Grace.
Hell nah.
From his missing son to his guilty plea in court just a few weeks ago, now Local 4 News has learned he's striking back against a TV figure looking for a considerable payday.
And, you know, he faced...
Or actually tried to sue Nancy Grace. It says here, defendants broadcast to the world false information about plaintiff, evidence and allegations against him while accusing him of the most heinous possible crime, long-standing torture of his minor child, that there were markings all over Charles's body that correspond to a particular PVC pipe used by the father to beat his son and make all those markings on his body. Plaintiff's reputation, economic opportunities, mental and emotional well-being, and his family were all irreparably harmed by defendant's malicious and reckless defamation. Except there's a problem because that lawsuit got dismissed.
Would you have ever hurt Charlie?
No.
You never hurt Charlie?
No. But this video of Charlie's child guilty plea in court last month might prove a problem.
You disciplined him and you hit it with him. Yeah. Yes.
Let's hear Mr. Bothell say. Did you hit your son Charlie the 5th with the PVC pipe?
Yes.
With the PVC pipe?
Yes.
Your son would never hurt Charlie?
Well...
About an hour before Charlie was found yesterday afternoon, his stepmom did not have much to say, but Action News has learned that her uncle, Godfrey Dillard, who is running for Michigan State Attorney General, has a listed address in the same building, just 3 condo units away from his niece, Charlie's stepmom. And police sources believe Monique Dillard Bothell knew little Charlie was being kept a prisoner in the basement. And in the back of the basement, there is a hallway that...
So this is the follow-up video that I did where he like dug a little bit deeper. It was just 4 months ago. And so, yeah, there was like a back way out of that basement thing. And so I think like the FBI was coming in during the day or whatever and looking for him. And the father's like, oh no, but they were there searching through the day. So how could I? But what happened was I think they took him out and brought him in like during the night. They kept him there at nighttime, I guess, but during the day he was not there. He would just go out through the other
actually
exit.
Connects all of the units. So was little Charlie able to come and go on his own, or was some adult orchestrating his every move?
The weird thing about this, and this whole story is still not it's kind of mysterious story, is that the more and more that I dig, the more and more weird stuff that I find. And thank you to Flossie that sent me a lot of the information with this video. And so, judge, no torture in case of Detroit boy found in basement. A judge dismissed torture charges Wednesday against the father and stepmother of a missing boy found in the basement 11 days later, saying that she doesn't believe he was stuck there and was paralyzed by fear last summer during a highly publicized search by police. He never yelled out. He never stood up. He never made himself known, Judge Shannon said, after hearing testimony over many days. I just don't believe him. I don't believe he was in that basement. Nonetheless, Judge ordered Charlie. The story is shrouded by mystery still. I mean, it's not a mystery about the whole like abuse stuff. Like, you know, dad admitted, I think like in court, they're hitting him with a PVC pipe and like this crazy workout regimen. But was Charlie held against his will in that basement, or was he knowingly like leaving and coming back and all this stuff that he, you know? I don't believe Judge Shannon is there and was paralyzed by fear. They dismissed the torture charges here last summer during a highly publicized search by police. He never yelled out. He never stood up. He never made himself known, Judge Shannon said, after hearing testimony over many days. I just don't believe him. I don't believe he was in that basement. Nonetheless, judge ordered Charlie and Monique to trial on second-degree charges based on photos of the 13-year-old's body. The boy was forced to follow a rigorous exercise regimen while educated at home and was struck with a stick or PVC pipe if he had disappointed his dad or stepmother. He says his home was a terrible place. Defense lawyers, however, said Charlie was lying and had many opportunities to leave the house during his time in the basement. A key point embraced by the judge, they claimed he simply ran away because he didn't like his home. The dismissal of the torture charge was a big victory for the couple because the crime can carry up to life in prison. The Bethuls cried with relief and hugged their defense lawyers. In her final argument, the prosecutor said that Charlie was a prisoner in his home and the elder, his father, was the warden. She said the boy's disappearance brought to light years of physical and mental abuse and isolation. He was so terrorized, even when police were looking for him, he did not speak up in the basement, which is what we heard originally in the first story, that he was afraid to speak up. That's why he didn't say anything, supposedly, even though, remember, police said they had been down there 4 times with dogs and everything. But Holmes said it doesn't seem reasonable that the boy wouldn't call for help. So as stated previously in the video, they pleaded guilty to 4th-degree child abuse after accepting a plea deal. So they didn't get charged for torture. Now, this was an interesting video clip that we have to watch together.
Bothell spent another day on the witness stand. He
And this throws like another twist. And I have another twist after this.
told the court his dad abused him and his stepmother forced him to hide from police in the family's basement for 11 long days.
Today, the defense had a chance to cross-examine him. And as 7 Action News reporter Kimberly Craig explains, his story started to fall apart.
You want to talk about what you want to do with life? You want to make movies, don't you?
Yes. 13-year-old Charlie Bothell V being grilled by his father's defense attorney today, getting the young boy to admit that in 2012 he lied to police when he ran away. All very similar to the case that has his father and stepmother.
There was another situation where he had run away previously.
Facing criminal charges of abuse and torture.
The guy with gray hair held you in a basement?
I said I was in the tunnel, not the basement.
Oh, the guy with, sorry, the guy with gray hair kept you in the tunnel. Remember that?
Yes.
And that was a lie?
Yes.
You made up that a guy with gray hair actually held you in a tunnel, kidnapped you and held you in a tunnel, right?
Defense attorney Sean Patrick Smith spent several hours when...
It's weird. It's weird. It's like there's so... I mean, at the end of the day, you know, there's no argument of like abuse and stuff. But it's like murky though. It's kind of strange. I don't know, man. Es un poquito raro, tú sabes.
Wednesday, trying to crush young Charlie's claims that he was abused and forced to live a tortured life, and admit that the reason that he was homeschooled was because he was having behavior problems at school. Attorney Smith saying young Charlie's life was anything but isolated.
You remember the summer of 2013 when you went to the Grand Canyon and the Hoover Dam?
Yes.
And as for the exercise regime that has been described as extreme and even abusive?
Matter of fact, you used to take pictures of yourself flexing and send them out.
Oh, no.
Remember that? Send them.
Oh, shit. No, show the pictures. I wish I could have seen that. I don't think that trial's out like publicly. I've seen clips and snippets. Maybe I could try to find it. I at the time when I was researching this story, I didn't see like a full thing out there. But, you know, the defense is doing what they're supposed to do. I don't know.
Your mom, pictures of you going like this, how proud you were.
Then there's what seems like this apology note that young Charlie wrote in early 2000.
And this is crazy too. I can't even read it, Wes, but it says that supposedly it had bleach and other contaminants.
2012, where he said that he used bleach and window cleaner on the dishes because he thought it would make everyone sick and they would send him back to live with his mom. The defense saying young Charlie was willing to poison his dad, stepmom, and younger siblings to get what he wanted.
And I thought that they would be the family, would send me back to my mom's house, right?
Yes.
That's what you wrote.
Yes.
But on redirect, Charlie said while he wrote the note, those were not his words.
Oh, so he wrote the note, but it wasn't his words, is what he's saying. So I guess they forced him or something.
Or words that were written on the paper?
No.
Whose words were they?
The preliminary...
Oh, what did he say, his mother's? Stepmom?
Words that were written on the paper?
No.
Whose words were they?
Another weird plot twist. I wanted to share this with you, and then we're going to get into Charlie's.
Days before little Charlie was found, his stepmom told police she had caught him shortchanging his workout regime, and in a statement to police wrote, quote, "It's my belief that Charlie no longer wanted to talk to his dad about him being in trouble, and rather than be lectured about respect and personal responsibility, he would rather leave."
You indicated that they were being videoed.
Yes.
Okay. Did you inform them that they were being videoed?
No.
About a week before then 12-year-old Charlie Bothell was found hiding in the basement, Detroit police interviewed them at headquarters for about 7 hours. And today the defense seemed to be criticizing police for that extended interview that began around 10 at night, because the Bothells also have 2 young children together. And they were there with them the entire time.
And they had their kids with them?
Yes.
The little baby kids, small kids?
Yes.
Yeah.
And they were there for 7 hours at your police station?
It's been asked and answered.
Sustained. Next question. The kids were there. Let's keep moving.
The defense suggested that police did not even look into the possibility that the boy was lying about being forced by his stepmom to hide in the basement behind a barrel and boxes. In fact, one of Mr. Bothell's attorneys says there's just no way that all those local, state, and federal officers of the law could have missed a young boy, and they contend young Charlie was coming and going as he pleased.
Do you remember he told you the son had problems? He tried to burn the house down, things like that?
Look at this face.
No, sir, I don't remember that.
No. You don't remember him saying that he had behavioral problems? Just doing things to the neighbor's garbage cans?
Objection, Your Honor.
Then, in a moment that stunned every reporter covering the case,
Bruh.
an FBI agent called to the stand by the defense said there was a marijuana grow operation in the Bothells' basement.
And what are these 3 squares off to the right?
Those are
A marijuana grow operation? I'm done.
Called to the stand by the defense said there was a marijuana grow operation in the Bothells' basement.
And what are these 3 squares off to the right?
those are rows that were part of the grow operation.
What is a grow operation?
It's a marijuana operation for cultivating plants.
And this is another one that's pretty big, and I'm just kind of like trying to wrap my head around this story.
The officer in charge of the case finally on the stand.
Did you draw any conclusion as the commander that the child may have been murdered?
It was deemed a possibility.
5 days after Charlie Bothell IV and his wife Monique reported his 12-year-old son missing, Detroit Police Sergeant Paul Pesmark became the officer in charge of the case. He's the last witness for the prosecution in this long preliminary exam to see if there's enough evidence to order the Bothells to stand trial on charges of abuse and torture. The defense contends 12-year-old Charlie had not been ordered by his stepmom to hide in the basement. They suggest that young Charlie alone was choosing to hide from police and his family. Sergeant Pesmark says there was a surveillance camera in the common hallway outside the basement.
What did you view on that surveillance video?
I observed the missing Charlie Bothell V prior to the day he went missing, taking garbage out. And then from the time that he went missing to the time that I arrived, I did not observe him go through the basement door.
So there's cameras, I guess, in that back hallway to the basement area, which now I'm just still confused. So was he in the basement the entire time? Because the impression that I had was that maybe he was going in and out. But if he doesn't see him there, how could he have been in the basement the entire time and the FBI there with multiple times? I don't know. I'm confused.
Today, prosecutors admitted into evidence an explosive text from Mr. Bothell to his wife just about an hour or so before Mrs. Bothell said Charlie ran away. They were texting about what they considered were excuses Charlie was coming up with to avoid his 4,000 revolutions on the elliptical. Mr. Bothell wrote, "Wow, we need to get this money and ship his expletive. I am going to gear him towards completing one of these expletive law schools that I'm about to attend. He lacks the discipline and core character and drive to be a doctor, nurse, scientist, period. Maybe time and continued effort may help, but I have no reason to be hopeful at this point.
Let's get this money
and get him gone."
Damn, let's get this money and get him gone.
And Mr. Bothel's attorneys say he was actually referring to getting money to send young Charlie to boarding school.
There is this article that talks about the boy in the basement, quote unquote, where he talks about trying to unalive himself. And he says here that a lonely life, he testified to a lonely life of intense exercise, punishment, and an attempted unaliving during the hearing for his father and stepmother. In a harrowing testimony, Charlie said that he was beaten with a PVC pipe after briefly running away when he was 11 years old. Charlie said he wandered the neighborhood nearly 3 hours until police found him and took him home. After police left, the boy's father told him to lie across the dining room table and hit him with a wooden stick and a PVC pipe, Charlie said. After that, any whooping I had was done with the PVC pipe, testified Charlie, who said he doesn't know how many times he was struck with the pipe in the years after he tried to run away in 2012. He said he was hit all over his body with the pipe, my head, my sides, my butt, my feet. He said the skin on his backside split open from the blows, he said. I could feel it and I saw it. During the subsequent punishments, Charlie was told to roll over to expose more parts of his body to be hit, he said. Charlie could not recall if he was clothed during the beatings. It got bad enough that the boy attempted to unalive himself May 2013 by slashing his wrist, he said. It was a terrible place to be, the way I would be whooped and treated, Charlie said. Basically, I had gotten so upset and depressed and sad about being there to the point where I tried to unalive myself. Charlie's father and stepmother looked straight ahead and at their notes as Charlie testified. Charles appeared to focus on his hands as he answered questions from the prosecutor. He was asked to speak up several times when his voice became too soft to hear. Charlie said he lived with his father and stepmother for about 2 years beginning in November 2011. He attended school in 5th grade for about 1 month before switching to homeschooling in December 2011, he said. His father taught him at home using 2 English and science textbooks taken from an elementary school, Charlie said. When he returned to traditional school for 7th grade in September 2014, he had trouble keeping up, probably because of the home teaching that he was getting. Some things I wasn't taught or just didn't know, he said. Charlie said he slept in the den of his father's home on the 1300 block of Nicollet Place in Lafayette Park from November 2011 until October 2013. After that, he said he slept on the couch. Basically, I got in trouble, and part of my punishment was to go lay down on the couch, he said. That was where I slept from then on. Charlie called another punishment reaching for excellence when he was told to stand in a corner with his arms in the air until he was allowed to stop. That kind of made me flash back to when I was a kid, and my mother was Jehovah's Witness, and when I wouldn't want to go to church, I was made to get on my knees and stay in the closet for hours, like in the dark. He also detailed a daily, which I just consider punishment, but yeah, he also detailed a daily exercise routine that began with a protein shake at 5 a.m. and included up to 4 hours of workouts ordered by his father. The boy's father would beat him if he did not complete the exercises or his school assignments, Charlie said. He often was forced to continue working it out after the beatings. During the beatings, Charlie said he begged his father to stop. I'd say, please stop and I'll do better. Charlie testified. His father also threatened to send Charlie to military school in Utah or Haiti. Utah always coming up, the Mormons. The boy said stepmother also punched him and choked him, allegedly. Charlie said he didn't have friends because he wasn't allowed outside unless he was going to the grocery store or with his stepmother to take his younger brother, who has autism, to school. Charlie said he never told his mother about the abuse because he did not think it would make a difference. I just didn't feel comfortable, he said. I just didn't think anything would change and I would still end up in the same place. Charlie testified that he now lives with his mother and 9-year-old brother. Defense attorney Sean Patrick Smith said after the hearing that Charlie leveled abuse accusations because he wanted to live with his mother. Everybody's got a motive, Smith said. He wants to live with his mom. That's it. Smith said the defense team plans to use cross-examination to uncover inconsistencies in Charlie's testimony. I found his testimony to be not credible, Smith said. I think as we get to cross-examination, we're going to find out some major problems with what he said today compared to what he said before. Smith said Charlie was never abused. It's news to me, he said, of the PVC pipe beating allegations, which I showed you the clip already that the father admitted to in court that he did hit him with a PVC pipe. Earlier Tuesday, an investigator testified that Charlie appeared relieved his father wasn't home when he was found in his family's basement. As we were moving the boxes, my partner noticed a blanket on the floor and some food. Michigan State Police Department Kenneth, at the time, I had my flashlight out and was shining it towards a 55-gallon barrel, and I noticed someone moving. Ducker, a 26-year veteran with the State Police Violent Crime Task Force, testified Charlie appeared to be hiding behind an empty barrel. The investigator identified himself and told the boy to come out. He stood up. I asked him to come to me, and he walked over to me, Ducker said. I asked him if he was okay, and he said yes. I gave him a hug. On the way upstairs after the discovery, Charlie asked if his father was home. Ducker testified. I said no, and Charlie said good. Ducker said he found Charlie after about an hour of searching the basement that was cluttered with boxes, trash, furniture, and other debris. There were more boxes on the north side of the basement stacked up approximately 6 feet high or so, he said. Charlie was discovered after investigators began moving boxes during their search. Early in the testimony, Ducker described 10 photographs of the basement that were entered into evidence by the prosecution. He described seeing scattered boxes, an entertainment system, a headboard, and several food items, including Frosted Flakes, Gatorade, pop bottles, protein bars, and chicken bones. During cross-examination, defense attorneys repeatedly sparred with prosecutors over whether certain questions qualified as hearsay. Attorneys also emphasized the presence of a bathroom in the basement and the fact that there was no locked door leading into the basement. Under cross-examination, Ducker admitted Charlie looked okay when he was found wearing a t-shirt, pajama pants, and socks. Attorney Sean Smith asked if Charlie appeared like he had been living in the basement for 11 days. I have no idea how long Charlie was in the basement, Ducker said. Smith also asked if Ducker thought Charlie was deceased before the boy was found. Let's be clear about it. You went down into the basement thinking you would find a dead child, Smith said. Ducker insisted otherwise. I did not go down into the basement looking for a dead child, he said. I did not think we'd find Charlie down there. Instead, Ducker said he was searching for evidence like blood, wires, clothing, or rope. It could have been anything. Much of Ducker's testimony Tuesday was focused on searches of the basement prior to Charlie's recovery. Ducker, who did not search the home before Charlie was found, said he did not know if other investigators had searched the basement during earlier home visits. He added it was unlikely he would have failed to find the boy. Let me ask you guys this quick question because we're getting closer and closer to the time that they come back. Which background do you guys like more? This question was posed to me because I don't know. I like with the old background. I like that it's more illuminated. I don't know if I should try to get this background more illuminated. I like the more illuminated part of the background, and I missed that little. I brought it with me, that little sliding thing, and I lit up the background. I don't know how it would work that over here, but maybe I can do a poll. Not that I can like completely change things when I'm here, but which background? New or old? And this story is kind of like long. I don't know if we have too much time. The positive thing about this though is he went back to his biological mother though. So don't leave on such a negative thing, you know? Boy, during a thorough search of the basement, attorneys also added witnesses' sightings of Charlie in the neighborhood while he was missing, but Ducker said he did not find those claims to be credible. 2 other witnesses testified prior to Tuesday in 4 days of hearing. Children's Hospital of Michigan physician Dr. Dina Nazar testified Charlie had suffered child abuse while an undercover Detroit police officer discussed investigating the family's house the day Charlie was found. The undercover officer testified April 15th and 16th about the investigation into the case, which made national headlines and landed the father on Nancy Grace's cable TV show. The boy told staff at Children's Hospital that he was beaten by his father with a PVC pipe. He also told hospital staff his stepmother forced him into the basement and made threats in the past that she could murder him and no one would know since he was homeschooled. The father's defense attorney said the boy is a liar and he made up the story about being forced into the basement. I can't find anything new with regards to Charlie. This article here says updated October 27, 2020, but it doesn't really have anything new. It says here Charlie opens up about the abuse that he underwent while with his father and stepmother. And it says the 12-year-old boy was reported missing by his stepmother, Monique, last month, only for authorities to later discover him hiding behind a homemade barricade in their family basement. asked why he was in the basement, Charlie told caseworkers that his stepmother sent him down there after he didn't finish one of his two-a-day workouts. The workouts included 100 push-ups, 200 sit-ups, 100 jumping jacks, 25 arm curls with a 25-pound weight, and thousands of revolutions on an elliptical machine, all to be completed within an hour. If Charlie failed to meet the time limit, his stepmother would threaten him, saying things like, "I know where the sharp knives are. I can make you disappear." Charlie told authorities that his stepmother ordered him to the basement and told him, "Shut up, stay quiet, and don't say anything no matter what you hear." It says, although the stepmother's attorneys believe these claims to be ridiculous, they were supposed to have a court hearing to work out the couple's parental rights. Charlie is currently staying with his mother, and other siblings have been sent to live with other relatives.
I talked to Charlie's mom last Tuesday, the first interview where we sat on this porch. Last Tuesday, Africa Shippings told me she feared the worst as she pleaded for her son to come home if he had run away.
I don't know what else to do. Somebody, if you see him, please bring him home.
Now Charlie is home, and his mom gave me this statement. "I want to hug everybody who looked for him, prayed, cried, even simply thought about him, because I believe the Lord heard it all and brought my baby back."
Now, as far as stepmom, and I don't know if she has custody, if she was able to get it back, but the stepmother of the 12-year-old Detroit boy who was missing for 11 days before he was found in his father's basement was released from jail on Saturday after posting bail. Monique has been charged with a parole violation unrelated to allegations that she wouldn't allow stepson Charlie out of the family basement. Oh, here's some weird twist too. Let me sneak this in before this thing is over. Yeah, this story is like all over the place. And by the way, I see the poll, 59% like the new background, 41% like the old. This is still like a work in progress, so I can probably finagle and do things and kind of mimic somewhat. It's going to be hard, like that thing that I love in the background here below. I have that in my room right now, but I don't know. But yeah, check this out. Her previous conviction was for buying a pistol without a permit. She's wearing a monitoring bracelet when she was picked up from a detention facility by her husband, Charles IV. She posted bond on Friday, but paperwork delays meant she was not released until Saturday. Dillard's 4-year-old son and 10-month-old daughter, as the stepmother, were turned over to Child Protective Services during her arrest. The state filed an emergency petition Friday saying the children should remain away from the home due to the allegations. And so I don't know if she ever got custody of those kids back. Charlie, 12, is to stay with his birth mother, and so I'm sure he's probably still with his birth mom. Charlie's sibling defends the father. So this goes round and round and round. This is from way back then.
A lot of questions in this case, but Charlie's sister says while her dad was always strict and showed his kids tough love, he never wanted anything but the best for them.
My initial reaction was one of shock.
That was after she first found out her little brother Charlie had gone missing. 11 days later, Charlie was found, and since then, it's been her stepmom and father under the microscope.
I know he didn't know he was in the basement. My father, he would never do anything to hurt his kids. He just wants the best for us.
According to court documents, Charlie told investigators.
So the sister is taking out for the father.
It was his stepmom that put him in the basement and told him not to come out no matter what. Those documents also show his father allegedly used a PVC pipe to discipline the young boy. And sources tell our Detroit affiliate that Charlie's father had been on him about his weight and required him to do 4,000 strides on an elliptical trainer without a break.
As far as the weight loss thing, that is totally exaggerated, and he made me run a mile every morning, but I lost weight and I was happy. I was healthy. We practiced healthy choices. We had a healthy diet, and I really did, love the lifestyle that he was trying to provide for us.
She says her dad required the exercise because diabetes runs in the family, and he didn't want his kids to become.
But he ain't in shape. Is he running a mile, doing 200 push-ups and all these sit-ups and all this shit?
Diabetic.
He's a wonderful father. He's a loving father. He has a soft heart. And the person that they're trying to make him out to be on national TV is ridiculous, because that's not him at all.
That's all I have for now. Bruh, that story, I was like, that was the last thing I checked on. I always thought it'd be interesting to interview Charlie, the kid that was like abused, but he's like, I tried to search him. I saw some old profiles. I think he was like a gamer or something. I don't know. I found old stuff, but he's like off the internet. He's gone. I always thought it'd be interesting to talk to him as an adult and see what happened. What's the story? What happened to you, man? Like what really happened? What's going on with your parents? All this shit. What happened back in the day? But he's just seems like he's gone now. So 62% like the new background, amazing. 38% the old. I still got to put up the little thing behind me. I'll make little changes and things as we go along. And I saw a couple people say they missed the green screen. The green screen, I just really don't see happening because it takes up so much space. It was cool back then because you have some customization options. I just don't like a huge green screen. I mean, you can get the like smaller ones, but just to do that every day, put it up, put it down, or you can get the one that rolls. But every day having this huge thing and constantly, maybe in the future I'll do it again, but not right now. Not right now. Right? I don't know. This dad's doing like this rigorous workout for these kids. He don't look like he's in shape or like whatever. You know? I love my father. He was good. Crazy. I don't know. I don't know that we'll ever get the full details to that story. Oh, I have something real quick that I can share with you guys. If we have a couple minutes, these people come back so fast. By the way, the psychiatrist thing I think is pretty interesting. It's going to be interesting. I think they did the introduction. They started getting into it. She had said that like, and it was cool or good that like, she had asked Letecia, like, had you ever had any prior like in-care, out-care, inpatient, outpatient care, whatever? She said no. Check this out now. Jen, I hope you're watching this. Check this shit out. I gotta show you guys this. We have a couple minutes. This judge that comes back, they come back real fast. I want to know what y'all think about this. This is the new form of like, you know, Toronto mom says she saves hundreds of dollars a month by feeding her 18-month-old baby crickets instead of a meat source as a source of protein, and now plans to add ants, grasshoppers, and worms to her daughter's diet. Tiffany Lay said it's a cheaper way to provide her daughter with protein. Where the hell's the father at? Where's the father? Shit wouldn't fly with me. Maybe you don't even have a choice there, right? It's like fathers have no rights. I don't know if you really have a mother has revealed that she feeds her 18-month-old baby crickets since they're a great source of protein, and has insisted that the tot loves eating bugs, and it saves hundreds of dollars per month on her grocery bill. Tiffany Lay, a food writer, oh no, go figure, you're trying to promo your shit too, right? You're trying to get clout, from Toronto, Canada, said that she first tried insects during her visit to Asia, tasting everything from fried tarantula legs to scorpion on a stick, and she loved it. How the critters were incorporated into local dishes to enhance their textural appeal. When her daughter became old enough, she started eating food. Tiffany decided to add bugs to her diet, which she described as a much cheaper way to provide the toddler with protein. While speaking to Insider recently, the mother of one explained that she started mixing crickets into her 18-month-old's meal. She doesn't have to spend as much on a more traditionally expensive proteins like beef, chicken, and pork. And she said the change has resulted in her cutting her food bill down from $250 to $300 a week to $150 to $200 a week. Damn. So you feeding this baby on a bug diet? So you can save what, $100? What is it? Yeah, $100? Wow. Oh no. Oh no. Lord. Damn, that baby eating a bug. All right, I don't know what that is there. So she's saving $100. I gotta send this shit to my mother. See what mama thinks of this shit. Oh Lord. Look at that baby. Baby don't even look happy. Oh no. She mad. Baby mad, yo. Tiffany Lay from Canada explained that she started mixing crickets. Oh, there's baby happy. Well, I don't know, man. I guess it's a cultural thing, right? It's that cultural shit, I guess, you know. I'm offended by this. My mother fed me crickets when I was a baby too. I know. So I always get one email. I grew up like that too. My mother fed me crickets. I'm highly offended and I'm unsubscribing. While speaking to Insider recently, the mother of one explained that she doesn't have to spend as much on traditional proteins like beef, chicken, and pork. Oh. Feed the poor baby Kachava, Christy. Wow. Tiffany explained that she first started giving her daughter cricket puffs. That's a thing? Is that what it is? No. What's cricket puffs? Pictured above, which she said look like Cheetos but taste far less salty and have a fibrous finish to them. Oh, but is that real crickets in that shit? My daughter is at the age where she is fearless and curious. So this is an opportune time to try more exotic foods that aren't considered a dietary staple in North America. Crickets are a nutritional powerhouse. A mere 2 tablespoons of cricket powder provides 100% of the daily protein needs of a baby. Tiffany explained that she first started by giving her daughter cricket puffs, which she orders from the Entomo Farms, a food retailer who specifically sells treats that are made out of crickets. You guys want to try some cricket puffs? We should do that for the stream. I might try a cricket puff, but just for the stream. Let me check Amazon. They got cricket puff. I don't know if I should order that from Amazon. Cricket puff. I don't know if I can. I feel kind of. Let's see. Cricket puffs. Ooh. Jiminy's puff dog treats. So they feed it for dogs. They give this to dogs on Amazon. Jiminy's puff dog treats. Dog trading treats made with cricket protein. Okay, so we got dog treats. The cricket stuff. We got something else called Lesser Evil Himalayan Pink Salt Organic Paleo Puffs. Oh, they're back now.
Yeah, lots of.
You can find dog food with the cricket stuff in there. That's it. Light
Roll
airy.
call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
Just briefly, and I don't know if it's me having a senior moment or not, but did the court actually qualify Dr. Moore as an expert, or did you just jump right into the instruction?
I thought I said the witness will be so qualified, and then I read the instruction.
Okay.
Kayla sent me that article.
We're all on the same page.
If we didn't
have a court reporter check if you would like, but I'm pretty sure that that's what I did. And you had offered her as an expert in the field of general psychiatry and forensic psychiatry.
That's correct.
So let's check the record.
I've just described the fact there she is early on.
Little OCD maybe? Well, I accept that diagnosis. Please tell my wife.
They call me Winchuck. Gremlins are out.
Cricket puffs. Yeah, I want that. Cricket puffs. Those cricket puffs. I send the article to my mother.
Offered it.
It's a healthy diet. It's non-tainted by the government. Can we get cricket powder, cricket protein?
Dr. Here is evidence or just with that. Actually said those words.
I apparently, based on the record, I did not. Now that she read that, I remember that there was an objection, and it had to do primarily not with her qualifications, but with the scope of her testimony regarding giving an opinion on potentially an ultimate issue to be decided by the jury without going into the bench conference. And so I can just leave it as is. I can tell the jury that she is qualified as an expert in the fields of general psychiatry and general psychology and forensic psychology.
I would prefer that you did that just so the jury hears it and Perhaps you can just say or remind you've been
I'll
qualified or
I'll
something.
just tell them that it was, that we had the bench conference and I should have said that and I didn't, and we'll go from there.
Appreciate it, Judge. Thanks.
Okay.
I'll take
Go ahead and bring the jury
back.
Bro, them cricket puffs. Somebody send me some cricket puffs. Yeah, let's do it. I'll try a bite on stream. I see one that's made specifically for dogs. I don't see like a human consumable. I mean, unless you want to eat the dog cricket puffs. Maybe I got to go outside of Amazon. Yeah, we'll just feed that to the dogs. I've heard of those, those insects being a delicacy and stuff like that in other countries. Ants. People eat roaches. I think, what's his name? That rapper ate a roach recently. Nah, what's his name? Damn. Shorty wanna rock. You know that song? That song's kind of
okay.
tight.
Dr. Moore resumes the stand.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Dr. Moore, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath. All rise for the jury, please.
Hold aboard. Not Tyler. There was another guy. Short guy. Short, skinny guy. I'll find his name. I don't really care if you die. Something like that, right? Uzi Vert. Yeah, Uzi Vert. Lil Uzi or something. Yeah, he posted a video eating a roach.
Seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before we get started this afternoon, I wanted to go back through something that I should have done this morning. It was not clear from the record whether I did. We checked the record, and what happened was that the prosecution offered Dr. Moore as an expert in the field of general psychology and forensic psychology. And then we had a discussion here at the bench, and I read you an instruction. I did not specifically state that she is qualified to render opinions in those expert fields. She is qualified to render those opinions in those expert fields. I should have said that explicitly before I gave the instruction. My error and my oversight. So with that, prosecution.
Thanks, Your Honor. Appreciate it. Good afternoon, Dr. Moore.
Okay.
Before the lunch recess, we were talking about your meeting with Ms. Stauch on March 5th, 2020. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I want to go back to that meeting. Do you remember about how long you met with her that day?
I do not recall exactly the time.
Was it an hour, 2 hours? I don't know.
Most likely it would have been about 30 or 45 minutes.
Okay. During this conversation, did you talk to her about any concerns that she might have with her ability to cope with being incarcerated at the jail?
Yes.
How did she respond to that?
I believe that she was a bit tearful, but generally okay.
And we talked a little bit about her demeanor this morning, but during your entire time with her on March 5th, did her demeanor seem to stay the same?
Yes.
Did she mention to you whether or not she did this crime when you asked her that?
I'm going to refer to my notes very quickly, but from what I remember, she said, first, I did not do this.
Okay. And did she elaborate on that?
I believe she did. Let me just double check. She said, I feel like an animal in a cage and I am innocent.
Okay.
And she also said, I don't belong in a place like this.
Did she go on to tell you about her anxiety and her symptoms due to her anxiety?
Yeah, she described having some bad chest pains and inability to breathe and panic attacks. She reported panicking and thinking about people dying and other random thoughts.
Did she talk to you about whether or not she was able to manage her anxiety in her everyday life?
She did.
What did she say?
She reported that she typically stays busy and works out and eats healthy food, more fruit as opposed to carbohydrates, just to stay healthy and manage her anxiety that way.
Did you ask her about her educational background?
Yes.
What did she say about her educational background?
She had a master's degree in education with a specialty in special education and had a PhD in education from Liberty University.
And did the conversation you were having with her on March 5th, did that give you an indication that she was educated and she was able to respond to your questions appropriately and have a normal conversation?
Yes.
Did you ask her any questions about her family and social support?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
She talked about her daughter and her aunt as her primary social supports. She did note that she had not talked to her husband in a bit of time as well.
Did she tell you why she hadn't talked to her husband?
She said that he believed that she was guilty.
And did that create anxiety for her, or did she tell you?
I don't believe she told me that, and I don't know that it did.
Okay. And did she tell you how long she was married?
6 years.
Did she tell you how her marriage was going prior to her incarceration?
I believe that when she was talking to me, she said that they were having some issues. I believe she didn't want to just kind of be a stay-at-home mom and stepmom. I think she wanted to more so use her education and reported some emotional abuse in that relationship.
Did she talk to you about an incident that occurred as she's being transported to Colorado Springs from South Carolina?
Yes.
What did she tell you about?
She reported that while she was on her way here, she was sleep deprived due to being in the car for about 19 hours. And she said, I didn't know I was sleepwalking and hadn't been eating. I thought someone was coming for me, so I took the monster can and threw it.
And did you have any independent information with regards to that incident?
Yes.
What independent information did you have?
During her transport, the information that was shared with me was that she was trying to harm herself with her handcuffs.
Okay. And who shared that information with you?
One of our inmate classification specialists, Deanna Bowman.
And is that because you're trying to figure out if she might be a harm to herself or others? Are you getting information from as much people as you can?
Yes.
Did you talk to her about any history of victimization?
Yes.
How did she respond to that?
She had reported some physical and emotional abuse within dating relationships. Again, the emotional abuse within her marriage.
Did she tell you whether or not she was ever told if she was a good stepmom or not?
She reported that she was told that she was never a good stepmom.
And did she tell you who told her that?
Her husband.
Oh. That's true. Should.
What else did she tell you about her home life with regards to being a victimized or being a victim?
She was told to just provide love and attention to the children because her husband made a lot of money. And again, she said she did not want to just throw away her doctorate.
Okay. And do you have your notes up there in front of you?
Yes.
Obviously, this has been over 3 years ago. Is that helping you refresh exactly what she told you and what you put in your notes shortly after this conversation?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask her about her strengths or perhaps her weaknesses?
Yes.
And what did she say about her strengths?
She reported being smart, helping others, and being good at sports.
Did she talk about any concussions that she may have had?
Yes.
What did she say about the concussions?
She received a couple concussions while playing softball.
Did she say whether or not these were serious concussions or minor concussions?
They were minor. Typically, if there's a concussion, we'll ask if there's any sort of history of traumatic brain injury, and none was reported. I asked her if there was any change in behavior or functioning afterward, and she said no.
What are some of the things you might see if someone you're evaluating may have a brain injury?
They could recall forgetting certain words. They might have some lapses in memory, have difficulty completing everyday tasks. So they might not be able to just function as easily. It might take more effort.
Would that be something that would be apparent to you as an expert in psychology? If someone did have a brain injury, for instance, myself, if we're talking, would you notice some kind of signs, perhaps slowness in speech, that kind of thing?
Typically a slurred or slowness in speech, typically getting mad at yourself when you can't recall information that you want to. It's kind of that tip of the tongue phenomenon where the words are right there, but you can't get it out. Those are some things that you would see.
And did you examine her head or look for any injuries to her head?
Typically, when I'm meeting with somebody, I'll look over their entire body, but there was no observable injuries that I noted.
Okay. Did you ask her about any attempts to harm herself in the past?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
I cannot recall off the top of my head. I believe that she initially denied that in this encounter.
Do you remember telling you something about trying to harm herself with handcuffs as she's being transported?
I don't believe she would have been the one that said that. I think that was reported that she was trying to do that, but she did not report that to me.
Okay. And that's my fault. It says per inmate classification.
Yes.
So you're getting that from another deputy?
Yes.
All right. I apologize for that. Did you observe her wrist and see any injuries to her wrist?
I do not recall.
If your notes say that there were no observable markings, would that be accurate?
Yes.
With regards on March 5th, 2020, I don't have page numbers for your notes, so I apologize, but it says 2:51 p.m.
What time?
It's 2:51 p.m. It says patient answered and had linear train of thought. What do you mean when you say that?
A linear train of thought is when somebody's speaking and there's not any gaps in their speech. It was just very kind of straight along a consistent path. So there wasn't any oddities that I noted in her speech or thought.
Okay. And in that same note, you indicate she did not appear to be responding to internal stimuli. No auditory or visual hallucinations were observed.
Correct.
Do you recall making that note?
Yes.
And why do you make that note on March 5th, 2020?
Again, when looking at an overall clinical evaluation, you are going to assess for everything: anxiety, depression, psychotic thought processes. So typically the most common observable signs in a psychotic disorder would be responding to internal stimuli. So there might be a voice in someone's head talking. They might be, again, looking around the room, talking to somebody who is not in the same room. And so I will note that if I do not observe any of those concerns.
Do you also ask her questions like, does she understand what she's being charged with, where she's at, that type of thing?
Yes, so we'll go over, we call it orientation or a brief mental status exam. And so we'll look at somebody's orientation to person, meaning themselves, place, so where they're currently at, time, if they, in general, they know the current date, month, year. So we will assess for all of that orientation, and then again, kind of why somebody was here. So I would always ask somebody, do you know why you're in the jail? And they would respond.
And how did she respond to those questions?
She was oriented to person, place, time, and situation, and there was no concerns noted with her mental status at that time.
Did you note that she was aware of her charges, where she was, and who she was? She was oriented to time.
Yes.
And again, why do you make that note in this particular record?
In general, it's just to ensure that somebody is oriented, because if somebody's not, that could be due to a variety of psychiatric illnesses. So we note that to, again, just state somebody's doing fine. There's no concerns noted at that time.
Now, after your March 5th, 2020 interview evaluation with the defendant, what was the game plan? What were you going to do next with her? Did you set up other times to meet with her, or just explain that to the jury?
So typically as I had mentioned earlier, we had placed her on suicide watch just due to the nature of her crime being a first incarceration. So when somebody's on suicide watch, we see them every day until they come off of suicide watch, and we place them on what's called transition status. So that means that they still have some limited property. There's specialized housing for that. And then we'll do a 24-hour follow-up after somebody comes off suicide watch, a 5-day and a 7-day follow-up. So about kind of a 2-week time frame we'll follow up. So that was the initial plan, to maintain her on suicide watch at that moment, as well as refer her to the psychiatrist for the medications. As she had mentioned, she had been taking medication prior to coming to the jail. And then I also placed her on special needs monitoring. And what that is a recurring 30-day follow-up with somebody while they're in custody. And again, I did that just due to the high profile nature. I wanted to make sure that we were providing her adequate follow-up on a relatively frequent basis.
And do you know whether or not the jail would monitor her, especially in the beginning, March 5th, 2020, every few minutes to make sure she's doing okay?
They do. When people are in restrictive housing or in the medical ward, and initially she was placed in the medical ward due to the high profile status, some concerns for her safety. So anybody in restrictive housing is assessed by the deputies on the ward every 15 minutes.
And so if something unusual happened during this 15-minute watch period, would you learn about it and do some follow-up with it?
Yes.
Did anything unusual happen in the beginning of Ms. Stauch's incarceration at the jail?
Not specifically that day, but there was, within the month of March, there was a couple times that I had been asked to do some follow-up meetings with her.
And we'll get to those once we get to your notes. I do kind of want to jump ahead a little bit. At some point, did you learn that Ms. Stauch was raising competency issues in court?
Yes, I believe that was around the beginning of June.
June 5th, 2020? Sometime after that period, did Ms. Stauch raise a concern that she might have multiple personalities?
Yes.
I know that's not the term that we use in the DSM-5, but on your March 5th, 2020 evaluation, did you see any signs of dissociative identity disorder with Ms. Stauch?
No.
And what might you expect to see if she did have that disorder on March 5th, 2020?
I would expect to see somebody that was losing gaps of time. Somebody who would be reporting some concerns like, I don't remember certain historical information, so significant life events like a marriage or a death. Somebody would also be losing gaps of everyday events. So somebody with that disorder might go, let's say, shopping, and they would come back, and if they came back to their main personality at that time or personality state, they would have no idea why they bought things. They typically forget things like how to do their job, use a computer, how to drive. So I would expect somebody in a jail setting to be reporting loss of time and not being able to recall what occurred during those periods of time.
And did you see anything of that, like that, or of that nature on March 5th, 2020?
No.
Did she ever change her voice patterns?
No.
Ever talk in a Hispanic voice?
No.
Ever change her name?
No.
Did you see any signs whatsoever that she wasn't the same person you were talking to at any point during that interview?
No.
At any point with your contact with her, did you see any of that?
No.
We're going to come back and talk about that as we progress through your contacts with her, okay?
Yes.
I next want to jump to March 9th, 2020. Did you have some contact with Ms. Stauch then?
Yes.
And I wish there was a way to tell you what page number we're on, but there just isn't. This is March 9th at 2:16 p.m. Do you remember talking to her about her mental condition on that day?
I do. Just give me a moment to get there.
Christine Moore. Let me put that back up.
Okay, I'm there.
And so what did she have to say about how she was doing mentally on March 9th, 2020?
She was a bit irritable due to still remaining on suicide precautions.
Did she, I get, during your entire contacts with Ms. Stauch, did she tend to ramble a little bit and talk?
Yes, sometimes she would just say things that I didn't ask about. And again, in a jail setting, it's, as a therapist or a psychologist, want to provide a lot of care, but also want to limit what is asked about based on not trying to become involved in her charges. So sometimes we'll ask about things, but again, trying to limit what is specifically asked. But there were times that she would kind of blurt out information that was more case related.
And did she do that on March 9th, 2020? It might be easier if I just show you the note I'm looking at, if I can approach.
It's fine. Yes.
Okay. So
can I, since there's no page
absolutely.
numbers,
Yeah.
can I look so I know what you're reading from?
Got it?
I don't.
So
Number
216. Yeah. So on March 9th, what did she tell you about whether or not she had control of her brain? Do you see that in your notes anywhere?
Yes, she said, I have control of my brain, and she wanted to be an advocate for herself.
And where did that come from? Did you ask that question, or is she just volunteering that to you?
Just volunteered it.
Okay. And you see in your notes a little lower there where it says, she said, mentally, I'm fine.
Yes, she said, mentally, I'm fine. I'm not guilty. The truth will come out.
And so where did that come from? Were you asking about the case, or is she just volunteering information?
Just volunteering information.
Did you actually tell her about her charges and whether or not she should talk about them?
I did encourage her not to talk about her charges with anybody at the jail, whether that be deputies, other inmates, mental health staff. and instead that she should just be talking to her attorneys about her charges.
And just for the jury's benefit, normally these notes would never become part of the case unless mental illness becomes an issue in the case and mainly an insanity plea or something like that. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
So normally your notes would not come to the prosecution. You would not be testifying in a murder trial unless there's some relevancy to it. Is that
Yes.
right? Okay. And you probably never testified in front of a jury before, right?
A couple times, but
Okay.
not very often.
These guys are nice guys. Look at them. It's a good group of that is over there, isn't it? All right. So what did you do when she told you all this? Did anything change with her situation or how often you would meet with her?
I discontinued what we call a red sheet and began a yellow sheet. So a red sheet is, they're both forms of suicide watch, but a red sheet, they just have limited property. So not even a book or a cup in their cell. They'll be able to be given water, but they can't use those things because they could hurt themselves or cover up windows with them. So a yellow sheet, they just get a little bit more freedom. So book, cup, potentially a pencil, things like that they can have.
And I guess, I think I understand what you're saying. If he's progressing, if there's such a term as normally through the jail setting.
Yes.
Now that she's been there a few days.
Yes.
And so you're lowering the level of suicide watch, for lack of a better term?
Yes.
Okay. And is that based on what she's telling you?
Partially that, as well as not evidencing any self-harm or suicidal ideation. So she's not saying, I want to hurt myself or kill myself. She's not reporting hopelessness. So generally just seems to be a bit safe.
So up until now, is she progressing just like, again, I don't know if normal is the right word to use, but a normal person who's been charged with first-degree murder, you get booked into the jail, the suicide watch is going to be high until there's a reason to lower it. Is that fair?
Yes.
Is that what's going on with Ms. Stauch at this time?
Yes.
Okay. I want to jump to March 12th now. And let me just ask you if you remember her telling you anything about having a photographic memory.
She did.
What was that all about? Do you remember?
Again, just something that she reported without asking about it. She said she has a photographical memory and is acutely aware of all of the things that she sees and hears.
Is that consistent so far with what she's been talking to you about up until this date?
Yes.
March 13th, you had another visit with her. Do you recall that one?
Yes.
And do you recall having a note about thought content with regards to Ms. Stauch on that date? You see that one?
Thought content was appropriate, no significant mental health symptoms noted. She did not appear anxious at this time. She denied suicidal and homicidal ideation, and no psychotic functioning was noted.
So up until this point, we have no psychotic or psychosis visible to you. Really no mental illness other than her general anxiety that she's talked to you about?
Correct.
And certainly no dissociated identity disorder up to this point?
Interject to leading. Sustained. You can rephrase.
Did you see any signs of mental illness up until this point?
No.
If you would have, would you have noted that?
Yes.
And would you begin treatment for that mental illness?
Yes.
So March 15th, you have another visit with her. Actually, that's Nicole Reed. Do you know who Nicole Reed is?
She was one of our nurses. She did history and physical assessments. So typically about 2 weeks after people are booked into the jail, they will have another medical assessment just to make sure still everything's okay. There's no other medical or mental health concerns noted.
And so would you rely on her notes that she puts into the system in your evaluation of Ms. Stauch?
Yes.
What does she say happens on March 15th regarding a chronic mental health problem with Ms. Stauch?
I will have to refresh my memory on that.
And I can, if you don't have those notes, I can approach with them. It's March 15th at 8:52 a.m.
Sure. She said regarding a chronic mental health problem, patient has a history of mental health concerns. However, when asking patient today, she denies any mental health issues or concerns at this time.
And is that consistent with what you have seen up until this point?
Yes.
Now I want to jump to March 16th, where you actually meet with Ms. Stauch again. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Tell us about what you found with regards to what her mental condition was on that day.
I noted that everything was appropriate. So her mood was appropriate. Her thought was coherent. She had no suicidal, homicidal ideations, no auditory or visual hallucinations. She was oriented to person, place, time, and situation, had an intact memory, fair judgment, good insight.
Any evidence of mental illness up until this point?
No.
Let's jump to March 20th of 2020. Do you recall seeing her on that date?
Yes.
And I see a note on that day at 6:27 p.m. It says reason for referral, subject findings. Do you see that?
Yes.
Tell us about that. Why did you put that note in there, and what is that note about?
So the deputies had asked me to follow up with her because that was the day that we were informed that Gannon's body was found in Florida. And so they wanted me to check in with her because that is a significant event in anybody's life. And so they wanted me to check in and follow up with her.
Were you, as far as you know, the first person to tell her that Gannon's body was discovered?
I believe so.
And how did she respond when you told
her? She was a bit tearful, a little bit overwhelmed at that time.
Okay. What did she say?
She had noted that she did not have anyone to talk to in the jail. She had wanted to call her mother, she was talking also about losing some time out of her cell previously that week. So she essentially was asking to call her mom.
Okay. Did you tell her that you were there for her if she wanted to talk and provide mental health counseling?
Yes. So
go ahead.
Again, in this situation, given the charges that she was booked into the jail for, I didn't want to talk to her about the charges, but her being a stepmother and losing a child, I wanted to assess her for grief and see if she was okay in that situation. So I did try to explain to her, I don't want to talk about the charges related to that. Just make sure you're okay, as a grieving stepmom.
Okay. Did you tell her where Gannon's body was found?
No.
If you can refer to your note, did she tell you where Gannon's body was found?
She said that she was never in Florida and said that that's where his body was found.
So I'm sorry, but just so I'm clear, did you tell her that Gannon's body was found? Did she respond, Gannon's body was found in Florida?
Yes.
Or how did that go?
So I would have gone up to her and just let her know that his body, that obviously that he had passed, because previous to that he was alleged to be missing. So now that he was confirmed to have not been alive, I don't believe that I said that he was in Florida.
And did she tell you whether or not she had even ever been to Florida?
Yes, she said that she was never in Florida.
Did her demeanor change during this conversation?
She was speaking a bit softer than my prior contacts with her.
Would this be evidence of a mental illness, or would this be evidence of a normal reaction of all of what you just told me?
It would be more evident of a normal but kind of limited reaction to hearing that information.
Okay. Did you have further conversations with her about her emotional status after you told her about Gannon's death?
I believe that I reviewed kind of some of the generic stages of grief and loss, what emotions might come up from being informed of the loss of a child, and that she could reach out if she had any further concerns about it.
And again, up until this point, any evidence whatsoever that she had dissociative identity disorder?
No.
I want to jump ahead to April 20th. Did you meet with her on April 20th?
Yes.
She did snitch on herself,
And
right?
tell us about that. Was this, how often are you meeting her at this point, and why?
About what Gannon was?
So at this point in time, and I apologize, I forgot to mention earlier, also when people are in restrictive housing or segregated housing, we do weekly follow-ups as well. So every week that they're in restrictive housing, we do a weekly follow-up. So that was the intent of this contact.
Okay. Tell us about that contact. Do you have that there?
Yes. Looks like she, again, had a normal reported mental status. Everything was reality-based. She was engaging and cooperative. I did have to speak with her through the door because there was only one deputy on the ward at that time. She reported having some body jerks and that she had been hitting her foot at night and elbow on the wall. She had reported some nightmares, reported having some bruising on her ankles, and then unpromptedly talked about the transport back to Colorado again.
And is this the one you talked about earlier?
Yes.
What did she say this time happened on her way back from South Carolina to Colorado Springs?
She attributed to her behavior to a lack of sleep. She also she said that being in the medical ward was not healthy for her due to poor sleep. She then said she talked about the female deputy was holding her gun in the wrong place. She told the deputy that a few times, and she threw the monster can at her as she believed she was being attacked.
Did she say why she brings this up to you, or what prompted this discussion?
I believe it was prompted due to her initially saying that the transport-related behavior was due to poor sleep, and we were talking about sleep at that time.
Did that incident impact her status in the jail? In other words, her security status based on what happened on the transport back from South Carolina?
Yes.
Did she seem to want to, well, was she trying to lessen that restricted status based on that?
Yes. Again, being in the medical ward is not, it can get a bit loud there. So most people don't want to stay down there, and the lights do have to stay on all night. And so it is consistent with somebody having some poor sleep, because our circadian rhythms or sleep-wake cycles, we tend to prefer to sleep when it's dark and stay awake when it's light. So she wanted to be moved out of the medical ward. And she had also mentioned that she felt she was continuing to be kept in the medical ward because that we'll think that she's crazy and make her take medication.
Was she taking any medication other than what she had for the general anxiety?
No.
Did she ask you to do something about getting her out of the medical ward?
I believe so. I think she had wanted me to talk to the deputies about it.
Do you have any control over that?
I don't. In the jail, we do weekly meetings to assess everybody in restrictive housing. So, and again, anybody who might be more high profile. So we do talk about those individuals every week. But due to the safety and potential concerns for escape and her safety and things like that, it was determined for her to remain in restrictive housing and in the medical ward. Again, safety and security will trump most things in the jail setting. So although I might make an opinion, I'm not ultimately the one that gets to make that final say.
Okay. Did this continue on up until the point she was transferred out of the medical ward?
Yes.
Was it pretty consistent on April 28th? Did she bring it up again and complain about the light being on, that type of thing?
Yes.
I want to jump ahead to May 12th now.
He's just slumped over.
And this is a note that you have with regards to May 12th at 5:46 p.m. It's just below the one that says report evidence of suicidal thoughts where you say no.
Yes.
Was there a point in time where she said, I can't talk to you anymore?
Yes.
What was that about?
I believe that her attorneys had recommended that she not speak to the mental health staff in the jail. She specifically said to me, I still can't talk to you because you can be subpoenaed.
And what happened to your treatment of the defendant after she said she didn't want to talk to you anymore?
Typically, we're going to respect their wishes. We're going to always offer. So anytime we have a scheduled contact, we will still offer to talk to her. And if she wants to decline, or any patient or inmate in the jail wants to decline, they absolutely have that right, and we'll respect that.
And did she tell you who was telling her not to talk to you?
I don't know that she said it specifically, but it was my understanding that it was due to her contacts with her attorney.
Okay. Now I want to jump forward to June 5th of 2020. Earlier, we talked about whether or not at some point she was raising her competency report. Is that when this occurs on June 5th, 2020?
Yes.
And did you have contact with her on June 5th, 2020?
Yes.
What was the reason for that contact, and tell the jury about it?
So that contact was the mental health special needs progress note. So as I had told you, we have them scheduled every 30 days for that routine follow-up. So that was the reason that I had went to talk to her that day. I talked to her for about 30 minutes. That day, she said that she had been unintentionally hitting her head, but denied any suicidal ideation at that time. She said she tried to walk through the door because she thought she was at home. She reported seeing pictures of her daughter and thinking about and missing her dogs. She said that her contact with Harley had decreased a little bit, and she was upset about not being able to be there for her daughter. She said that being in the jail and experiencing loss was just exacerbating her traumatic stress.
Okay, I'm going to stop you right there. Does she go into details about this traumatic stress that she's talking about?
Yes.
What does she say?
She reported being molested at age 14, the loss of her husband, the loss of her son, loss of her licensure, loss of freedom, and loss of another family member.
Now, is this the first time during your entire contact with her at the jail that she brings up about being molested?
Yes.
How did that come about? When she talks about traumatic stress, is this a question that you're asking her, or is this something that she, again, is just rambling about and telling you things?
That's what she had reported to me, yes.
So that wasn't in response to any questions from you. That was just something she felt you needed to know?
Yes. I typically, when I go up to talk to somebody, I say, hi, Mr. or Miss So-and-so, how are you today? And then sometimes they just report a lot. And then I'll go into the other questions related to my notes after that.
And so at this point, June 5th, 2020, was she still in the medical ward?
I believe so.
If your notes indicate that she requested to go back to the medical ward.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Would that refresh your recollection as to where she's at now?
She would have been in Alpha 2, which is our female restrictive housing ward.
Okay. Is that like a general population or what is that?
No, it's segregated housing. So typically, we'll have people that have severe and persistent mental illness that are self-harming in that ward, people that are trying to hurt other people in that ward, and then other people who are in there for disciplinary segregation reasons. So they're individuals who really can't come out with other people, and they typically come out individually 1 hour at a time.
And so back in the earlier dates, April, May, she wanted to get out of the medical ward.
Yes.
She's out now. And then on June 5th, the same day she raises competency, she wants to go back to the medical ward.
Yes.
And what happened as a result of her request?
I don't recall off the top of my head. I don't know if we moved her back or not.
Do you remember her talking to you about her going to the state hospital or Colorado Mental Health Institute of Pueblo for the competency evaluation?
Not, well, during this contact, we talked about her going for a competency evaluation, but she had not yet gone, to my knowledge.
Did she have any anxiety with regards to going to the Colorado Mental Health Institute?
I think she had general anxieties. I don't know if it was specific about going there for the evaluation, but she wasn't, I know she did say she was asking if she should start taking medications now or wait till she goes to the state hospital to get prescribed medication there.
Do you recall ever, do you recall her talking to you about Gannon during this meeting?
She had reported that it was, I believe she had said something to the effect of it being kind of too hard to handle all the stressors at one time.
And did she get into the events surrounding Gannon's death during this June 5th, 2020 meeting?
Yes.
Did she talk about a hiking trip?
Yes.
What'd she say about a hiking trip?
She said she always used to take a handgun with her hiking, but did not that day. She said, I can't cope with it. It's one trauma situation too many, and it was the wrong place at the wrong time. She said she replays that week of her life over and over. She also noted she replays why she did not ask for more help or provide more information to the police. And she's now trying to begin really processing it, meaning the law, meaning Gannon. Okay. She said, I need to be able to talk to someone more than a social worker. She said, I was creating stories that aren't true and don't remember conversations. She then said, I need more help. She also said, I can't leave January. And then she brought up Andrew Womack and his son dying in Colorado and coming back to life 8 hours later. She said, regarding Gannon, I know that's not physically possible, but I want to fix things. I pray his same prayers and wrote him a letter. Then she said she regretted taking the back road off 25. That's Highway 25. She then said, I can't relive every situation, every day, and every hour.
Okay. Now, how did this come about? I mean, what did you say to spark her to talk about Gannon's death?
We probably were talking just about the stress because, again, when I talk to somebody and ask them how they're doing, they just kind of report this. And earlier in her verbalization, she was talking about traumatic stress. So I don't typically ask questions that would have prompted that answer. So that would have just been her volunteering that information.
Now, is this the first time in your contacts with her that she brings up things like traumatic stress and, I guess, stressors in her life?
Yes.
Anything about that conversation lead to you believe that she had a serious mental illness based on what she's telling you on June 5th?
No, instead I noted that she had reported trying to keep kind of a poker face. She was trying to deal with her problems, but also help some of the other females out. So she was giving them scriptures. I do believe at that time she was had either scriptures or a Bible or something that she was using to help cope with her stressors while in the jail as well.
And did she eventually get transported to the Colorado Mental Health Institute in Pueblo for that competency evaluation?
I believe that was sometime in July, early August. She came back to the jail.
Now, did you meet with her again on July 14th, 2020?
Yes, I believe so. I just want to get there. Yep. Yes.
Do you recall her talking to you about her diet needs and whether or not the jail was providing appropriate diet for her?
Yes. Prior to this interaction, she had reported, I think pretty soon after she came into the jail, she had been reporting losing weight, had reported some things like having a celiac diet, which I believe in the notes, we did some testing and she did not have a confirmatory lab results that supported that. But I do believe that we were trying to accommodate some diet preferences that she had. She reported specifically on July 14th that she was going to be, so she said, I'm going to be so rich after this. And she had referred to a civil suit for not having her medical needs taken care of.
Now, is the jail food not too good there?
I don't believe it is. I have not eaten it myself, but
These things like that?
Yeah.
Is that common for inmates to want to get on a different diet, such as a kosher diet and things like that?
All the time.
Like Kohlberger shit.
Is that what's going on here? Is she's demanding better food, basically?
Objection, speculation.
Yeah. Oh.
Well, what exactly did she tell you with regards to why she's going to get rich?
For having a civil suit for not having her medical needs taken care of.
Ooh, I heard about that. So she gonna sue them now because of her dietary needs and shit. I look at the judge. Just like lead him back. With a fence.
You were also recall seeing her again on August 21st, 2020 at 3:52 p.m.
Yes.
And do you recall an incident where you either learned or saw that she was in her bed with a blanket over her head?
And I'm sorry, can you repeat that date?
Sure. It's August 21st, 2020 at 3:52 p.m.
Yes. I'm sorry. Okay, I found it.
Did you, it's hard to tell from your note, did you see that or did someone tell you she was on her bed with a blanket over her head?
So what I wrote is that MHD, meaning mental health director, so that's how I referred to myself, attempted to see a patient for weekly RH rounds, which is restrictive housing rounds, at approximately 14-20 hours. Patient had a blanket on her head and was sitting on her bunk. She looked up and said, "I don't want to talk." And then myself and the ward deputy signed the refusal form indicating that she didn't want to talk that day.
And as part of your role as the mental health director, are you giving what are called kites from inmates of people that you're seeing, inmates that you're treating?
So the kite system is a little bit more complicated. Well, maybe more simplistic than that. There's a blue kiosk on every ward in the facility. Any inmate can type it. We call it a kite, but it's just a little email that gets sent to a generic box. So they can click options to talk to inmate class, security. They can talk to an inmate, just to explain, inmate classification is the people who address their housing needs. So if they want housing considerations, they'll send a kite to inmate classification. They could send one to medical. They could send one to mental health, programs, religion. So there's a variety of kites that can be sent. And so she did have access to the kite system at any time that she was out of her cell and could use that.
If there was an unusual, again, lack for a better term, an unusual kite that Ms. Stauch filled out, would it get delivered to you so that you can address it?
Not specifically. It would be something that any of the mental health clinicians would be answering. We do typically try to answer them within a 24-hour time frame, so any clinician who saw it could have answered it.
Did you see a kite that was written by Ms. Stauch on, looks like August 20th? It's just below the note that we just addressed?
Yes.
What was that kite about?
I don't know really how to describe what it was about. Would you mind if I read it?
Let's just, what does it say? What did she write?
Show us, point it to me.
It says, you let them duct tape me and cover the alarm sensors because they came for me in West Palm Beach, then came back and covered alarm with socks. I saw the car on Carriage Meadows, so we both left. Gun jammed, got shot. They thought I was crazy because I watched Good Girls, but he really had tattoos. You didn't help. Okay. And then she sent another kite that said, being held hostage with camera, people everywhere, and no one helps. And they took my water from my dog.
And what was the response to those kites? Do you recall?
They were answered simply with the words "kite received." That was what was sent back to her because there wasn't a specific request in there. And then Caitlin, who was the one who answered that kite, also noted, so this wouldn't have been sent back to her, but would have been in the note, is these kites from patient are not consistent with prior presentation or language.
And was it consistent with your prior contacts with Ms. Stauch up until this point?
That was not consistent.
And has she already returned now from the Colorado Mental Health Institute in Pueblo for her competency evaluation back in the jail?
Yes.
I want to now turn to August 28th. Did you attempt to see Ms. Stauch on that date?
Yes.
And were you able to see her?
She refused to be seen by me that day.
Oh, maybe not.
What about September 11th of 2020? Did you have an opportunity to talk to Ms. Stauch then?
You said the 11th?
Yeah, and I apologize. That was who is Holly Werstein?
She was our psychiatric nurse practitioner, psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner. So she prescribed psychotropic medication to the inmates in the jail, in addition to our psychiatrist.
Based on her note in here, did you review that note back in September 2020?
Yes.
And is that a note in reference to her mental condition as she got back from the state hospital in Pueblo?
Yes.
What was that note about and what did you do?
So when people come back from the Colorado Mental Health Institute after a competency evaluation, we do get some records which would include different medications they might have been placed on there, as well as diagnoses that might have differed from the ones that we initially had. So when individuals come back, we're going to look at those diagnoses, typically prescribe them the medication because that medication is related to them now being alleged to have been competent, although they haven't had their court proceeding to confirm whether they're competent or not yet. And so I would have reviewed the records, as would have Holly, for the diagnosis as well as the medications. And Holly determined that the diagnosis that was given to Ms. Stauch, which was a bipolar disorder, was actually not consistent with her presentation. So specific to that, a bipolar disorder, in order to meet criteria for that diagnosis, you have to have previously had at least one depressive episode, which is a 2-week period of time where they meet criteria for a major depressive episode. So lots of depression. They might sleep too much or too little. They might eat too much or too little. Some things along those lines. And then you also have to have met criteria for a manic episode, which is typically 4 or more days where they are typically don't need sleep. They're feeling very joyous. They tend to become pretty irresponsible during that time. So maybe it's going on spending sprees or going out and partying a lot, things like that. So you have to have the 2-week depressive episode as well as a 4-day or more manic episode in order to meet that criteria, based on the time frame from March until at least July, when she went for the competency evaluation. We had not seen or observed any of those sort of episodes. So that's why Holly determined that that was not a consistent diagnosis with her presentation at that time.
And do you know whether or not anyone at the Colorado Mental Health Institute in Pueblo diagnosed the defendant with bipolar disorder?
I do not know off the top of my head. Typically, we'll get a pretty basic summary. So we'll get a diagnosis. It doesn't necessarily always say who it's from, as well as medications, but we don't get the full competency evaluation, and we don't always get detailed psychiatric notes from that facility.
Up until this point, had you seen any signs or evidence that Ms. Stauch had bipolar disorder back on September 11th, 2020?
No.
What did you do as a result of that?
Oh, shit.
Did anything change, I guess, is a better thing to say.
No.
Did she receive any additional medication based on that?
As I had said previously, anytime somebody comes back from the state hospital, we do continue those medications just because it's what they had wanted them on. And again, related to the legal proceedings of a competency evaluation, we do want to keep them on those medications. So she, I believe, had been prescribed Minipress, which is also called Prazosin, and that typically helps with nightmares during sleep. Hydroxyzine, it looks like it was increased. And again, that was a medication related to anxiety. And I don't see any other medications that that would have been added off the top of my head.
And do you recall meeting with Ms. Stauch on September 11th at 4:24 p.m. after you read this note from, is it Ms. Werstein? That's Werstein.
Yes.
Tell us about that meeting.
Looks like I was assessing her for weekly rounds. So again, the weekly segregation housing rounds. I noted that she had about 40% medication compliance, so was not taking her meds.
And how do you know that?
We have a electronic MAR, so the medication administration record, and so that shows what doses were offered, if they accepted or refused medication.
Please continue. What else did she have to tell you on that September 11th at 4:24 p.m.?
She said that the Mental Health Institute at Pueblo was going to prescribe her Boost Bar, which is also an anxiety medication. And she refused it. And she said her anxiety was getting bad and worse day by day. And then she stated that she's going to start becoming impulsive, have a different personality, and act way out of character, manic, and pull her hair out.
What was that all about? Did you ask her that question, or did she just volunteer that information?
That, again, was volunteered information.
And is that the first time that she's ever mentioned anything to you with regards to having a different personality?
To my knowledge, yes.
Did that trigger anything on your behalf to evaluate her for dissociative identity disorder?
No. That to me made me concerned, but it made me concerned because up until that time, for the majority of her contacts, except if it was a weekend and might have not been at the jail, I was pretty much the only one seeing her. And so my concern at that time was if this information does go to court and I'm the only person assessing her, that would be a kind of a one person's word against another. So at that time, I started trying to have some other mental health clinicians also have contact with her. So it was not just my subjective, but other people's subjective observations of her behavior at that time. And again, as I had talked about in clinical and forensic settings, somebody reporting having, or someone saying, okay, I'm going to start acting out, I'm going to be impulsive and have other personalities, then my worry becomes more about, are they going to start faking mental health symptoms? Essentially if they're just going to start faking things. So at that time, my thought would have been, okay, well now we might see an increase in behaviors that are going to be attempts to act out that aren't consistent with her prior presentations.
If someone truly suffered from dissociative identity disorder, would they make a statement like that? Hey, I'm going to start changing personalities.
No.
Do you even know to make a statement like that?
No, in dissociative identity disorder, there's not a control of kind of when the alter ego or altered personality state comes out. It happens, it doesn't happen specific with a traumatic event. It's just kind of an everyday occurrence where, again, there's those lapses of memory. And sometimes in situations where, so let me back up. Dissociations happen across a variety of mental health diagnoses. So you'll see dissociation in somebody with schizophrenia. You'll see dissociation in something like borderline personality disorder, where they might dissociate or kind of have an out-of-body experience. They might be viewing their life as if they were watching a movie, or seeing themselves, looking down on themselves, engaging in that behavior. That dissociation can happen in a variety of mental health diagnoses. Specific
LSD.
to, let's say, borderline personality disorder, that will be triggered by a stressor, so abuse or any perceived threat. That's kind of when that will come out. And specific to dissociative identity disorder, that there is not a control or specific instance when it comes out. It just happens. And so in that situation, when somebody's saying, I'm going to start having different personalities come out, my brain goes to, okay, they're going to start faking this and acting this out, as opposed to it being truly authentic and something that they don't have control over, which would be consistent then with a dissociative identity disorder.
And along the same lines, someone who suffers from bipolar disorder, are they going to be able to brag about being manic in the future?
No.
Would that fall under the same guidelines? That might be an indication that in the future I'm going to be faking it?
Yes.
And a week later, you met with her on September 17th at 3:41. What did you note about your contact with her then?
She reported that she sometimes feels okay and sometimes doesn't know how she's feeling. She defined the word okay as normal, functioning, and talking. She said sometimes not because I talk to stuff. She said she has a hard time with reality in the morning, but then she's okay in the afternoon. She reported having a hard time focusing, so she wasn't reading her Bible anymore. And then she began talking about seeing demons in court on September 8th, and when she was on a hike and jumped off a cliff. Okay. She also reported sedatives were being aired through the vents and was not sleeping well at night.
Did you also meet with her again at 3:41 p.m.?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about her thought form at that point?
She wouldn't have specifically told me anything about that, but the thought form would have been my observations.
And what were your observations? I apologize.
It's okay. I noted she was coherent, goal-directed in her comments, was easily redirectable, and appeared to be attempting to feign or fake makeup, having visual hallucinations.
And why do you say that? What was she doing?
That would have been related to the allegation that she had reported about seeing demons in court. So I know she reported that, and I noted that I did not see any of those observations.
You didn't see
and
the
did
demons?
You reflect back to the week prior where she said she's going to start faking these things?
Yes.
Are they laughing at Sparla? What's up with her attorney? What was so funny? She confident. It was cocky. I want to see the cross. I want to see the cross. The defense better come hard. You can't do that. That
Did you see
shit.
other notes within?
Shit,
what are these notes called within the jail system?
Progress notes.
Progress notes.
Kites.
With regards to her acting out or acting crazy.
Yes.
I'll refer to you to October 30th, 2020 at 5:54 p.m.
Yes. So on October 30th, one of the mental health clinicians, iCkEdMeL, had written a progress note, and he had added in that the ward deputy who was observing her that day or working in the ward that day informed Ed that she stated she's going to act out because she wants to be listed as crazy.
Was this consistent again to what she told you back on September 11th, 2020?
Yes.
Now I want to jump forward to November 17th, 2020 at 2:18 p.m. Did you have contact with Ms. Stauch then?
Yes.
And did she tell you about how she felt or what mental diseases or defect that she had on that day?
She reported that she's bipolar, has multiple personality disorder, and PTSD, which is post-traumatic stress disorder.
And is this the first time she's ever come out and said, that's my diagnosis, this is my mental illness?
Yes.
And back on March 5th, 2020, with your first contact, did you say, wait a minute, I asked you that question on March 5th and you said nothing about it?
I don't believe I said that to her specifically, but that would have been a thought I would have had, that it was inconsistent with the prior contacts, and especially at the beginning of her stay with us.
And what did you note in your notes with regards to her self-diagnosis of multi-personality disorder, PTSD, and bipolar disorder?
I said she appeared to be at baseline psychiatrically, meaning I did not see any of that. I said there's no overt symptoms of bipolar disorder or PTSD present. And I said she has not presented with symptoms of DID or dissociative identity disorder during any contacts with this writer.
And did she tell you back on November 17th, 2020, how she came up with these mental illnesses?
She reported having her competency exam was going to be conducted on November 30th. And she indicated that she is aware and she is smart.
And did you learn that she actually had a second competency evaluation as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Judge hydrating with Kachava. Luffy. I drink Kachava.
Let's jump to January 5th, 2021 now. Did you have contact with Ms. Stauch on that day at 2:37 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
And with regards to questions that you're asking her, did you ask her about her, what is entitled thought form in your notes?
Yes.
What did she have to tell you with regards to that? Or what did you ask her and what was her response?
I don't recall specifically what the way I had formed the question, but she had said she had been, I had noted she was coherent, but she also reported that she was triggered by another patient who continues to bother her. She said that she loses it when she's re-triggered related to anything having to do with sexual assault or harassment. It sounds like the inmates or another inmate was saying some inappropriate things, such as requesting that she show her breasts in order to stop being bothered. Then she reported spending 90 days in a psychiatric hospital in Canada in 2018.
Let me stop you there on that.
Sure.
Did you do any follow-up to see if there's any records with regards to that hospitalization in 2018 that she's claiming?
I do not recall if we did. I know we had at some point we had requested records from South Carolina. To my understanding is that she had signed a release of information, but I do not believe that we got any information after the fact about this hospitalization.
Did you have any information that Ms. Stauch was ever in Canada?
I don't.
If she was in fact hospitalized at an inpatient treatment for 90 days in Canada, would there be records to support that?
Yes.
Did you make any attempts to get any records from this so-called hospitalization?
I don't believe so.
And this is almost a year, 10 months, 11 months after she's been placed in custody?
Yes.
Did she also talk to you about her stepfather and what her stepfather may have done to her?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
That her stepfather and uncle had sexually assaulted her during her childhood.
And is this the first time she brings that up?
Yes.
Did that have to do with what she's telling you about this other inmate asking to see her breast or words to that effect?
Yes. So she said she only starts hallucinating when triggered by sexual harassment or assault.
What did she tell you about her intelligence level on that same day in the note just below the one we just read?
She opined that she was brilliant.
Did you ask her what she meant by that?
I don't believe so.
What else did she tell you after she said she felt that she was brilliant?
She said that she feels that she will start going crazy because she's going stir crazy in her cell.
Did you do anything or make any diagnosis based on what she's telling you now?
The diagnosis did not change based on that.
Did you do any further evaluation based on what she told you about her stepfather and uncle sexually assaulted?
No.
Did you see any signs of post-traumatic stress disorder based on what she was telling you?
No.
Why is that?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. She's telling you that she'd been sexually assaulted by her uncle and her stepfather.
Mm-hmm.
She hadn't said anything about this up until this point, January 21. Did you think that might have contributed to her having post-traumatic stress disorder?
I mean, any trauma could, any person who experiences a trauma could develop those symptoms. But again, when providing any sort of diagnosis, one of the final criteria you have to match or to make and confirm a diagnosis is a significant impairment in social, occupational, or other areas of functioning, because in the jail setting, there wasn't any significant impact related to that. It's not necessary to follow through with that. Also, specific to sexual assault or significant trauma, we don't always want to start treatment related to that because we don't know when people are leaving the jail. And so sometimes opening up and having somebody relive these traumas, is the jail setting is not the most appropriate place for that, because we do want that to be a very personal driven avenue in treatment. And so typically we won't start a full therapy mode related to trauma.
Okay. Now, did you have an opinion as to whether or not her claiming that she had these various mental disorders coincided with her court case? In other words, when she raised competency and eventually pled not guilty by reason of insanity?
Yes. Again, looking at diagnoses, looking at the not just the criteria in the DSM, and based on my history and training and conducting forensic evaluations, typically people will, when competency is raised or other things in court, or just in general, depending on how court goes, people do tend to then over-report or exaggerate or make up symptoms that are consistent with a diagnosis that might help maybe absolve them of the charges or have a different sentence or go to a different location for treatment instead of in lieu of incarceration. So what was observed was consistent with somebody who was acting out symptoms as opposed to it being a true diagnosis and symptoms.
And your role in your position at the jail was not to perform a sanity evaluation, I take it?
Correct.
Or a competency evaluation?
Correct.
In order to do that, you'd want to look at everything, I would take it?
Yes.
And when I say everything, all the police reports, everything involved in the criminal case before you can make any judgment as to that?
Correct.
Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes.
Cross-examination.
Yes.
Mr. Cook.
No questions. Hi, I'm Will Cook.
Doctor, good afternoon. My name is Will Cook. I represent Ms. Stauch. I'm going to be asking you, I would say a few questions, but I'm going to ask you a lot of questions.
Oh, let's go, baby. All right.
I'm going to start with some questions near the end, and then I'm going to loop back to the beginning of your testimony. You said that Miss Stauch or Letecia, only near the end, get this date.
It's a little fight, a little pep, something, yo. Come on. Come on, Will.
You said she only reported being molested one time to you?
That was my recollection. I believe when she first came into the jail during the receiving screening, she had reported that to the nurse doing her receiving screening intake, but I don't recall that being reported.
Okay, well,
to
you just told Mr. Young that it was the only time that it had been reported, the molestation
to me.
To you.
And I'm going to object us to that. That's not the question was. The question was with regards to her stepfather and uncle.
Oh, overruled.
Do you know when the other time that she reported molestation or sex assault?
Without looking at the specific date in my notes, I think she had reported that in 2019.
When did she report it at the El Paso County Jail?
I don't know the specific date.
Oh shit, Tisha had the notes? Okay, look at Tisha. Oh, hey, gal. The heck? Coaching the
So
Lord?
when she comes into the El Paso County Jail, is she handcuffed? When she first gets there and you first see her, is she handcuffed? Is she in a jumpsuit? What's the situation like?
She likely would have been in her cell in the medical ward. And because of her status related to the transport, there would have been 2 deputies probably standing outside of the door. I would have been standing likely in the doorway talking with her.
Okay. So she was a high-risk inmate.
What do you mean by high risk?
You couldn't talk to her unless there were 2 deputies there.
Yes.
Okay. Due to the allegations that she had tried to escape, the high-level nature, seriousness of the charges, she was having a close eye kept on her.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever have any situations during this time where you were taken into a room, a discreet private room, and you and Letecia were able to sit down and talk?
No.
Okay. It was always you talking through a trap in a door. She'd be locked up.
No, typically we would, the deputies would have the door open. I did note just when we were reviewing some of my notes that there was one time there was not another deputy, so we did have to talk through the door, but typically the door would be open. I would typically try to talk softly, and so that way other people could not hear, and the deputies are typically instructed to just be there and present, but not intently listening into a conversation.
Okay, but you're talking about something that very private, somebody's mental health, somebody's past abuse. These are sensitive subjects for a person, correct?
Most people openly report them in the jail setting. Most people openly report that regardless of who's around.
Okay, that wasn't the question I asked. These are sensitive subjects for people.
They are.
Okay. And not everybody may be comfortable with talking about them with multiple deputies there, a doctor, in an open setting.
Sure.
Okay. And you just stated, in fact, you had to cancel one meeting because there was only one deputy available to talk with her, and that wasn't allowed. Is that what happened?
No, I said we had to talk through the door, so they could not open.
They couldn't even open the door unless there were 2 deputies with her.
Yes.
Okay. And that's not the ideal clinical setting to do mental health work, is it?
No.
It's a terrible setting to do the type of work that you were charged with doing, correct?
I wouldn't say it was terrible. It's
nice.
I think people in a jail setting need still need services. And
I'm not saying they don't need services. I'm saying this is not an ideal clinical setting. And in fact, it's a bad setting to do this kind of work. People are confined. It's stressful. It's loud. There's deputies. I mean, there's a lot of threats. People are on high alert. They don't act in jail like they would out in the street, do they?
That's kind of general because some people do and some people don't.
Okay. Some people get into jail and they absolutely collapse and their symptoms get worse, or some people don't change in jail. So it can be anything. Is that what you're saying? Okay. So where do you work right now? You do mental health work with sex offenders in Kansas?
Yes.
Okay. And is that Larned State Hospital?
Yes.
Okay. Where in Kansas is that?
Larned, Kansas.
Larned, Kansas. Okay. And you've been doing that from September 21st to now?
Yes.
Not September 21st, September 2021 until now.
Yes, sorry.
Okay. So, and you're the clinical program director now?
Yes.
How many sex offenders do you supervise now?
About 250.
So that's a lot.
Yes.
Is this just a facility specifically for sex offenders?
No.
Okay. Is there a wing or a part of this facility that is dedicated to the sex offenders, though?
Yes.
Okay.
My will. Yeah, more than that.
Are you treating people right now, or I presumably with sex offenders, you're treating quite a few people or have a lot of treatment experience with people that suffer from pedophilia?
Yes.
Okay. And is pedophilia just a person who's sexually attracted to underage or age inappropriate people?
It's not just that. There's a pedophilic sexual interest. You could qualify it as to what you described, but a pedophilic disorder is when they then engage in those sexually abusive behaviors towards non-consenting minors.
Okay. So you have sex offenders that or pedophiles, whatever you want to have it. Generally, they prey on underage children.
Some do, and some are prey on adults as well.
But generally speaking, a pedophile preys on minors.
Yes.
Okay. And one of the ways that minors, or one of the means of access that a pedophile or a sex offender that is preying on underage children may go through is sometimes they ply the victims, the children, with alcohol or drugs to lower the inhibitions of the children, correct? That's a common theme.
I wouldn't necessarily say it was very common, but they could. Some have, but the majority of the ones that I've worked with have not been lowering minors with alcohol or drugs.
Okay. But there's grooming behaviors that go on with the adult towards the children.
In some cases, and sometimes they commit violent acts against strangers as well.
But a child predator, based on your experience, they could use alcohol to lower the inhibitions of their victim in order to gain access to them and, assault them.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
So, at the time, September 2021, that you were employed at Larned State Hospital, you were also employed in El Paso County at the jail, correct?
Yes.
How did you do both jobs?
I lowered my hours as in the clinical program director role to part-time and took on the full-time health services administrator position. So I oversaw all of the medical and mental health care at the jail for about 11 months.
And you weren't actually an employee of the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. You were employed by WellPath.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
This is a private for-profit company, the largest medical services for prisons and jails in the whole world, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And as a for-profit company that you were working for, your company makes more money and more profit the less money that is spent on the inmates.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Cook, what is the relevance?
Can we approach?
That whole thing where he was the whole child abuse and all that stuff with the drinking, the only thing I could think is that they were trying to lean towards Letecia's claims of abuse, but they stifled it once they objected, I guess. The only thing I can think of right now, what he's trying to do with this whole how many patients you have and how many people do you handle and how many hours, and now you're taking 2 jobs, and so how did you manage 2 jobs, and so she had to cut back in one place to do this other place. I think they're trying to lean to like, how could she properly assess people and diagnose people when you're dealing with so many people. I think that's the angle that he's trying to do or go. Just like with the whole thing of like with this jail thing of like, well, how do you talk about something such a delicate topic? You're talking through a door, which she said, I think it was just one time. Most of the time they cracked the door open, but then he's saying, well, like there's guards standing right outside, like 2 guards, and people can hear, which I actually thought that's kind of a good point. But I mean, at the same time, I guess for a killer or at the time or whatever, alleged killer, I mean, I don't know how many rights you're going to give him, but I don't know how that stuff works, but I thought that was a decent point. But I guess that's what he's trying to say, that maybe she didn't say all the things and maybe she waited to mention some of the things because maybe she wasn't comfortable, which, with this chick, I think everything's BS. But I guess that's what he's trying to do, I don't know. I guess he's trying to poke holes or something. Glory says not enough experience on the job in a jail setting. Yeah, that's good too. Probably, yeah. I think he's trying. You're right. Maybe he's trying to point out experience and stuff because this lady that they're gonna bring on for the defense, I haven't watched the documentary yet, but she's pretty experienced. I think. Dorothy.
Thank you. So, according to your CV, from March 2022 to January, or from March 2022 to January 23, so just a few months ago, you were the health services administrator for WellPath, which had the contract to provide all the health and mental health care services for the El Paso County Jail.
Yes.
Okay. Before that, December 2019 to September 2021, you were the mental health director for WellPath.
Yes.
Correct? And the health services administrator job, which I guess you ascended to, was created by WellPath due to litigation and suits against WellPath, your employer at the time, for poor care and a host and litany of different problems. This spot was created for you and you took it.
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Overruled. She can answer if she knows.
To be honest, I do not know. That position since I was the mental health director at the jail, there was always a health services administrator position. I don't know any different. And prior to December 2019, Armor was the contract company working at the jail.
Okay, but I'm talking about when you started March of 2022. You were were working for WellPath, I'm not talking about the prior contractor, you ascended to that spot because there had been a lot of litigation and suits against WellPath.
Asked and answered.
No.
She didn't answer.
Action, Your Honor.
I understand. Overruled. She can answer if she knows the answer.
No, but when I was employed as the mental health director, there was a health services administrator position there.
Okay. And were you aware of all the litigation that was going on with WellPath and your employer at the jail?
No.
Okay. Even though you were supervising financial oversight for all the healthcare services provided at the jail, clinical and administrative work, you had no idea.
Can you elaborate on what you mean then by litigation with the company? I know that
Suits against WellPath and suits against the El Paso County Sheriff's Department, who was running the jail.
So if there was a lawsuit, at the time I was the health services administrator, if there was a lawsuit, I would have been notified that there was one coming through. But in general, if there's lawsuits across the entire company of WellPath, I would not be privy to that information.
So you don't remember any lawsuits of your time when you were the health services director?
I believe that there were a few that had come through towards the end.
Okay. And from when Ms. Stauch came in March of 2000, going forward, was there anything unusual going on at the jail? Or was it business as normal the whole time?
She came in 2020, not 2000.
I'm sorry, 2020. Thank you.
Was there anything unusual at the jail?
Yeah.
COVID?
COVID. Did you say COVID?
Yes.
Yeah. And it completely changed how everything functioned at the jail, correct?
I wouldn't say completely changed. I think we had to be more mindful of health precautions and wear masks and extra cleaning, things like that. But no,
you wore a mask, the employees, but the inmates weren't given masks. And that's part of the reason there was a lawsuit that WellPath and the sheriff's office settled.
Again, Your Honor, objection, relevance, and foundation.
Sustained. A jury will disregard the question. You can rephrase it. But again, nothing that the attorneys say at any point in time is evidence. Rephrase your question.
Were you taking precautions for COVID during your interviews with Ms. Stauch?
I believe that I would have probably had to have worn a mask as required by the jail.
Okay. And when did this begin, the mask wearing?
I don't know.
March 2020, was the mask mandate already in effect March 5th when you first contacted her, or was it later in the summer? When did all this happen?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember a COVID outbreak in the jail during your tenure there?
I remember the media alleged that.
Okay, you don't remember the jail allegedly having the largest COVID outbreak in the state?
Again, I believe that's how the media phrased it.
Okay. Do you remember the population of the jail during this time being 1,700 inmates before COVID and being lowered to about 1,100 or 1,200 within a few months because of the COVID threat?
So with the everyday activities at the jail, I mean, I don't really pay attention to why more or less inmates would be there. Okay. We just take care of the people who are there.
But as the health service administrator for the jail, I mean, you would notice 500 or 600 people being taken out of circulation due to medical reasons and due to the COVID pandemic.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Sustained.
COVID's always relevant, man. Years and years later. That should have been helping many criminals out.
I see a report that you compiled that Mr. Young from the DA's office provided to us in this case. Do you know what document I'm talking about?
I do.
Okay. When did you prepare this document?
So that wasn't, I wouldn't recall that a report. or I'm sorry, I would not term that a report. In preparation for my testimony today, I was taking some notes that I perceived as relevant based on my interactions with Ms. Stauch. And so those were just my personal notes in preparing to testify today.
And you provided these personal notes to the prosecution.
We had been discussing my testimony in terms of when I was going to testify and kind of the nature of that. And I had offered, not thinking that they'd be here right now.
So at the bottom of several of the pages, it says, qualify me as an expert, comma, jail, comma, what do now back in March 2020.
Mm-hmm.
What does what do now back in March 2020 mean?
So Mr. Young had essentially just said that kind of the steps of me testifying today is that I need to be qualified as an expert initially prior to testifying. And then he would ask me questions about what I do now in my current role as a clinical program director and what my role was at the jail previously.
Okay. And what does GAD stand for?
Generalized anxiety disorder.
Okay. And why was that relevant?
That was
enough for you to put in a note at the bottom of your summary.
Just that was the diagnosis that she had come in with.
Okay. It says also one of the things is theme DACs.
He's essentially said that we were just going to go through all of the notes and talk about any themes that he might see.
And their theme is that she did not suffer from any conditions or have dissociative identity disorder or bipolar or any of these other things y'all spent 4 or 5 hours talking about, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, to relevance, what our theme is.
Sustained.
Well, the theme of what the DA said was important to you enough to put down at the bottom as a footnote. I guess so you remembered this during your testimony?
I typically just write what's being said. It wasn't important or not important. It's just information shared.
Well, so if it's important, not important, you just write it. Then are some of the things you wrote at the bottom as notes, are some of them unimportant?
I mean, in the sense we just talked about that I would be testifying and that was it.
Well, get petty.
So you spent some time talking about you and Mr. Young about the day, I think it was March 20th of 2020. That was when you discussed the issue of Gannon's body being found. Is that correct? Do you remember that discussion?
Yes.
And Mr. Young asked you, do you remember what she said? And you said, yeah, Gannon's body was found in Florida, and she said she'd never been to Florida and all this other thing. And he asked you, why was that significant?
Mm-hmm.
Why was it significant in your conversation with Letecia? Why was it significant that she said she'd never been to Florida?
Because that's where his body was found.
Why is that significant?
Well, I'm not sure what you're asking in that sense, but typically somebody with dissociative identity disorder would not be able to, they would have kind of amnesia of certain events. And so it was odd to me that if she was not there, why she would spontaneously say she wasn't there.
Okay. And if she didn't have anything to do with Gannon's disappearance, how would she know he was found in Florida?
Correct.
That's the significance?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that her attorneys earlier that day had been to visit her?
I don't know that off the top of my head, but if that
And
was
they had
proven.
actually told her that Gannon's body had been found.
Sustained. Jury will disregard.
Why? What's wrong with that? If they took, because that's the counteracting the first thing that the prosecution brought up. What's wrong with that?
So if you were to be told that her attorneys that came and talked to her that day.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this movie approach.
Why? Why are you
No.
mad?
Because I see where this one is going, and I think that you can ask it in a hypothetical, because what this witness is talking about is she's testifying about dissociative identity disorder
hearsay,
and whether
maybe?
somebody would or wouldn't have recollection of an event based on whether or not they had a particular personality that was manifesting at the time that the person was in a geographical location. So if somebody had some information from some other source, you can ask the witness whether or not this would or would not be consistent with the dissociative identity disorder. So I will allow that.
Judge helping out a little bit. Give him the alley.
Well, I just say answer what you just said. But I'll try to put it to you as artfully
Judge
as
with
the
the
judge
alley-oop.
did. If, with respect to dissociative identity disorder, if hypothetically Ms. Stauch had heard from her attorneys a couple hours before, said, hey, they found Gannon's body in Florida, would that change how you feel with DID and this portion of what was going on March the 20th of 2020?
No.
No? Why not?
Because with dissociative identity disorder, there's in the DSM, it talks about kind of a possession form or non-possession form, and possession form being, again, that amnesia on inability to recall those certain everyday events versus a non-possession form where, again, they could kind of be depersonalized or still consciously aware that things are going on and they're kind of watching themselves engage in behaviors that they might not, that they still know it's happening, but they might not perceive that they're the one doing it.
But I'm just talking about her parroting to you what her attorney told her an hour or 2 hours before you're talking with her.
Well, again, as I had previously suggested to her not to share, or actually, I'm sorry, it was that day. I think I told her not to share things. No, I'm sorry, it was before that. But I don't know why that would be relevant to share with me.
Because she's, how often, or what was her schedule for being incarcerated? As far as lockdowns, you've talked about different security levels to Mr. Young at the jail. Certain freedoms you have with different levels. When you first met her, say the first week, what was her security level, or how was she being held?
She was on suicide watch.
She was on suicide watch. Okay.
Cook, if you could find a reasonable breaking point in the next 5 minutes or so.
We can do it now.
Let's do
I
it.
don't want to interrupt.
No, he needs that break. He needs that strategy break.
No, Your Honor, we can do it now.
Take that strategy
All right.
break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 3:40, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please.
Hi, I'm Will. I'm representing Letecia. Hi, I'm here. Are they smiling? No, they're smiling and shit. They're all confident. They're laughing and kiki, ha ha. Look at, you hear that shit? Oh. What's going on over there? Will. Strategize. Now, the thing that Will Cook did, or what he was talking about, I think I saw somebody in the chat say they were confused. When the prosecution was talking, and
The record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. You may all be seated. Dr. Moore, if you would like to step down.
now, oh Lord, they're gonna do the hot mic thing now. Tisha. Oh. The thing that Will So the prosecution had said at one point when they were talking to this doctor, the doctor had said that, like, I think it was that she said Gannon was found, and that Tisha goes, yeah, he was found in Florida, some shit like that, and that she had said that she'd never been to Florida. So, and I wasn't sure if I heard that correctly, but it, you know, it's like the presumption of like, damn, you know, like all this time you're saying you don't know where he's at, you don't know any information, but you're here busting out with, oh yeah, he's in Florida. The defense comes and counteracts, and they're like, oh, well, did you know that we actually spoke to her earlier that day and we told her, even though, which is weird because they're not denying she killed Gannon, and like we pretty much know she killed Gannon, so it's still like a weird argument in itself. But for the purposes of this doctor examining Letecia, they're trying to say that she already knew because they had come and told her that Gannon was in Florida, found in Florida, even though she killed him and she put him there, and she would have known anyway, you know. So that's kind of what happened with that. So I felt like they were justified in bringing that up, the defense, but I think what the judge was trying to say, this is like something that she doesn't even know about. It's not her firsthand knowledge. And so the judge was like, oh, well, you can say it. He kind of gave the defense a little like, oh, here you go, a little help. He said you could say it in a phrase of like a hypothetical. Hypothetically, if the attorneys did come in there before you spoke to her and said that Gannon was found in Florida, would that change your thoughts on DID or whatever? And the lady said no. You know what I mean? Tú sabes. So, and don't misconstrue this like me as like, oh, I'm hoping for the defense to do great and like win or something. This is just the first time I've actually seen the defense actually try, like just for the reasons, like purposes of like court and like trials, and like actually seeing some back and forth and some interesting actual fight conversation. Actually seeing some sort of like pep in these people's step, which again, we kind of had the feeling, I guess, that this was going to happen during the doctors thing. That's why I was kind of excited about the doctors coming on. The first portion of it wasn't that interesting to me with the prosecution. It's just information that needs to be put out there. It wasn't that interesting to me. But when they came back in, they tried to fight it. You know, that was interesting. And we still got a lot more to go because we haven't seen this Dr. Dorothy. I don't even know what she sounds like. I'm just saying Dorothy. I'm Dorothy Lewis. Teacher is insane. I've dealt with many serial killers. I gotta watch that docu, but I'm so tired. I don't know. I'm gonna watch it tonight. It's a 2-hour documentary. I could just watch it in bed. It's on HBO Max. I might fall asleep though. I'm tired. I watched the first 5 minutes of that thing. I thought it was actually interesting. But to me, Letecia planned all this. There's so much plan and premeditation and afterward planning and the whole thing where she's talking about, yeah, I'm gonna start making shit up. Yeah, I'm just gonna start going through the DSM-5. I'm gonna go through the Rolodex of mental health. It's just, I don't know. Well, she didn't say all that, but I'm just gonna start making shit up. And the whole thing with her childhood, you know, claims of abuse. I don't know if it's true or not. You know, I don't know if people that have been following the story from day one, if they know stories of that, you know. See, I don't want to deny anybody their story of abuse or anything like that, you know. But then it's just that when you take it to context, it's still possible that maybe she was abused. It still doesn't justify what happened to Gannon. That could, both could be true. But knowing that this woman made up false rape allegations with the Quincy thing in the house, and just being so disgusting and despicable to say that like Gannon was like bleeding from a certain part and like all this kind of stuff too, you know, and just thinking of what that could do to a parent, like Gannon's father having to hear that and just the thoughts that must have run through his head. But her making up all those lies, of course I have to question the stuff that happened in her childhood. It could still be true, but yeah, I'm going to question that shit. That's questionable. And so, you know, I don't know now when you start telling this lady about, oh, you were abused later on, I don't know, I forgot how far in when you finally decide to mention this stuff, but the defense was trying to argue, oh, because of the confines of the jail, somebody's not going to be comfortable divulging those kind of details. But when she says that, I'm almost kind of like, are you just trying to corroborate the story of Quincy and all this shit? Somebody broke into the house and did these things. Are you telling that story to corroborate the other stories, you know? I don't know. Tisha. Oh, let me get the super chats because I'm behind on that. I'm sorry about that. Sorry. Actually, not that far. Rocky Search 47, thank you for the super chat. Says national TV, great alibi when your missing kid shows up in your own basement. That was a lunch break story that we talked about. Thank you. Mama of 3, curious. Why do you get booted for saying unalive word, but it's allowed for court hearing to say it and it can be shown in print screen. The whole unalive thing, I try not to say certain words too much on like live streams because I think if you overly say certain things, they're going to fully demonetize the stream. I don't know if I've had any of these streams demonetized. I think context matters a lot too. When I'm doing a pre-recorded video, which like takes time and effort and like the basement video, that took me a lot of actually not that time, not a lot of time. The second one took me a lot of time, but if there's a video that I'm pre-recording and I'm taking hours to put together, yeah, I'm going to try to avoid certain words that's going to demonetize the video because if I'm putting hours into a video, I don't want to lose monetization, you know? And then usually on live stream, just my personal preference, I'm more open. I'm just kind of like, whatever. I mean, people are sending super chats, people are signing for memberships. Normally, it's not as long as you don't say too much in the beginning, which sometimes I still do anyway. But as long as it's not like overly excessive, I think it's okay for the most part. So, but that's when I do pre-recorded videos. I try to keep the words more cleaner when I'm pre-recording, doing shorter videos. And then the shorter pre-recorded videos too, I notice if you start cursing and doing all kinds of crazy stuff at the beginning, which is in the YouTube guidelines of monetization, like they literally tell you within the first, I don't know how many seconds, if you start saying vulgar stuff right where an ad is, they're not gonna monetize it. You know? So that's why, and I don't even like that term unalive, but I'll sometimes try to use it. I think it's ridiculous, but yeah. Coda's mom, thank you for the super chat. Says, sorry, I'm sick today. Sorry you're feeling sick. I hope you get better. Sorry I got this super chat kind of late. If you're still watching, I hope you feel better. I was trying to message you the other day, but I think we kept missing each other in the chat about the coffee thing. I was trying to get the right website. I signed up to the site, but I wasn't sure if that was the site. So I don't know. Email me, iCkEdMeL@gmail.com. She says, hi to Ick and Icky family. Mostly sending a huge hug to Cat C. I hope you're doing okay. My heart hurts for you. Know you're in my thoughts. And I don't know what happened to Cat C. I didn't get to see what happened. So yeah, I hope you're okay, Cat C. Because you're always in the chat. I know I saw you. I saw you earlier. I think you gifted some memberships, so thank you for that. Amy as well, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. Appreciate all the support throughout the entire trial and all the information that you sent me. Super nice. And the PayPal you sent me recently, so thank you so much for that. Let's see here. Amy, thank you for the super chat. Says, iCkEdMeL, so glad I found you. Thank you. And Beverly, Elizabeth, Carol, thank you for the new memberships. Make sure you check out, I think it was last week's members live. It was really good. A Q&A. I should try to do something this week. I don't know yet, though. I don't want to promise. I need to come up with an idea, whether it's just a Q&A or me telling one of the crazy stories or just anything. I'm not sure yet. We should do it while we have all the new members. I know we should do something more frequently. Badass Baker, thank you for the super chat. Says, fingers. Jennifer Cochran Fent, thanks for the super chat. Says, sorry if this was discussed this morning and I missed it, but wonder if judge is making her wear her hair up so she can't hide behind it. I don't think so. I don't think there's like a court order for Letecia to put her hair up. He did. I don't know if you saw the video where he was like, if you keep doing the stuff with your hands, we're going to put a bolt in the desk and like have your hands kind of bolted or whatever so you can't move them. Psychology Nor with Dr. Lund. Thank you for the super chat. I don't think I've seen you before around. Mel, you were born to do this. Your humor and naturally humble style creates a safe place to be. Thank you. I see why chat loves you. You have all my respect. Thank you. Thank you. That was really kind of you. Thanks for the super chat. Beverly Flores says, new to the channel. Amazing. Welcome. I hope I don't let you down within a day or a week. New to the channel. Love all the content. Great job. A pleasure to listen to. Thank you. Give her 1 hour. I can't stand this guy. I'm just kidding. So let me see what you guys' thoughts in the chat about the oh, you put down the cat yesterday. I'm sorry, Catsy. We had to put down our sweet kitty yesterday. Oh, I'm sorry. That sucks. YouTube is super weird about things. Yeah, YouTube, there's a lot of stuff going on YouTube. I follow a lot of things. There's big creators, mostly political creators, but not even political. I've seen just some people that I like that are like, I don't know, they had all kinds of dealing with stuff. It's a crazy time. Let's see. So we're just waiting right now. Bring your mom on to tell all your childhood secrets. My mother, the only reason I've never shown her, and I don't plan to show her, it's for a multitude of reasons. It's because my mother's not like a social media person. She's not into it at all. The other thing is I don't want people, see, most people are genuine. Most people are like decent. It only takes a couple of indecent, crazy, like people with malicious intent to try to see what she looks like and then try to find her on social media, do all kind of stuff. Like, I don't want people like, that's the only reason I don't, because I don't want people, coming from my mother and creating all kinds of problems and stuff. That's the reason why, like, I don't show any of my family besides Maddie and I. Maddie's been on YouTube with me since like day one. And even now I don't show her as much. She's all over my Instagram. You can see Maddie on Instagram. But like Maddie, she doesn't even like, she comes up to me, maybe when she's home from school, maybe she'll ask for something, or she'll just come up to like the side. She'll just be like, hey, I don't know, can I have a snack or a drink or something? But she asked me to, like, is the camera on? She won't come back here and chill on the couch. The camera's on anymore. So I don't really bring her on as much. I mean, I don't remember the last time I really had her on YouTube. But she probably one day will come back on, maybe for a little bit on the page. She's a day one, Dr. Edward Moskowitz, thank you so much for the super chat. Matt is with me all the time, so whoever comes from Matt, they're gonna have to come through me, Dr. Edward Moskowitz, we all love you, Mel, humor professional. Thank you. And I saw you sent me an email. I'll reply later after this. But I know what you mean. I know when you ask that about my mother thing, I know you mean that genuinely. But it's just, it's just the stuff that I've dealt with, especially last year. And it's people like trying to find me, and like, because I have an LLC, these people went nuts. I'm like, what's so crazy or nutty about an LLC? These people lost their minds because I had an LLC. Some of the nuttiest shit that I've dealt with last year. That's when I realized, like, yo, some of these people are really like whacked out, yo. Like, and it doesn't matter what people can make up anything. People just believe it. I'm like, wow. Yes, I believe it. It's true. I'm like, what? Bruh. What's the documentary about? The documentary that I keep referencing, it's called Crazy Not Insane. Okay. And the reason it's significant for this trial, kind of, because it features the psychiatrist that Letecia's people are going to bring on. The defense, on the defense witness list, they're bringing on the psychiatrist. And she was featured in this documentary from when did this come out? March 18, 2020. Crazy Not Insane. And it talks about mental health and stuff. And this lady believes that Letecia is insane. So I think this is kind of like the defense's, what's the word? One up card? Whatever. Defense eventually is going to call this person Dorothy Lewis. And so I've been kind of telling myself for the last week or two, I want to watch this. It's a 2-hour documentary so I can put myself inside the mind of Dorothy Lewis. Crazy Not Insane. Elaine's G60, thank you so much for the membership, and I have seen you around before. Thank you, Elaine. Cat C, thanks for the super chat. Says everyone in this chat is amazing. Thank you for the love and friendship dedicated to Silky Clementine. I don't know if you're on our Discord. We have a pet area we started. I don't know if you want to post some pictures there on Discord. I had some kitties that I don't even want to talk about that. If Kayla's watching, she's gonna talk shit. I had kind of they weren't my kitties. I just kind of fed them, you know, like they were out. They were oh, somebody sent me a screenshot. Is Tisha really putting up the finger? She can't help herself. She nonchalantly sends the finger again. Somebody else probably has a better video or screenshot. I don't know. Let me see. I guess kind of hard to see, so pixelated. Tisha. Thank you, Catsy. Hey, Hope, thank you so much for the super chat as well. Appreciate the support. If you guys could hit like too, I thank you guys so much for riding out with me throughout the trial. Thank you for, you know, even coming back after that Friday. I appreciate that. And they've done really good with this trial as far as like expediency. Like they're ahead of, let me see, I had that article. They're ahead of I don't know, ahead of time, ahead of schedule. Let me show you. Stauch murder trial enters week 4 ahead of schedule. Verdict possible next week. I don't know if it's going to be next week. I mean, it's possible. Oh yeah, jury instructions on Friday. But that doesn't mean that when he said that though, it wasn't saying that the defense was going to be done. I think because the defense is going to need some time. From what I heard when we were watching it, the defense is going to need some time for their witnesses or something like that. And so what I thought I heard was the judge was like, well, you know, so we don't waste time or whatever, we can, in the meantime, on Friday, we can do jury instructions. But that still, the defense might not take that long. It could be verdict next week, towards the end of the week, maybe. It's so dark outside now too. Cloudy. Rainy. Mo. Thank you for the super chat. Mo, the tainted juror. Mo says her lawyer was trying to get sorry, let me read that from the other box. Her lawyer was trying to get the jury to not trust the witness because she helps pedos. Oh, you think so? Oh no. Unfortunately, I feel like all he did was make the jury dislike him. Oh no. I don't understand that angle either, but Jessica, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, Jessica. And I think it was a super sticker. Elizabeth Meyer, thank you for the super chat. Crystal, thank you for the super chat. Says definitely watch the show, Mel. It was very good. Okay, all right, now I gotta watch it. Gotta watch it. And Mama 457 Rose, which I've seen you around for quite a bit. Thank you so much for the super chat. Says love the show, Mel and mods. You're generally sweet and keep the family private, especially baby girl. Thank you. Yeah, it's been a learning experience. A really interesting learning experience. Crazy Not Insane. That's what it's called. If you type in Google Crazy Not Insane, you'll find it. Yeah, so I wonder how much else Everman Boy police update, release new info, still not found. I do want to do an update on Noel too. Oh, they did a press conference 2 hours ago. All right, maybe I can do this for an update. What's tomorrow? All right, we're gonna have to squeeze this in at some point. Not right now because we don't have time, but We have been covering Noel. Thanks, Mo. We have been covering Noel and doing updates. I actually have a couple of clips that I was going to put together, but now they came out with this presser. Yeah, it's on YouTube as well. You can rent it on YouTube. You can rent it on YouTube. If you have HBO, you can watch it there. Voodoo, whatever that is. That must be the Santeria network. Mary P says, I think the lawyer was trying to say that she works with pedophile, not that the disorder she has. Okay. Do you think Tisha will ever say what happened? Maybe Piers Morgan will. So Piers Morgan, I kind of like to watch him a bit. I don't regularly watch him, but when he does like a really big interview, he does press people. He does have a way of pressing people, but I don't think she will. I don't think she will admit to it. No, of course not over. They're just on a break. We still got about an hour. But I don't know if it's going to last that long. So it could end early because I don't know that they have any other witnesses lined up for today. So depending on how much more the defense is going to press, it could be done a little bit early. I mean, but we don't have that much time left either. Most, I just want to say I love my iCkEd fam. Even if you made me lose on my points. The point thing, I don't know what's the deal with that. I enabled it.
And it was, yeah, you were in your Sunday best.
And now court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Records could reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Defense? Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury back.
Piers Morgan. I saw the Andrew Tate interview and I saw something else. Well, didn't he press Kanye West or something? Kanye West walked off? Or what show he's on where he walked off?
A little warmer.
Piers.
68.4.
Better than 64 this morning.
Today's 66, so we've got 2 degrees.
Direct.
Well, drops and took a park off.
Elizabeth, thank you so much. Elizabeth, through the super chat, I love your shows. You're the best. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Thank you. Too generous, so kind. Thank you. I don't think she's gonna get that insanity thing either. Tisha, I think everybody's got to be seeing through it. Tim Cass. Oh yeah, you're Tim Cass. Right. I like watching Tim Cass. See, I don't really watch. I don't watch true crime on my off time. Well, sometimes like documentary, but a lot of the times I watch those guys. Different like media type of shit. I just need like a break when I'm actually off here. I like to watch the. Oh, he was an Alex Jones too. Yo, that was such a train wreck.
All right, the jury, please.
Oh my god. Yo, I watched every second of that thing when he was on there. Unholy saint. Thank you for the super chat. Unholy.
Thank you. May all be seated. We'll recall 20 CR 1358 versus the like the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took a break, we were in the midst of the cross-examination of Dr. Moore. That's where we will resume. Mr. Cook.
Thank you. Now, Doctor, I need to clarify something very quickly. I found what I was looking for. So with Mr. Young, you said that on January 5th of 2021, and if you have your notes and you need to look at those, you said it was the first time you had heard about molestation or sex abuse being perpetrated on the defendant.
You said January 5th, 2021?
Yes. I believe it's a part when she says only hallucinates when triggered by sexual harassment and assault.
Yes, I recall that.
And is that when, is that the date you testified to earlier with Mr. Young, that was the first time you'd heard about molestation?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you have your report from June the 5th of 2020? It's probably 6 or 7 months before the date we were just talking about.
Yes, I can see that. Looks like at that time she had reported the molestation at 14. So I think when we were talking about the sexual assault, that was the first time that assault was, I think that's the first time it was phrased as the sexual assault. Yes.
Molestation of a child is sex assault. Do you agree with that?
I would generally agree with that. So I
Well,
was incorrect.
when would you not generally agree that molestation of a child is a sexual assault?
So molestation to me would mean more maybe fondling and touching, where a sexual assault would be more defined as some sort of penetration.
Oh.
Are you aware under the Colorado statutes there is no molestation? It's all sex assault?
I don't know that off the top of my head. I'd have to look.
All right. So you can, in your opinion, you can molest a child, and alternatively, you can sexually assault a child.
Objection, your relevance.
No, overruled.
I would consider them separate.
You consider them separate. Okay. And that's why you answered the question the way you did for Mr. Young.
Yes.
Is your belief that sexually assaulting a child is different than a child being simply molested?
Yes.
So, with respect to the dissociative identity disorder, when Ms. Stauch came in on March the 5th, 2020, were you doing an evaluation for dissociative identity disorder, anxiety, depression, bipolar disorder, borderline personality disorder? Were you looking for all these things at that time?
Yes. So as I had previously explained, I generally want to cast a wide net and see if there's any sort of symptoms going on.
Okay. And were you able to rule out dissociative identity disorder fairly quickly?
At that time?
Yes.
In a sense, yes.
Okay. And that would be June the 5th, 2020?
I thought we were talking about March the 5th.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's late in the day.
It is late in the day.
March the 5th, 2020, yes. The first day she came to CJC, the jail, and you saw her.
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that you had met with her for about 45 minutes on this March the 5th, 2020 date?
I said it probably about 30 to 45 minutes.
30 to 45 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. And in that time, you were able to rule out dissociative identity disorder, more or less?
Yes.
Okay. When she was on medical watch, was that period of medical watch for her, I guess suicide watch or whatever you want to call it, the mental health ward, was that from March 2020 to May of 2020? Approximately?
No, I believe that that March, I believe, and I'm sorry off the top of my head, I'd have to refer back to my notes, but I think we had decreased her suicide watch, I think within about the first 2 weeks.
To what?
To transition.
Okay. And when you're in the medical ward or the secure ward, the high risk ward, whatever Ms. Stauch was when she came in, she was locked down in a cell 23 hours a day and only allowed out for 1 hour a day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And your understanding, what was the person or inmate allowed to do for that 1 hour?
They could, so she would have been, if we're talking about the time that she was, her housing location was the medical ward, she would have then, for her hour out, been transported to Alpha 2, which was the other ward that I told you that she could have been in. And during that time, she could have talked to any family or friends on the telephone, taken a shower, could have worked out on the exercise equipment. There's usually a book cart in there, so taking out different books that she could read. Generally, maybe if other inmates were talking, associate with them, talk to the ward deputy. She would be the only person out on the ward, but people talk all the time through the cell doors to one another as well.
So she's solitary. She's wandering around for her single hour by herself out there.
I would not use the word solitary. I would use the word restrictive. Solitary is more when you have absolutely zero contact with other people, whereas restrictive housing, you still can talk to people.
Well, the contact, she has no face-to-face contact. Everybody's behind a door, a big locked jail cell door.
The ward deputies would have been there, so she would have had contact with them.
But no other inmates?
Not face-to-face, correct.
And then she went to A2 eventually. Does May 2020 to about March of 2021 sound about right?
I honestly don't recall if that's how it's recorded. I would agree with that, but
well, let's just assume she was an A2 ward. That's still a very restrictive ward. 1 hour out a day, 23 hours locked in your cell.
Yes and no.
Okay. And around this time in your summary, you said that you visited or met with Ms. Stauch 34 times?
Yeah, that was across from March 5th to, I think it was January of 2021.
Okay. And were these primarily her cell door being opened and you and two deputies kind of standing at the doorway or sitting down at the doorway and you talking with her?
For the most part, if she happened to be out on the ward, I would talk to her there, but I think the majority would, how you described it, would be accurate.
Okay. How long would those visits last?
They could last anywhere probably from about 5 to maybe 30 minutes, depending on what we were talking about.
Okay. And you're basing your findings and opinions and what you've told the jury based on those visits, in-person visits with Ms. Stauch, correct?
That and the collateral information that I had access to, as well as my staff's reports and deputy reports.
Okay. Now, other than the 1 hour, Ms. Stauch's more or less locked in a cell by herself for 23 hours, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
except for the hour out, during this time or majority of the time, Miss Stauch is locked in a jail cell for 23 hours.
Yes.
And you weren't able to observe what she was doing for those 23 hours a day.
Deputies would observe that and write reports.
Okay. But there's not somebody watching her those 23 hours while she's in the jail cell. I mean, she could be eating her own feces in the jail cell and nobody would know.
So two things with that. There's 15-minute checks, as well as the camera system in the wards. You can typically see through the windows in the cells. So in essence, there is 24-hour observation.
You just said no. That's
you might
not
not
true.
be able to see everything, but
You said no.
So during your time working, speaking of these every 15-minute checks in these wards, somebody was found hanging cold from one of their cells, and the 15-minute check had been missed while you were there. Do you remember that?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay, so mistakes were made during this every 15-minute check for somebody to have hung themselves and been missed several checks, so much so that when they took the body down, it was cold.
Oh!
It could happen, yes.
Okay.
Okay, getting spicy a little bit, Will.
Also, there's a lot that could have been missed with what Ms. Stauch was doing the 23 hours when she was locked down in her cell, correct?
Yes.
Damn. Okay, we brought a little heat. All right. Feces and somebody hung themselves. All right.
Now, with respect to dissociative identity disorder, you were able to tell me that just within pretty much on March 5th, 2020, the first day in 30 or 40-minute meeting with her, rule out dissociative identity disorder, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I have a copy of the DSM-5, and that's more or less the Bible of psychology and psychiatry, correct?
Sure.
Okay. And we were talking earlier about possession forms of dissociative identity disorder and non-possession forms. And it says most individuals with non-possession form dissociative identity disorder do not overtly display their discontinuity of identity for long periods of time.
Yes.
What does that mean?
So those are kind of shorter periods of time where people could dissociate and, it's kind of just how it's written. I think what you're getting to is, could there be times that it happened allegedly and it not be seen? Sure. However, in my initial evaluation with her, typically somebody who was having these amnesias or losses of time would report that. They would report something that they were worried about missing gaps of time, as well as forgetting things. And so there would be a general concern that I would expect somebody to report, not somebody to have an adequate orientation and deny any of that. There's also comorbid symptoms that go along with that. So people with dissociative identity disorder tend to have a high rate, about 70% have attempted suicide or engage in frequent self-harming behaviors. So those things were not met. I also would have expected somebody to report clinically significant impairment in social and occupational functioning as a result of that. So when somebody denies those things, then I can absolutely rule it out because it's not a concern to them. So it's not impairing their functioning.
So you can rule out a disease that symptoms may not manifest themselves for long periods of time. You can rule it out in just 20, 30, 40 minutes. Is that what you're saying?
Generally, and then if there's more information, I can
Now,
always
in
go back.
dissociative identity disorder,
I'm going to ask that she be allowed to finish her answer
Yeah, he
for the
interrupted
next
her.
question.
Sustained.
And I'm going to ask that she be more responsive to the question and answer it and not.
I understand. It seemed to me that it was responsive to the question. You can go ahead and finish your answer.
Will's getting snappy. Yeah.
I was just trying to say that if there were other symptoms that came up, a diagnosis is something that is working. Could it be changed if new symptoms come up? Absolutely.
And sometimes it can take years to diagnose somebody with dissociative identity disorder, correct?
In terms of years, it can present at any time, but I wouldn't say someone would take numerous years to form that diagnosis.
It also says only a small minority of individuals with dissociative identity disorder present to clinical attention with observable alternation of identities. Hold on, let me ask the question.
Okay.
Okay.
Damn.
That means that at any given time, a person with dissociative identity disorder is only going to present exhibiting those symptoms a small percentage of the time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Obsessive compulsive disorder and anxiety are some of the symptoms of dissociative identity disorder, correct?
No, they're not some of the symptoms of it, but they could be associated with that, or what we call a comorbidity. So, and a diagnosis that could occur alongside of that diagnosis.
And some people who actually suffer from dissociative identity disorder are actually initially diagnosed with obsessive compulsive disorder, anxiety, or bipolar, correct?
Including that, it could also be depression, personality disorders, that they could be really diagnosed with anything.
When you see diagnoses in a psychological sense, it'll say diagnosed with this and then rule out this.
Yes.
Did you do any of the rule out stuff for dissociative identity disorder, bipolar disorder, generalized anxiety disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder?
Again, yes. I mean, it was related to, again, as I explained, casting a wide net. You see what symptoms they're reporting and what things are concerning to them, because when you're diagnosing, again, if it's not clinically or significantly impairing their day-to-day functioning, you don't qualify that as a diagnosis. That is usually, I think, in dissociative identity disorder, maybe criterion E, but it could be a different criterion letter in any of the diagnoses. It has to clinically significantly impair their functioning in order to be diagnosed.
Oh, he's getting. Damn, that's kind of romantic there. What's she doing? Seducing him and shit? What the heck going on right there? What the hell? I thought she was insane. What happened?
So when you were ruling out Ms. Stauch, having bipolar disorder, which is the manic depressive stage, you said that what you look for and you didn't notice was any excessive spending or partying or, showing up with a bunch of clothes or clothes or whatever purchases from a store and not realizing where you got them. How are you going to notice that or rule that out based on her partying or excessive spending if she's locked up in a jail? That seems like that's kind of a no-go, but yet you told the jury this.
So when you asked that question, you added the dissociative and the bipolar together. So
I'll just talk about the bipolar.
Well, those were the examples that you gave, but specific to a bipolar disorder, somebody who might be presenting that way in the jail would likely not be sleeping consistently. They'd be very hyperactive, almost like jumping around and really fidgety all of the time. They would be talking very rapidly. They would have a flight of ideas. So going, jumping from subject to subject and just talk, you can't follow the conversation along. It's very fast and rapid. So that's how I would assess for that in a jail setting.
So again, she was locked down 23 hours a day. So a lot of that could be going on. She could be talking to God in Latin in her jail cell, and you or nobody else would even know that, would you?
So we were talking about the March 5th date, and she reported none of those symptoms. So that's how I can rule it out at that time.
Okay. And is that a common sign when somebody's asked, do you suffer from this mental illness? And if they deny it, well, that's it?
Unless there's contradictory evidence to it.
Okay. Are you aware that many people that are sick will deny being sick?
I am.
Okay. Like they don't want to take their medicines. There's nothing wrong with them. I like living in my crazy wide world and there's nothing wrong with me.
Sure, but there's still observable symptoms by other people just because somebody denies it. Again, as I explained, when I'm assessing somebody, I look at all of their body features, their speech, their language, movement, and did not note any of that. So that would be consistent with not having that concern at that time.
So what they say, a patient is not determinant of whether they have the mental disorder or not.
Not exclusively.
It's part of it, and it's just a case-by-case basis.
Absolutely.
It's dry, man. It's the most I've seen a defense fire. Oof. They're trying to coming. Yeah. Wow. She's holding it down. She's trying to hold it down.
So I'm looking in the DSM-5 under the dissociative identity disorder section.
Oh.
And it says older individuals may present to treatment with what appear to be late life mood disorders, obsessive compulsive disorder, paranoia, psychotic mood disorders. But actually, it turns out it's dissociative identity disorder. Does that sound correct?
That could be a possibility, yes.
And you correct me if I'm wrong, that means that people can later in their life, I'm obviously not children, but probably adults are talking about, they can appear with what may originally be diagnosed as obsessive compulsive disorders, paranoia, some other psychotic mood disorders, but it's actually dissociative identity disorder, correct?
It could.
Can you have dissociative identity disorder and bipolar or major depressive disorder or, general, anxiety? Can you have many diagnoses or will one subsume all the other ones?
It's very dependent on what the combination of diagnoses that you would have, because a lot of symptoms could overlap in different diagnoses. So I couldn't answer that specifically.
Okay. Did you ever review any reports from her psychiatrist, psychologist that she consulted with several times in late 2019, December of 2019? So just a few months before you met with her. Did you ever review those records?
She had denied seeing anybody but her primary care provider for the information. And then the only treatment records we requested to obtain was from, I believe, South Carolina.
Okay. So if somebody did see a psychiatrist or a psychologist in December of 2019, was charged with committing a murder of a young child, as in this case, within a month or so of that, and they were diagnosed with a mental health disorder, would that have been relevant or helped you in determining what was going on with Ms. Stauch when you had her at the jail?
I believe that all information is relevant.
But she didn't. So if somebody doesn't tell you what they've seen or what they've done or what treatment they had, are you not able to get those records?
If I don't know where to request records from, I can't just throw out an ROI to every place. So
Okay.
no, I wouldn't.
And that's fair enough. I didn't know if there was some kind of like, general data bank where you could go and get all the records from a certain person or what. You still have to go around piecemeal and track them down. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about, Mr. Young talked about a 2018 mental health stay in a Canadian mental health hospital. Do you remember discussing that with Mr. Young?
Yes.
Okay. And you have no records of that, do you?
I do not.
Okay. And you didn't even put in for those records?
I did not.
Okay. So she could have actually done that, and there could be records of a stay in Canada in 2018, or there may not be. It could be something she made up, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. But you don't know which is which?
I do not.
So one of the things in your report that goes along with dissociative identity disorder, or maybe it's bipolar, you correct me, please, is that there needs to have been some sort of suicide ideation or actually an attempt made. Is that correct?
So
Is that for DID or bipolar?
it could happen with either, but what I had previously said was that, so in the DSM, there's a kind of association. So again, there's the criteria, but then all of these other things that kind of help you make the diagnosis, confirm or refute it. And in the DSM, it says that about 70% of people who are diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder have repeated and frequent suicidal ideation and have potentially attempted suicide as well.
Okay. So the flip of that is 30% have not attempted suicide.
Yes.
Okay. But the majority of diagnosed DID people, and DID is dissociative identity disorder, the majority, 70%, have had some type of suicide attempt or ideation. So is that correct?
Repeated.
Repeated.
Yes.
Okay, so more than one.
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Stauch, when she was brought in and for several weeks after she was at the jail, she was on suicide watch, correct?
That was my decision, not her saying that she was suicidal. I did that for her safety.
But she was on suicide watch.
Which I put her on for her safety, yes.
I see, Will. See what you're trying to do. Mm-hmm. See what you're trying to do. Even though she did it, she said it's like procedural, but he's trying to play the procedure. All right, I see you.
One of the things you talked to Mr. Young about is he asked you this, so, and I actually had to have a little chuckle, but he asked you about a normal person charged with first-degree murder. Is there a standard behavior pattern for a person charged with first-degree murder?
It varies. I've worked with lots of people who have been charged with that, and
I have too. And it varies, doesn't it?
it does again.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's not really a normal person charged with first-degree murder behavior, is there?
Guess not.
Can I get a tissue?
Yeah.
Sorry.
For Letecia? Oh, for yourself? Or what? Oh, okay. I was going to bust out tears or something. If you guys could hit the like button, please, I'd appreciate it. I'm tired. I'm crashing. What's he up to? Shenanigans. Pep talk. They're consulting with Letecia too. Huddle. Team huddle. Satan huddle. Even demons got a plan and shit, you know what I'm saying? Team effort, man. If they could do it, anybody could do it. Shit. That was kind of weird too, the way they were before. Seemed almost intimate. That's it? Okay.
Redirect.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, Pepe. All right.
Is everyone who commits first-degree murder placed on suicide watch when they entered the jail?
Yes.
Is that standard regardless of what your evaluation says or whether or not you see any signs of mental illness with those individuals?
Yes.
Is that what happened with Ms. Stauch?
Yes.
Had nothing to do with any potential diagnosis?
Correct.
And is your role to rule out any diagnosis with Ms. Stauch?
It's mostly to assess for the current symptoms and ensure her safety and stability in the jail.
Remember when we started out, it seems like days ago, about a clinical evaluation versus a forensic evaluation?
Yes.
Are you more on the clinical side when you meet Ms. Stauch on March 5th, 2020 to treat her for any illnesses that she might have?
Yes.
And did you see any illnesses that needed treated on March 5th of 2020?
Just the anxiety.
And if she was diagnosed with anxiety in 2019 in the month of December, would that be consistent with what you saw?
Yes.
There was a lot of discussion about her bringing up the fact that she may have been a victim of sexual assault on cross-examination. Do you remember that?
Yes.
There in your notes, the first time that you make a note about it is in what time is that? Do you recall?
I think that was the June 5th.
Well, is that your notes or is that someone else's notes?
Sorry, I'm getting confused. I think we established that it was the molestation was June she talked about, and then I don't remember the other date about the assault, whatever date that was, the sexual assault.
On June 5th, and we talked about this on direct examination as well, she mentions that one of her traumatic stresses was molestation at age 14.
Yes.
Initially, she told Tara Sabo. Who's Tara Sabo?
She is a nurse that worked in our intake area.
And that's TERRASABO.
Yes.
That she was sexually assaulted in 2019.
Yes.
A few months or a year before you met her on March 5th of 2020.
Yes.
And that's when that note is dated, right? March 5th of 2020.
Yes.
The first time she mentions anything about her stepfather and her uncle is in that later note towards the end of your contact with her. Is that correct?
Yes.
Counsel just asked you some questions about people may not want to be upfront with their mental illnesses. And you said that may be common, correct?
Yes.
In your setting at the jail, is it common for people to fake their mental illnesses?
Yes.
And is it common, as it mentioned in the DSM-5 about the cautionary statement, is that why you need to be careful when you're diagnosing someone in a jail setting who may have something to gain based on your diagnosis?
Absolutely.
And did that come into play during your entire contact and why you were able to say she does not have dissociative identity disorder?
Objection leading, Your Honor.
Well, it was compound all. You need to rephrase it.
Did that have an impact on your opinion that she rendered that she does not have dissociative identity disorder?
Yes.
Why?
Because the presentation that she had was in, especially in the beginning, there was no overt symptoms of anything. And then once competency was raised, there was all of these symptoms that just popped up out of nowhere, seemingly. And so that was inconsistent with somebody who would have had reported these symptoms and had concerns with these symptoms ahead of time prior to competency being raised.
Counsel asked you some questions about her comfort level in talking to you because there's two deputies around. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Did she have any issues talking to you and telling you not only things about herself, but things about the actual crime itself?
No.
Did she, I think we talked about this on direct, but would she just blurt things out to you and nonstop talking kind of thing?
Yes.
Did you have to ask a lot of questions or did you just sit and listen?
A lot of it was listening.
The conversation you had with her on March 20th of 2020 about Gannon's body being found. Do you remember counsel asking you questions about that?
Yes.
He asked you a hypothetical about if the attorneys came in and told her about it, then she would have known about it before you talked to her. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Does the jail keep track when attorneys visit the jail?
Yes.
And do you have a log of every time the attorneys make a professional visit?
The jail would, I do not.
Have you seen those logs before?
I don't think so.
May I approach her?
You're the witness.
The witness.
I'd like to see what he's.
Yo, nah, you don't need to see it. Don't worry. Bring the logs up. I know they got to see it. Ooh. Did they catch him in a lie? Oh, no. Say it ain't so. This is a big L if they got the logs for that day.
Approach witness.
You may go ahead.
Ooh. Huge L. If this is it, yo, huge L.
Recognize that document?
Yes, it's the visitation log report.
And is it the visitation log reports for Ms. Stauch?
Yes.
At the El Paso County Jail?
Is hearsay.
Nah.
Can't testify.
Nah, don't get pissed off.
If they want to get somebody that can lay a proper foundation for this document, that's fine. This is not the person to do that.
Well, she may be, she may not be. I don't know that. You need to ask her whether or not it's a business record and whether she can lay the foundation for a business record.
You recognize this document as a business record? Surprise question, right? Is this something that's routinely kept at the jail and is actually an open record for the public?
Yes.
And is this a business record with regards to professional visits of Ms. Stauch?
Yes.
And would this reflect any professional visits by her attorneys in the time frame we're talking about, March 20th?
Your Honor, I'm objecting under Crawford. This is hearsay.
They're so mad. They're so mad.
Your Honor, he brought this up.
You brought it up.
I have an objection. If I want a response, I'll ask for one.
Ooh.
The objection's overruled. Right now, we're working on laying a business record exception to the hearsay rule. So let's deal with that first. It hasn't been asked to be offered to be admitted yet, but I understand what we're dealing with. It's been identified for the record. Go ahead and move it.
And Your Honor, could you advise Mr. Young to not taunt me in open court? It's actually the person who brought this up originally, so yelling across the courtroom, I don't appreciate, and I don't think it's professional.
He's lost it.
Well, let's make sure we're all on the same page. I make the rulings. Everybody directs their comments to me. If there's an objection, I'll ask for grounds. I'll rule on the objection. We'll move on. So everybody, both sides, direct your comments to me. And we'll leave it at that. Mr. Young, you were in the midst of making or establishing a foundation for a business record. Go ahead.
So this is what you purported it to be, the jail logs for professional visits at that time frame when Ms. Stauch told you that Gannon was found in Florida. You remember that?
Yes.
And would this indicate to you whether or not her attorneys had access to her prior to Gannon's body being found and prior to you talking to her about Gannon's body being found?
They did not.
Okay. Does it tell you when the last professional visit was prior to that contact?
March 13th of 2020.
And when was the next visit after your conversation with her in March 2020?
April 9th, 2020.
So they lied. Right? They lied. They lied.
In addition to what we just talked about, what was her demeanor like when she was telling you that Gannon's body was found in Florida?
She was a bit tearful, but again, also kind of asking about or focusing on other.
Huge.
The rule that was covered in
L.
cross-examination is proper redirect.
Liars, manipulators.
Please continue. What was her demeanor like as she's telling you these things?
She was a bit tearful, but also asking about other things and not totally focused on just the loss of a child at that time, or confirmation of that, I should say.
Did you have any indication that perhaps she had heard this already from anyone?
No.
With regards to your March 5th, 2020 first conversation with her, counsel asked you questions about ruling out DID or dissociative identity disorder at that time. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Were you there to make a diagnosis? Were you ruling anything out, or were you basing your opinion on what you learned from her on that day?
Kind of a little bit of both, but a lot of an initial mental health assessment, especially in a jail setting, would be to take what the person says and go with that. And then again, if there's additional information that comes up to confirm or refute something later, then we can do that.
Did you have any notes or any indication that Ms. Stauch was eating her own feces in the jail cell?
No.
Would you have known that if that was going to happen?
Lord.
If that happened?
Yes.
Counsel asked you questions about sometimes that it takes years to make a diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Do people who actually suffer from this disorder, do they know they have that disorder prior to getting treatment?
Most often not. They could, but it's pretty rare. And again, that they would be reporting other symptoms, other things that they were concerned of, such as gaps of time missing and unexplained things showing up and forgetting how to work or forgetting how to drive. So they would be reporting, they might not say, hey, I have another personality, but they would be reporting all of these other concerns that would then support a diagnosis.
Would oftentimes family members
Yes.
report that diagnosis? For instance, a spouse. My husband didn't know who I was yesterday. It was weird. We need help.
Yes.
Is that common? Is that how people discover this disorder?
Typically, there would be other observations, other people reporting if that person had no recollection of that or weren't reporting it themselves. They would, a lot of collateral contacts, a lot of observations would be seen by a spouse, family members, deputies, other mental health staff, things like that.
And when you're in your vast experience of, I'm assuming you've had a lot of contact with people who have serious mental illness.
Yes.
Is it something that's very obvious to you when you see it or when you're talking to someone? For instance, we talked about the psychosis issues. I mean, do you know it when you see it?
Yes, I've worked in this field for over 10 years. And most of my contacts have been with very severe and persistently mentally ill people. And so I am very familiar, very comfortable with spotting things very quickly.
And would family members also know that if they had a loved one that they've been around their whole lives, would they note if someone had a serious mental illness?
Manipulation. The manipulators.
She's been qualified as an expert. I think she can give her opinion based on her expertise. It goes to weight, not admissibility.
Would they note if their family member had a serious mental illness and report it and say something's wrong here?
Absolutely. We've had calls at the jail from family members reporting their loved ones' concerns.
Those are my questions, John. Thanks.
Bro.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Dr.
I'm clipping that. For the people that missed that, I guess I'm going to have to do
we have
overtime
one.
tonight.
Your Honor, very quickly,
You
I'd
guys-
like to, based on a new document that was introduced, correct?
Counsel approach.
You want to strike that shit. They took such a big L. How did anybody miss that? They took a huge effing L. Maybe you guys weren't paying attention or some people walked away. They were implying. I already explained this on the 15-minute break. They were implying. I don't even know if I have time to explain it right now. We have to wait till they stop or at the end of the day to really explain it. Huge fucking L. If they had any kind of credibility, if they had any, to me, you manipulated the jury and the court into thinking that those attorneys came in that day before they spoke to this lady here and told them that Gannon's body was in Florida. So when this lady spoke to Letecia, it was like Gannon's body was found, and she's like, oh yeah, he was found in Florida. They were trying to say, oh, she knew that because they told her. They went and pulled the papers, the prosecution. And they were like, it's right here. Where are they on the list? Bro, huge effing liars. To me, if I'm in that jury thing, I don't believe shit. Anything else these motherfuckers say, you're done. X'd out. If there was any kind of ounce that they believe anything, I'm not believing anything you say at all. It's a wrap. Why do you think these attorneys and defense guys were so upset and fidgeting? Oh no, Judge, tell him not to shout at me. No, he was shouting at me. You didn't see that the defense guy, Will Cook? Don't shout at me. They were doing anything to try to stop that letter from being shown because they came with the receipts, the prosecution. Huge L. I think that's the biggest L in this whole thing. I mean, they were kind of reaching with the thing. Huge L. Huge. Just me as a person, you're trying to convince me that this chick, you're done. Done. The defense was so upset that the judge had to lay the hammer down. Like, what? Look at the judge's face right now. Wow. I'm clipping it. I'm clipping it for the people that missed it. For sure, I'm gonna clip it. After the stream, I'm staying and I'm gonna do it. Do you think the jury caught the lie? I think they did. I think if you were paying attention, I understand if somebody walked away because some people are like, they have the audio playing in the background and stuff. So I could understand if you didn't catch it. But if you were listening, I have a couple of friends that missed it. I have a couple of friends right now. I'm like, yo, you need to go back and rewind it. Did I miss anything today, Mel? Yeah. But the jury has had caught that. I don't think they missed it. They had to have caught that. I don't know how much of I can clip because I can clip it to the point where I give context. I can clip it nice. I'm not going to say it because people listen, they want to copy everything I do. But I can clip it nice in a way that it makes sense. But that huge freaking L. That's why the defense was so agitated and pissed. It's the most petty I've seen that guy Will Cook get. Wow. And then it's like the attorneys are getting advice from Letecia. It almost seemed like they're consulting her and shit. I'm like, what is going on here? Yo, yo,
Thank you, Your Honor.
the person that's claiming she's insane, they're getting consultation from.
So March the 20th of 2020, everything in the city and the country and the state went into lockdown because of COVID. Do you remember that?
COVID again? Come on, bro.
I don't know if it was that exact date, but yeah.
Okay. Do you remember that a lockdown went into effect in the jail and there were no personal visits for a period of time because of the COVID pandemic at the jail?
I don't recall any specific thing about that. Could that have happened? Yes, but I don't know exactly what dates that would have been.
And do you know that jail log does not reflect WebEx or video visits between attorneys and clients? Were you aware of that?
It just says visitation log, so.
If I told you that was for in-person visits only, would that change your answer?
I'm going to object, Your Honor.
That's
Sustained.
Okay. Do you know that there were WebEx visits or video visits going on between attorneys and defendants incarcerated at the jail during this pandemic period?
If you're asking if that occurs, I believe it would.
Okay. And were you aware that the document you're looking at only shows in-person visits where somebody comes physically down to the jail and does a visit at the jail and does not reflect any WebEx or video visits?
I couldn't say one way or the other.
Okay. So you can't say one way or the other whether there was a video visit done on March the 20th between Ms. Stauch and her attorneys.
That's an answer, John.
Sustained.
So did they do a video thing? Did they come back?
Right. Dr. Moore, if the defendant's claims were true, that she was sexually, physically, and emotionally abused on an ongoing basis from a young age, is it your professional opinion that such a person can still grow up to be sane even if untreated?
Yes.
All right. I will allow reasonable follow-up as to that question only. Prosecution?
No, thank you.
I don't have anything. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Moore. You can step down. Watch your step.
So the defense try to come back.
May I retrieve the document from Dr. Moore?
Oh, yes, right.
Thanks.
I think it's still devastating, man. I don't know, man. So they're trying to say they did it via WebEx. I don't know. I don't trust him now, man. It's done for me. It's done for me. I don't trust him, motherfucker. It's a wrap. I guess I'll do the proper title and be like, did they lie? I see them as liars and manipulators. Look at this banter back and forth with Tisha. This is odd.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our evening break. Again, I have a message that we are anticipating a weather event and in Colorado that could mean that we might have a wet street tomorrow. It could also mean that we have 3 feet of snow somewhere in between. Don't know. Here's what I can tell you is that the county, there's usually a meeting at 9 o'clock at night the day before, and then at 5 o'clock in the morning. And I can assure you that I do not intend to call any of you at 5 o'clock in the morning, so you don't have to worry about that part. The best advisement is, or the best place to get advice about what has happened or the status about what has happened is 719-520-SNOW. That will tell you about the El Paso County Combined Courts. That's what we are. And oftentimes, actually all the time, these decisions are really not made based on what's going on in the courthouse. It's based on what's going on everywhere else. Because oftentimes the courthouse takes up a lot of resources from the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. And sometimes because of adverse weather events, those resources are needed elsewhere in the county. And because of that, the courthouse just can't function. And so what happens is they either close the courthouse or they will have a delayed start. If we have a delayed start, meet Mr. Combs where you would normally meet Mr. Combs at 10 o'clock. And then we will start here at 10:30. So you'll meet him, bring you over the way that he has every morning before, and then we'll be in place to start at 10:30. The good news is that even with a delayed start and things like that, I think we are ahead of where the attorneys thought we would be at this point in the process. So things are going, whether it seems like it or not, things are going faster than what we had anticipated when we started this. So we're still in pretty good shape in that regard. The most important thing is to be safe. When you're going home tonight, when you're coming in tomorrow, just be safe. Make sure that you have my card so that if you need to call us, you can do that, so that we're not worried about you, where you might be or something like that. Please just let us know if there's a delay. There are, can I get a show of hands of people who are Palmer Divide region, Black Forest region, Teller County? Okay. I think probably you are the ones that it's going to most impact. That's what I understand. So we'll keep an eye out for that. Hopefully, we've had such warm weather recently that while we get snow on the ground, it may not be in the road and everything will be okay. But that's the plan. You can always call us in the morning and find out, or call us and check and see if there's any update or anything like that if you want to do that. If you call 520 SNOW and there's no message on there, anticipate being here at the time that you normally would be here. So the only reason why you would be late is if you get the message from 520 SNOW or something like that. Okay? So again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do any research about any aspect of this case. Be safe. We'll see you in the morning. All rise.
So he said the only reason they'll be late is because of the weather. So should we assume that they're going to start in the morning, normal time then? Should I schedule it for the regular time then, in case? In the morning, we're going to have to scatter and find out what's going on. Oh, yo, what a day. So people are telling me, because I thought I did hear them say they visited. It sounded like it was in person. Carly said I need a clip at the beginning when she said the officers came to get her because no one told Tisha Gannon was found.
Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. You may all be seated. I guess we'll just have to play it by ear and see what's going on. I assume that Dr. Grimmett must be staying somewhere close.
Yeah, she's staying somewhere close in town. There is a phone call tomorrow morning at 4:30. I'm on it. The sheriff's on it. Chief Judge Bain is on it. Emergency management folks. So there is a plan as far as to discuss any road conditions, and we'll know that tomorrow morning.
So we'll just, I'm going to plan on same time, same station, unless we hear something different. And stay in touch with, you must have contact information for Dr. Grimmett, right?
We do.
Okay.
Yep.
So stay in touch with her and just let her know what the flex is in the event that it becomes that way. We'll start at 9 o'clock if everything's okay. If not, she needs to be here at 10:30 and then we'll go from there.
Right. Yeah, what we've tentatively told her is to be here at 8:45 unless she hears from us. We also gave her the snow line and asked her to be here at 10 if there is a delay.
Okay. And the only other issue that I see is, are you calling either Dr. Torres or Dr. Gray tomorrow?
We were tentatively scheduling Dr. Torres to be at 9, but obviously that's being pushed back now anyway because Dr. Grimmett still needs to testify, but she is on the schedule for.
Is she from Pueblo?
She lives here in the Springs.
Oh, okay. I was thinking if she had to drive up, it may be an issue, but okay. All right. Okay. Then we'll see everybody in the morning. Thank you.
Just one thing while we're all here, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Cook.
Based on some of the testimony today, we can follow up with a written supplemental endorsement, but it would be for rebuttal. We'd like to introduce or endorse Katie Strobel or Kim Chalmers as possible defense witnesses. Attorneys of Ms. Stauch.
And the purpose?
The purpose is they would have done the visits through WebEx on the day in question.
And there's.
Bring it.
And so they're going to testify about a conversation they had with Ms. Stauch and what it was that they told her?
Your Honor, I don't know. I'm just putting it's a possibility.
Well, the reason why I asked that question is because what I'm going to get is whether or not there's a waiver of attorney-client privilege.
We haven't made a decision. I just want.
Okay. So obviously, and you don't get to make that decision. Ms. Stauch does.
I understand.
And that's a conversation that I would have to have with her because it's not, if this were just an issue of Ms. Strobel or Ms. Chalmers were going to testify that they made a phone call, that's one thing. But here the issue is what was the information that was relayed in that phone call? And that clearly implicates the attorney-client privilege and can only be waived by Ms. Stauch.
Understood, Your Honor.
So, and right now, as I see it, there is really no evidence of any conversation, which is why the DA is, I don't see this as an attorney-client waiver yet because there's been no evidence that's been introduced about that. There's been all kinds of innuendo, but as I told the jury, nothing that the attorneys say is evidence. So, I can tell you that before they would testify, I would have to have a long conversation with Ms. Stauch. Okay. All right. All right. Court will be in recess then.
Damn, I didn't think we were going to run all the way till 7, but we did. And it was a good day. At the end of the day, it was really good. It's like the judge said, what the attorney say is not evidence, right? So he said there's been a lot of innuendo. And clearly they know the defense, this shit was a bad fucking look. Even if you try to say you switch it up now, because the verbiage, and I'm going to have to go back and listen to it. If Carly, if you have timestamps or any of the mods have timestamps, send it to me. That would help me out with like a little bit of editing and stuff. If you guys have some sort of timestamps of this particular conversation, I think when the prosecution first brings up the whole Tisha talking with this doctor and the doctor says Gannon was found and Tisha's like, oh yeah, Florida. That, then the defense timestamp, then the there's quite a few of them. I'm going to look myself too. But it's a big deal. I guess and again, the prosecution came with a piece of paper, okay? The way it was worded, you would have thought it was like an in-person visit. That's how I took it, like they came in person. But they did bring up COVID, and maybe that's their saving grace, but they're going to have to bring some type of proof. I can't just take these people's word for it anymore. I mean, you shouldn't anyway. And so they said there's possibly, maybe they're going to try to bring in the saving grace is actually bringing that person that, I don't know, hosted or talked on that WebEx. You know? Tony says, do you think if she waives client attorney privilege, the defense asks them anything they want? I don't know. They know that they need this shit because it looks bad. That's why last minute now he's like, okay, we're going to bring in this person and, you know, might have to waive their right or whatever. It's bad. It's bad, yeah. If I'm sitting there, I mean, the way I took it, I don't trust anything they fucking say anymore. Nothing, bro. Nothing. I don't trust it, bro. That's why they're desperate now. They were desperate when they were just bringing in the visitation log. Desperate. I mean, you can believe all these people all you want, but once I start seeing all those signs and shit, and somebody else bringing the receipt and the paper, I'm not gonna be like, oh well, let me just take this other person's word over the actual documentation. Fuck that. Yeah. I mean, the COVID argument is logical, I guess, you know, that maybe there was a WebEx thing or something, but it just seems very deceptive. I don't know. They could have said that before. They could have mentioned it. Did you know that there was a video thing? I felt like they were shooting from the hip when they mentioned that visitation thing, the defense, where they're trying to come back and trying to rebuttal the whole she knew because she did it, trying to rebuttal and say, oh, we told her, but they didn't get specifics, and they didn't see this shit coming with this log. So much so that when the prosecution brought out the log, you're like, oh, can we see it? That was gangster, man. That was so gangster. Let me catch the super chats. And so tomorrow morning we'll just be on standby. You know, I'm already up early anyway, so I'll check, and I'll check with the mods too. Somebody can call the snow line or whatever it is, and we'll check and see. I switched the time to the regular time. If there's bad weather, then we push it for later. I mean, you can just tell in their body language. If you missed it, you might have to rewind or wait till I clip it. You can tell in the defense's body language, the way they were acting, like scrambling, man, and just desperate. Will upset. Oh yeah, tell the guy to stop like demeaning me or something. I was like, what? Hamby, thank you for the super chat. Miss Dailies, thank you for the 4-month membership. Says experts testify she makes herself look crazy. SMH. Miss Dog Lover, thank you for the super chat. Says look at the state of Letecia. PMSL. I know. Deb McDougal, thank you for the 4-month membership. Mel, thanks for love your stream. Thank you. Bethany Prophet, thank you for the membership. My Try for Reels, thank you for the 2-month membership. Says I enjoy your commentary. Glad I'm a member. Thank you. Thank you so much. Pamela Hodges, thank you for the super chat. Says I think Tisha is changing her appearance to make the jury think it's one of her so-called other personalities. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. She had space buns the other day, and today she has some other thing. I don't know. Kat, thank you for the super chat. Says, I'm so glad to be here. Best stream and live chat on YouTube. Thank you, Mel. Thank you. Gracias. Amy P, thank you for the 3-month membership. Says, this is amazing. Nubian Max UK. So glad I didn't miss this. Yeah, it was really good. Really good. Snow Bunny, do you think the jury caught the lie? I caught that. I mentioned that earlier for sure. Thank you for the super chat. Lisa Lulu. I wish Crime Curious wasn't there today, huh? I want to know what the jury's reaction, what their face was when all that stuff came out. Lisa Lulu says, and thank you for the super chat. Mr. Tolling just lost a case last month defending a couple whose baby died of a fentanyl overdose. Damn. My Try for Reals, thank you for the super chat. Says, it's a wrap. Ding dong attorneys. Carly Marie, thank you for the super chat. Says, the guards had her come because no one told Tisha. Margie Ramirez. Yeah. Margie Ramirez, hello. Thank you for the super chat. Says, hello from a very small county town from Texas. I enjoy your channel since I've been watching this trial with you all. Thank you so much. Glad you're here. Romania, thank you for the membership. Desi, thanks for the super chat. I just noticed the bald Mel Judge. I'm dead. Crafty Florida Lady, thanks for the membership. Says the lawyers should know better than to listen to her. It's a little weird to see them bantering and smiling and kiki ha ha. Like, that's a little odd to see. I don't know. It's like she has them under her spell. That was kind of weird. Oh, let's see here. I think I got everything. What a day it was today. I want to try to clip this stuff because I know there's people that missed it. I just want to be able to do it in a way that makes sense, hopefully. Phone calls are recorded. Why would there be not? I know. Why would there not be tracking on WebEx or video chat? Come on. I know there's got to be some sort of log or something. I mean, I know it's WebEx or the internet, but they still have to have a system in place. If you ask me, these attorneys have the same manipulative tendencies as Letecia. They fit well. And the one that they kiki haha with her because they seem manipulative like her. Slithering snakes. That's why they're slithering around. Skeezing. That's why they get along so well. CC, thank you so much for the 1-month membership. Thanks. Says, yeah, I get to leave a milestone message. Mel, love your coverage. You're the best. Hopefully they will show some proof if it's true or Letecia lied to her attorney. I mean, with that whole thing, it would have to be the attorneys lying. If they can't prove proof, because how are the attorneys not going to, how is Letecia going to lie about the attorneys being there when they're claiming they were there? That means they're involved, like they're lying or whatever. It's a huge L. I mean, we'll see if they. And the problem with this shit the problem with this is the whole client attorney privilege thing that they would have to give up. Yeah. Prison visits didn't start until the day after. Bro, that was huge, bro. If you didn't see that shit, if you didn't see that, you got to go back and see that part at least. You look at the body language of the attorneys, man. Wendy Jacobs, hey, did I miss a lot? Give me a quick fill in. Yeah, you missed a lot, kind of. I've recapped multiple times already on the little 15-minute breaks, the last 15-minute break, multiple times. But you should watch the portion after the lunch break. It's interesting. But I've recapped it multiple times. If I keep recapping, we'll just be telling the same thing over and over and over and over and over. I think I've done like 2 or 3 recaps of that, what happened. So yeah, just rewind, please. Thank you. But all right, I'm gonna end it. We'll move it for tomorrow morning. All right. Love you guys. Have a good night. And peace. Take care. Bye. Mo. Thank you for the super chat. Says there would be some sort of log, computer log, phone privilege log, something. I don't know, man. What do you think, Mo? Tainted juror. What do you think? BS, right? I feel they were caught. They were caught. If you can't see that, man, that these people were caught, there must be like 10 people in your life right now manipulating your ass and taking you for a ride. Yo, if you can't see that, if you didn't see that shit, how you gonna take somebody's word over somebody else that's giving you documentation? Now, hey, if they come out with this person, I don't know, with the WebEx thing somehow, then I say, okay, they got it. They're all right. Until then, the way that whole thing led up to that, I can't, bro. Beautiful K's beautiful struggle. Member for 18 months. Thank you so much. 18 months. Holy crap. Thank you, Mel and Miles, for the hard work. And chat. Thank you. You got 10 people in your life right now you just start looking into. Well, first we got to look into yourself. And you can't see that shit. You see all the body language. You're like, no, well, but I love you guys, man. It's just, we're having fun too. But I mean, it's serious, but we're having fun too. It's just a crazy ass moment. Thank you guys for being here today. I appreciate it, man. Be safe. Love you guys. I really will only come back tonight if there's a chase, but I actually really just want to edit a video and put it together. I want to edit something and put it together. So, all right. Have a good night. Love you guys. Take care. Peace. Bye.